Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Ukrainian Mythic Plus tournament. This is day 2, where we play upper and lower finals as well as grand finals. Joined by me is our resident caster Reikuu and our guest Cyber. Welcome. Very nice to meet you and very nice to have you. We're glad that you came to cast some Pog games with us. So how you guys doing? Maybe Cyber should start first and introduce himself a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for having me on the stream. I'm really excited to jump into some games today. I know you had Marius and now on yesterday, so hopefully I can live up to some of those guys' knowledge and expertise. But yeah, good to be here. Thank you. And yeah, I'm doing well. I mean, I've been enjoying this season of Mythic Plus. I didn't initially, and I was like, this is really bad. I don't like this. I'm not having a good time. But now I've had some time to grow and learn, and I'm really enjoying it. But yeah, I'm a big time like Mythic Plus WoW streamer, doing a lot of Feral Druid and stuff like that on my stream. So yeah, just love Mythic Plus, and that's me. That's everything.
Yeah, well, if to say a couple words about myself, I'm a tank player and I enjoy Mythic Plus as well by a lot. I tend to just grind as high keys as possible on live, and I attempted some tournament realm shenanigans before with like the great push and stuff like that during Shadowlands. And what about you, Reikuu? Couple
Oh,
words.
I'm the officer of the one of the largest Ukrainian guilds on European realms, Tauren Milfs on Tauren Mil I don't know. And yeah, I'm kind of sad that my team didn't make it to the finals, I guess. But still, I'm really excited to be here today. I'm really excited to cover all the upcoming games because the teams from yesterday showed really great potential for entertainment. So I feel like we will see some good moves today, some good
Yeah,
pulls.
guys from Echo were really happy with some of the games that they were watching, so I'm pretty sure there definitely should be something for you as well, Cyber, to be excited about, just in general as a player, and be like, damn, this guy's doing some cool stuff. Like disregarding how fun it should be for the people to see, because we are pretty sure that the guys will try to deliver the best entertainment for the stream and for themselves, of course, because if you're not having fun playing the tournament or just in general, yeah, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're doing some decent level keys today as well. We're doing like 22s and stuff, right? If I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
that's like things can absolutely be going wrong at that level of dungeon. And you do have to be careful, but it's the kind of sweet spot where you can do some pretty meaty pulls and you can pull off some cool stuff with a little bit less prep time, right? Because this is the big thing is like, yeah, you can do some crazy stuff in high keys too, but you need a lot of prep time. So
Yeah.
for these teams, it'll be interesting to see what they've been able to come up with limited time to prep and stuff, I guess.
We're gonna be having plus 22s on the grand finals, but upper and lower, yeah, upper and lower will be plus 20, but that's still like, the difference
Even
isn't
better.
that big. But yeah, lower keys mean more fun, right? More pools, more
Exactly.
crazy stuff. All right, and we already have the information. We're gonna switch over the screens. So for the game 1, we're gonna have freehold. We already have bans for the classes and bans for the dungeons. To remind everyone, we have a special rule, and maybe to remind you, Cyber, as well, since you weren't here yesterday, we have this special rule where one team can ban the class against the enemy team, right? So we have the information that UA Poggers banned Druid against Uvu team, and Uvu team banned Mage against UA Poggers. So yeah, that's a special kind of a condition where people will need to figure things out how their team comp's gonna work. But yeah, for the dungeons, I guess you guys can talk about that stuff a little bit.
I feel like this is a smart move from Uvu to ban that mage, because from what I remember, yesterday UA Poggers, they were using this new strat of taking an augmentation evoker, of taking a fire mage, and just completely annihilating huge packs. So I feel like denying them mage will make augmentation evoker a less impactful spec overall, while also keep it entertaining, because I mean it's always fun for me to watch augmentation right now because of all the stuff it can do, and even 20-second key feels like, I don't know, 18s with an augmentation for now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and as well on the side of Uwu, banning the Druid. I mean, that's an interesting one because they actually use Druid as part of their banned against Uwu. Uwu use a Druid as part of their tanking setup, and also one of their DPS players can also flex onto Druid as well. So they're potentially going to have to switch things up in a very important role of the tank position. I don't know what they were playing, well, what Lucidex was playing yesterday, and whether this will be impactful, but interested to see how they're going to switch around with that one as well.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
you're a druid main. I mean, you're a druid main. What do you feel about it? How do you feel about the class overall?
The class overall right now is like really good as far as I guess classes in general go. It's a hybrid class, so we're hitting a lot of roles, but Guardian Druid is very good right now. Resto Druid, maybe not in the like top tier Mythic Plus, but I still think it's very good. And then it's just like Holy Paladin stuff is kind of taking the limelight at the moment. Boomkin, very, very solid. Feral does fall behind a bit, but even then it's still very competent, very strong. And if you have Org Evoker and stuff these days, then you get to inflate the DPS meter a little bit. So just like any other spec, I guess, would benefit. But yeah, Druid in general, I think is pretty good right now.
All right. For the dungeons, we're definitely gonna have some fun in Freehold. We all know it's a pretty straightforward dungeon, even though it feels like it's open, but it's more straightforward than not. So but still there's a bunch of trash that you can pull together, and we definitely going to see some big pulls. Even on live servers, people that like do 3 or 4 packs together if they feel fancy. And but in regards to Uldaman and Neltharus, this is the first time we're gonna see Neltharus, whatever you like to, whatever how you like to pronounce it. Yeah, that dungeon is pretty spicy, and everybody banned it yesterday, so this is the first time it's slipping in, and we have seen some Uldaman yesterday as well. And I hope we're gonna get to the game 3 and it's gonna be close, so we'll enjoy some longer games and some fun moments. Yep.
Yeah, you should also consider the fact that it's the first time we will see tyrannical dungeons in the pool.
True.
Because, yeah, yesterday, and I remember Muris already told about it, that when you play MDI, you basically want to ban tyrannical dungeons because they are risky, because you cannot really, I don't know, save time elsewhere. Yeah, you just kind of stuck with this 5-minute encounter, or like 3-4 minute encounter, where one mistake can lead to the wipe. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Tyrannical, I think, will also have an impact on where your bloodlusts are going, because I guess as well with Fortified, you can go big in the first pull and then more or less use on cooldown, and you might be able to squeeze in a good few bloodlusts per run. But on Tyrannical, it's like, do we go for this big risky pull of ads and then not have bloodlust for the boss, or do we save them for the bosses? And sometimes it can be a bit awkward with Freehold because you want bloodlust for the second boss, but then you don't always have it up immediately after the first boss. Yeah. So do you bloodlust first pack of trash and then have it up for the second boss, or do you go Trothak first, go the third boss? So there's going to be some interesting strategies here for the team, I think, in Freehold, and how they want to play this around with comps and bloodlust and routing in general.
The teams are prepared, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna start very, very soon. So we're about to game. As soon as the guys start, I will move over the camera to the gamers. So yeah, we have a little bit of talking about things and here and there. So Psyber, do you ever feel like when you're playing Feral, when you're not playing Feral and you see other people play Feral, it's more of a when people just talk smack and Feral players are actually like secretly good, or is it like in general that it's actually not that great? Because for when I ask this, I'm explaining. Let me explain the intention. So when I see Feral druids, they're so like scarce. They're so rare. But when you see one, he blasts. So I feel like it's more of a just stereotype at this point. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, things did change a little bit last season. We had season 1 where ferals actually played in the MDI, and that was really, really big. I had
True.
Gingy even coming into my stream before he realized there are way more intelligent ferals out there. But Gingy was coming into my stream and being like, "Oh, what are you doing with feral here? Like, what do we do in like with this and that in terms of like mechanical execution of like the rotation and stuff." And so that kind of stuff is cool. But yeah, we were in the MDI, and then we got a little bit of time in the sun, and that was nice. Cats like a nice little nap in the sun, but we've been napping too long, and we've actually kind of stayed out of the running.
Yep.
So season 2's been a little bit more difficult for us. I do think ferals in general are like they are misunderstood players. Everyone's like, "Why are you not playing Balance Druid? Are you stupid?"
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're just a bit misunderstood.
That's just rude. Poor cat.
Okay. Fair. I'm just a Vengeance Demon Hunter enjoyer this season. I actually played it a lot previous season, but this season with a new set, it's insane. It's not as good as the Guardian Druids in terms of DPS, just in pure damage, but the sustainability from just damage reduction from AoE Fiery Brand is insane. And our resident commentator and caster Reikuu, he is just a slave to meta, and he's playing augmentation.
What? No, I'm not slave. I played. Let's put it that way. I played augmentation even when he was so bad, he wasn't even featured on Warcraft logs. How about that?
Okay, fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Giga Chat.
To be honest, I feel like it's not about being the meta slave. It's more about it being really something fun and refreshing, for the game overall. I feel like Blizzard did this bold move, and it's really cool. Because community perception, we know all these stories about them being kicked from the dungeons for low DPS and stuff like that. But
true.
I feel like Blizzard did something great, and it just refreshes the point of view on how you perceive the game overall. Yeah, it's not only about pushing the meters right now. It's also about how you effectively allow your teammates to do this better. Yeah. And it's not only about DPS. It's also about tanking, healing, because you can. You have this spell that improves tanks output. You have this spell that improves healers output. So essentially, a good augmentation evoker can really benefit the whole group. That's cool.
I think a big thing, and I'm going to talk, but Dwea, you cut me off if we need to jump to anything. But I think augmentation evoker is a really interesting concept, and in some ways, I'm very glad that Blizzard is willing to do it. I think that for the community, a lot of people are just like, my number needs to be big, and the competitive nature of gaming these days is really important for a lot of people. But I do think that it's cool when you look at the game as what it is. It's an MMORPG, and now you can be a support role. And I think the first support is the difficult one, where Blizzard, everyone's going, what the hell, what is this? Getting kicked for low DPS, and everyone's kind of trying to figure out where to place it. But if we had a handful of support roles in the game, support specs in the game, I think things would level out a little bit, and then people would maybe chill out a little bit, and there'd be a little bit more competition in terms of which type of support are you going to bring. And so I think in the long run, in the long term, this will be a good change for the game, and it's quite monumental in what Blizzard's trying to achieve. But I think initially, right now, it's going to have some teething issues, and people are going to be a little bit uncomfortable with it. But I think time will tell. Chat, what do you think? Where are you at with augmentation evoker? Any of you role swapping to it yet? What are we saying?
I'm pretty sure that some people in the chat will be saying like, yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. Like, for example, I have a friend that he came over from Final Fantasy, and he loves to play supports, and I like suggested, hey, you should try to play WoW in this expansion. Is pretty great. He played a little bit. He said, yeah, that's pretty good. Then he heard about the new spec coming out in a couple months. He said, yeah, okay, I'm not gonna burn myself out on this game until the spec comes out. And now the spec came out, and he's just blasting with me every single day, like 10 keys a day and whatever, and he's enjoying it. So I'm pretty sure that
that's
a lot
great.
of people feeling the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Starting keys was a little bit of a G-bait. I'm sorry. The guys are preparing, but yeah, as soon as they will start, I will probably just have to interrupt our ramblings and move over with the camera. But yeah, we're just waiting on the final preparations, and maybe it's a little bit of a slow start just to warm up our viewers and get them hungry for some games. But yeah,
I think first game of the day is always that's always the teething issues, like trying to get that out and get everyone on logged into stream and somebody's overslept and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll get the games underway in no time.
The guys are starting. I will switch the camera in just a
Amazing.
couple seconds. There we go. Boom. A little bit of a desync issue, but it's just 3 seconds. No big.
Literally unplayable. All right, so what do we have here? We have Augmentation Evoker, all right, on the side of UA Poggers. So it's going to be good. They will be aiming for big pools, I guess.
Yeah, I mean this big first pull is very standard. There's not really too much you can do in addition to this pull if you want to be time efficient. You can go upstairs and pull some stuff down with you, but normally most groups just come in quick and pull these 3 packs. And Uwu absolutely demolished that. Were they on the time? They were actually. Did they start a little bit slower? Regardless,
Yeah.
they definitely more than a 3-second difference now between these two teams. As a Uwu team is looking to set up this last bit of trash before they're going to be able to jump onto the boss. Now, I don't think they commit the Bloodlust there. I'm not seeing it on the debuff. So they're going to have Bloodlust as well for this first boss.
Yeah, both of the teams didn't commit the Bloodlust, but yeah, you're right. Uwu team just absolutely annihilated that pool. Usually you expect it to last for at least like 5 to 10 seconds longer, but it was so dead that I felt like they just used Invispot to skip or something like that. But that was the DPS skip, let's call it that way.
Yeah, and look at the composition as well. I mean, you would think with this meta that's currently forming with the Shadow Priest, the Org Evoker, and even Enhance coming in, I know that third slot can kind of flex a little bit. But on the side of Uwu team, they're running what do they got? They got the Ret Paladin. They got Frost Mage. Frost Mage is really good right now. We know all 3 mage specs are going to be getting nerfed. Unlucky. But then got the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. So an interesting difference in composition from what we might have been expecting with the new meta that is forming. Though all these specs in their all these specs are quite powerful on the side of Uwu team regardless.
Yeah, and overall, from what I've seen yesterday, Uwu team had this good team play, even despite the fact that their team comp is not really balanced around playing as a team. Yeah, they're individually strong, but not really enhancing each other. They're still playing as a really well-polished group. Well, UA Poggers, they have this more of a team-oriented approach, yeah, because obviously when you pick Augmentation Evoker, you want to be a team player, yeah, to enhance your allies. And but I don't really feel like there is someone to enhance because they were locked from Mage, and I'm not quite sure if who is their third DPS. I feel like it should be
on which side? Sorry, on
UA Poggers. So they have Enhancement Shaman, they have Shadow Priest, and they have Augmentation. Yeah. So basically, they have this composition of Augmentation Evoker and Shadow Priest, but both of them are buffing Enhancement, which is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Look at the damage of the Enhance right now. It's
Yeah,
like 180k single target, and the boss is sub 50%. That's an incredible amount of damage to still be doing at this point in the fight. I mean, how long have they been in combat? I'm trying to look for a combat timer. I can't quite see one at the moment, but so it's been 1 minute and 10 seconds. He's still pulling 150k.
Yeah, Jesus, that's a lot of damage. Well, I feel like Enhancement is that spec that can simply output that kind of damage for every pack, for every boss, for every pack. It's not really cooldown reliant, so he can just go for it and just pump these numbers, which is kind of good for UA Poggers, obviously, but still, Uwu team, as you see, they've already finished the boss, and they will be moving to the bridge.
Yeah, so even with that Enhance Shami pumping all that damage, UA team still has to try and catch up here. Now, this is going to be a nice little boss skip that we're going to get on the side of Uwu. We're going to go full screen for this so you can really get a sense of it, chat, if you haven't seen this one before. They're going to try and do a little pull-away trick with this mob that sits on the bridge, the Enforcer, and then we're going to look for with the Mage, they can do their Invis. So you can, like, Night Elf Shadow Meld it, you can have Rogues Vanish, Hunters Feign Death. There are various ways that you can skip the Enforcer on the bridge, but excellent execution there for Uwu. If that did get messed up by any way, somebody running too early and triggering combat with the Enforcer, it could just really slow the run down. But now we're setting up for a really big pull on the side of Uwu Poggers here. Well, Uwu team, sorry, I'm combining teams here.
Uwu Poggers.
Uwu Poggers. I mean, I like the name Uwu Poggers. Maybe they could join forces at some point. But this is a really big pull here. They're popping everything. You can see the Frost Mage just getting so many orbs going out and all this newfound damage. Hang on to it whilst you can, my friends.
Yeah, it's only gonna be a couple more weeks until you get nerfed down to the ground.
Well, but look at Demon Hunter. He's keeping up with the mage. I mean,
yeah, Demon Hunters in AoE are insane, dude.
Jesus.
This is one of the specs with like on par with other specs in AoE. It's really good.
Yeah, I feel like Demon Hunter's got single target damage buffed as well, like several weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they got some ability buffs.
Oh, had a little death there on the side of Uwu, but they are going to be able to get the Ret Paladin back up, no problem. And yeah, so talking about bans a little bit here. So Uwu are able to pick the Druid because they banned. So the classes don't get banned for both teams; they get banned for the team. Each team is able to ban for the opposite team, but they can still run that spec or that class themselves. So that's interesting. So Uwu here is going to be able to run that Guardian, and I thought Uwe weren't going to be able to run the Druid because we've got Druids on both sides, correct?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Maybe it's not about the class bans, but about the spec bans?
Oh yeah, the tanks and healers cannot be banned, only DPS players.
Right.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Well, that cleared it up for me and hopefully cleared it up for chat as well. So chat, you're with me on this one. We're learning.
All right. So yeah, that actually makes sense because if you like main 3 tanks, it would be really a shame if you got denied one of those specs.
Yeah, or if you're a solo tank. I mean, if you only know Guardian right now because how strong it is. Something I would love to see in this tournament, I don't know if anyone pulled it out yesterday, but Brewmaster. Brewmaster is very, very strong right now. And yeah, would like to see that come out because it does a lot of damage. But trying to get a sense of where these teams are at now. So we have Uwu team who are just about to finish up with the second boss, Captain Eudora, going down soon. Then they might look to bring in some additional trash onto Raul. You can do that. You can use the barrels to your advantage to gain a bit of extra damage. If you stand in those little blue swirlies on the ground, then you do get, I believe it's crit strike or haste. I think those are the two that you can get. So yes, we are going to see some mobs get pulled into Raul here. And they got to be careful not to reset that boss, though. But on the side of UA team, they have Eudora still at 90% here. So they're just a little bit behind her in terms of pulling them boss. But they should, Freehold is an interesting dungeon because there's so much trash accessible and you can do these bosses in any order where, sometimes the timer can be a little bit closer than you think.
Yep. To be fair, I feel like much trash is pulled via Gauntlet, before the third boss. So
exactly,
they will have a lot of time to keep up, to catch up. So it's gonna be good for them if they keep this tempo at least. Let's look at the Uwu team who've already finished the boss, I think. And
yeah, they are already proceeding into the next section of the dungeon. They were done like 15 seconds ago, I feel like.
Yeah, they did this cool stuff with pulling trash packs to the last 10% of the boss. So,
yeah. Uwu have just finished up there, and then they are finishing up with this trash here. And I want to see what their total trash percent is, because on the side of UA Poggers, they're at 38.25% with Eudora still alive. But how's it looking on the side of Uwu team? If we can bring them up at full screen at some point, just for a sec.
Yeah,
because that could be the deciding factor here. And if UA has a little bit more trash, then things could be a little bit closer here. So 47%. So Uwu here are a little bit ahead. I mean, maybe a minute ahead at this point, maybe.
Yeah, something around that. So let's also include the fact that it's tyrannical, not fortified. So trash is easy, trash is melting. So obviously, those 10% are around 1 minute mark for them. I feel like,
Yeah, something like that. But we have seen some deaths come out. I think it was on the side of Uwu here with the Ret Paladin. So things can happen. We have seen blood drawn so far today in our first dungeon of the day.
Yeah, it's like Ret Paladin curse sometimes, where when you need to take when you're okay in taking damage, you don't take anything. But then when you wasted your cooldowns offensively, suddenly you're just getting blasted to death.
Oh, it's not only about paladins. It's like the curse of every DPS, you know. As a devastation evoker, that's like the most horrible thing that can happen to you when you put the dragon rage, start pumping, and then all this trash suddenly goes to you and kills you. Yeah, so
Yeah, and that's something to think about as well, because these are tyrannical bosses. Now, maybe what Uwu could be looking at here is if you are playing with the Augmentation Evoker and you do have a death on a tyrannical boss and you don't have a battle res available, then you're down to 1 DPS, not 2 DPS, right?
Yep.
So your bosses are dying even slower than they would be on tyrannical, right? And tyrannical already taken a long time. Whereas on the side of Uwu, they're not running the Augmentation Evoker, so they are just going to at least have 2 DPS alive in comparison. So depending on if you have deaths, where those deaths are, and who are the people dying, it could be some trouble.
yeah, that's a really interesting point, actually. Yeah, because when you play with Augmentation Evoker, if one person dies, you lose 1.5%, basically, yeah? Because Augmentation loses DPS as well. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing to consider.
Definitely something that I think these teams have to take in consideration when they are using forming their compositions. And as I say this, UA here, they are going to have, it looks like the Shadow Priest does go down. I'm not seeing a little health top of that. Yeah, so they've had to res there. They're going to have to run back here. Now, luckily, they've not pulled the mini boss or anything like that. Ludwig, I think it is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to jump back into this arena, so they're going to have to finish off the trash here. But like we say, the Shadow Priest is dead now, so the Enhance probably not getting PI unless maybe they got it at the beginning of the pull, so they're losing a bit of damage there. The Org is obviously only buffing 1 person, so there's a lot of time lost and damage lost when you have deaths on the side of an Augmentation Evoker team.
Yeah, you just cannot allow this to happen, to be honest. Yeah, Augmentation Evoker is that spec, you know, for high-profile teams that like really know how to play together. Because you really can, it's like high risk, high reward, yeah?
Yeah.
If you mess it up, you lose like a lot. Much more compared to the team that doesn't play Augmentation. But if you play it correctly, you will be rewarded with huge damage. Like some people say that it feels like with Augmentation Evoker, it's like 2 keys easier, you know? Like it's not 22, it feels like 20.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Augmentation is very, very strong right now. I'm still getting to grips with it myself. I've only managed to, since Wednesday, I've only managed to do like 1 or 2 dungeons because of how competitive things are right now. But playing with one, you can feel that they're in the dungeon with you. You know, you can feel that they're guiding your damage a little bit here. But we are seeing both teams, Uwu team and UA Poggers here. They're both in this arena, though Uwu are on Trothak. They are on the 3rd boss, and they have Bloodlust. It's just come back up. It's available, and there we go. It's going to get popped now, so we're going to be seeing a lot of damage being pumped into Trothak here. They're going to be committing their 2nd Bloodlust of the dungeon on Trothak. So they've done that really quick. If you think within a 10-minute span, they went from the first boss, Bloodlusting on the first boss, to now being on Trothak here. So they are speeding on ahead, and Trothak is melting.
Their tempo overall is really great. They have this awesome pathing. They have the good pull pattern that I've noticed. They always have these huge pulls for the huge CDs aligned. So it's like it feels like they really play as a team that had a lot of experience together.
I feel like these guys would probably do pretty decent in MDI. As in, like, not our Ukrainian MDI, right? But global MDI. It feels like these guys really know their stuff. Yesterday, they were showing some pretty good games. They only played 2 because they won 2-0. Yeah, so that's saying something. But over here, we just kind of see the repeats of whatever it is.
Yep. They definitely have this awesome
at the
tempo,
at the same time, UA Poggers, they're prepping their last trash packs until like before they go Trothak, and they will probably pull this into the boss, right?
They're gonna pull it into the boss, I guess.
Let's see what happens with them, and
they have Bloodlust available. Yeah, this will be cool to see. So they are pulling in a trash back here. They have the harpooner, so they have to be really careful of not getting gripped into Trothak spinning or into a shark or something. Because again, death here could be very, very costly, as we mentioned previously. So this could be very, very exciting to watch. We got the bloodlust being popped now. The trash is dying very, very quickly. I don't think the harpooner is going to be too much of a problem. They can get it CC'd and dealt with. Sharks being handled now, but there is one moving into melee. It's going to be okay here, and now they just have to deal with Trothak. So now things are going to be restored. You can go into a nice little balance, and look at the damage that's been executed.
I was about to say, am I seeing these correctly? Was it like 500k Shadow Priest, 470k Enhancement Shaman? Jesus Christ. That is insane damage. Holy.
That's the power of Bloodlust, a boss spawn, and a trash pack with the augmentation evoker. It all goes in really, really nicely. I do like this composition of UA Poggers because they're just trying to mega buff this enhance, which for the enhance player, for Mighties, this is going to be really, really fun. They're going to be having a great time this dungeon.
Yeah, it's like Enhancement Shamans were until the previous season, right, where they were extremely good. And but before that, Enhancement Shamans were kind of in an awkward spot. Oh, also, Shadow Priest on the side of EA Poggers just died. We have seen that, but they combat rest him, and he's all right. But yeah, back to this thing. What I was saying is that Enhancement Shamans in particular were kind of in like a shadow realm most of the time, right? And they were waiting for so long for their time to shine, and now this is the time in previous season and partially this season right now with the augmentation evoker. And if you're enhancement shaman player, you must be like praying to God and thanking him that this happened. Thank Blizzard that just stars aligned and your class is really good. Now you can enjoy the game.
It's always nice when you get to wait for your spec to be good and stuff, and all the main specs get to have a good time for a bit.
I feel like while we were discussing Enhancement Shaman enjoying the game, Uwu team is already enjoying killing the last boss so quickly. I am shocked. I didn't even expect that. What happened? They just pulled all the trash to the boss and killed it. Yeah. I assume.
They did it in two pulls. They were fighting trash on the bridge, and then they killed
the
trash here, and now they're on Heartland Suite. I feel like this is the consequence of a pretty good team, but on top of that, overgearing just being on Tournament Realm, right? Because this is not your average like 430 plus 17 plus 20 weekly no leave key. This is like full best in slot gear.
Yeah, they're on the Tournament Realms. They're going to have 450 stuff and 447 and whatnot. So they're going to be stacked up. But I think something with Uwu team here, I think it'd be interesting to see what they could have done with maybe delaying the Bloodlust, not using it on Trothak, and instead committing it here on Harlan and going really big with some trash and Bloodlusting and then go into the boss. Maybe not necessarily pulling the trash into the boss, but just going mega big with Bloodlust and then into the boss, because they're only getting 2 Bloodlusts in this whole dungeon. That's very, very quick.
Yeah, but I assume the call was just, let's just play it safe. Just Bloodlust, Trothak, because there's definitely much more that can go wrong on that boss compared to Harlan.
I just think, it's something that they could maybe even gain some time in a future run, potentially. If they might even be able to do this faster than they've done it here in this match against UA Poggers. But UA Poggers now, they're going to be looking to jump onto Harlan in a second. Again, like, this is a nice solid run. I think we've only had 1 death apiece for each team here. Maybe actually a couple deaths extra on UA Poggers.
UA Poggers has 3 deaths.
They're at 3. It's only a couple deaths, in total. And they've had a nice, clean, solid run, I think, in general as well.
Yeah, and Uwu team just finished their key, and let's see the timer really, really quickly. It's 19 minutes, right? Am I seeing that correctly?
Minutes. Yeah. You're seeing it correctly. It's 19 minutes, and it proves us that even with Beast Gear, it's very important on who wears that Beast Gear.
Yeah, and that is true. Harlan Suite for the UA Poggers is only on 80%. And that's just saying about how good Uwu team is compared to UA Poggers in terms of just raw performance. Yeah, we're gonna switch to our cameras now that the first match is done. GG to Uwu team Uwu, or whatever you like to call it. Yeah. Pretty sure we're gonna see some exciting stuff on the next run, but damn, this was impressive. The first pull that they've done in the dungeon, like I said earlier, I just thought they skipped it.
Hold on, was it already 22nd key plus 22, or
No,
was
no,
it
no,
20?
those are 20s.
20 is like, all right, 19 minutes for a 20 key. Well, that's decent. That's a good tempo.
On not fortified, but the other
Oh,
one on
tyrannical. Yeah,
tyrannical.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right, Psybear, what was your fastest run in the free fall?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've depleted one on the first pull before. I know that for sure. Yeah, no,
That's
I don't
very
have that
fast.
kind of thing locked in. But no, I mean, that seems like a decent run. What you got to think about is it's all relative, right? So it's about how quick was that run compared to the team that they're going up against and other teams that they might have to face still in the tournament. So clearly, we've seen that Uwu doing a real solid job in the first map. We'll see what they've got in store for the next map. I think it was I know Halls was banned. What was that? The next possible map was it? Alderman. I
Yeah,
can
think.
quickly
Ultimate. It's gonna
switch.
be
We
Ultimate.
can quickly
Yeah,
switch to the screen.
it was
Ultimate with
Alderman there.
yeah, volcanic and spiteful. Spiteful. I've been getting on live keys. I mean live servers, not live keys. I've been getting a lot of melees that don't know how to deal with spiteful and was miserable. So I hope the guys here on the who are playing on a serious level, right? They can deal with the spiteful really well, because otherwise that affix is just lethal, especially when it starts to scale above like on 20 and higher. I know there is like a limit to its scaling finally compared to what it used to be before. Season 2 finally put the ban hammer down on on the affix, but it's still like the a spiteful is not a joke of a key, and especially in something like Uldaman where you only have so much wiggle room, that can be lethal to a
Well,
degree.
something to note as well. So Alderman's quite interesting with Spiteful because it's very small and close knit, and you got small corridors. But also the way in which you actually do Alderman is pulling certain trash onto bosses. And then when you have Spiteful on top of that, that can actually make it quite tricky. So you can pull a Berserker onto the Dwarf boss or the Dwarves boss, which increases the damage everything receives by 20% whenever
Yep.
Berserker hits. I think it's like 40% health. Causes everything to have a debuff, which causes them to take more damage. So you do that on the Dwarves, but then the Dwarves are very tight boss, and there's a lot of fire on the room, so you have to be careful with that. And then on the Trog boss, you also can pull Berserkers onto that. So you're going to have close-knit spaces and then also Spiteful running around slapping everything. So it's a bad recipe.
Yeah. That is definitely a recipe for disaster. I have to agree.
Mhm.
Well, they have Frost Mage. I feel like with Frost Mage, everything is possible. Like, he slows, he has a lot of utility to just stop Spiteful from getting to his allies. So, shouldn't be really an issue. Especially with Volcanic being a non-existent affix, well, at least for me. I feel like it's not going to be something hard, to be honest.
Well, to note on that, do you think that they're going to be playing the same compositions on both teams? Do we think we might see a swap anywhere across the board?
That's a really good question. Well, I feel like I don't really feel like Augmentation Evoker should be the pick for the UA poggers, to be honest. I mean, I know, yes, Enhancement Shaman is great and stuff. I know that Enhancement Shaman benefits from Augmentation, yeah, but still, I feel like Augmentation Evoker works best with when you want to do this kind of huge pulls, like 10 plus mobs, 15 plus mobs. It would work perfectly with Fire Mage, for example. And UA poggers being locked out of Fire Mage just makes Augmentation a little less spicy as well. I feel like they should try maybe something else. For Uwu team, I don't really understand the pick of Vengeance Demon Hunter. Well, unless it's the tank that their tank feels safe playing with. Because there are much better options, I feel like now. Like, for example,
It's
Guardian.
Dennis, I believe, on the Havoc, correct? And
Yeah.
I'm looking at the notes. It doesn't look like officially they have another spec that they are playing. Whereas Astral, for example, can play the Hunter, the Ret, or the Shadow Priest. looks like Dennis only has the Havoc in their arsenal. Maybe it's different. Maybe they can actually whip something different out and they just haven't advertised that so we can see. But maybe it's just a comfort pick from Dennis. And I do truly believe at this level of gameplay and in this kind of competition environment, playing comfort can be very, very a solid choice. You don't want to take too many risks and too many gambles.
Yeah,
but no, I completely agree. There probably are better options than Havoc. But if it's a comfort pick, I support it.
Yeah, it's like you know, there are teams. I know that from the interview with Miras when we have done it, when he was talking like when the new teams come to MDI and then they suddenly feel the pressure to play the meta, and when they play the meta classes they just fall apart and just crumbled, you know. So it's definitely you rather play comfort pick than picking something else, because we have seen yesterday on Taran Mills, right?
Oh, don't remind me of that. It's painful.
Their fire mage got banned and he had to play the priest, and he never played priest before. He's like had like 20 minutes practice. So
you know what you gotta do? You know what you gotta do, right? If you go into a tournament like this where people can ban your class, you need to just say that you can play like 3 different specs. And then people be like, "Oh, we should ban this guy's enhanced shaman. Like that's gonna be so scary, right? We don't want to play against that." And then you're like, "Yeah, dude, I can't actually play enhance. I wanted to play my mage. Thank you." And you just mind games it.
Yeah, pulling the mask off. It was me all along. Yeah, it was mage all along. Yeah.
So, something I would like to see actually is I know heroic solo on the type of UA poggers, they can play DK. So Frost or Unholy, I assume maybe they can play both. I would love to see a Frost DK with the Augmentation Invoker and the Shadow Priest, because Frost DK is really good right now, especially like you're saying, you pull really big and you do big damage burst, especially as well when you look at the way the ultimate is done, where the first 2 bosses you can pull trash onto them, you get the extra damage burst as well. A DK in that environment can do a lot of damage. I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
maybe.
I just feel like it will be it will all boil down to the fact if they feel like it's a safe bet for them to pick that. Because if I were in this environment, I would rather play something I'm confident with than something that pumps. Obviously, it's a risky thing. Well, if we talk about MDI, obviously you are required to know the meta. Yeah, you are required to know how to play certain comps. But when it's more like a friendly tournament, I feel like it would be better for them to just play whatever they feel like.
Absolutely agree. Yeah. Exactly. Like I don't know how comfortable Heroic feels on each of their 3 possible specs that they can play, or 3 possible classes. Something I do want to know as well is you guys were mentioning and alluding to the fact that we're doing this kind of mini Ukrainian Mythic Plus tournament, and it's like a mini MDI, but it's great practice doing these tournaments, chat. If you do feel like you one day want to get to that competitive level, you do want to be like a Mary's and a Now and those kinds of guys, get into these kinds of tournaments. I mean, obviously for this one, you probably have to be Ukrainian, but there are other ones as well around where you can try and get some practice in.
Maybe we can set up something with like parts from other areas against our home-baked teams kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as nobody renames and then they suddenly were there playing against Echo on alts or something like that.
I feel like overall that's a great opportunity for more teams to develop their skills, Like, from what I know, there are some games, like League of Legends, for example, that have these regional leagues that are not really supported by Riot themselves, but more by the player base, who just wants to compete against each other, who just wants to develop their skills. I feel like obviously not everybody is a MDI material, but it shouldn't be the denying factor for them to try out something, to compete at least on semi-professional level. Yeah.
If we speak about League of Legends, I feel like the good addition is the Clash. The only thing that I wish for that the Clash was happening a bit more often, rather than it happens like maybe once in a couple months. I don't know, maybe like once a month or something. Maybe once every 2 weeks would be pretty great for these like starting teams. Or in general, I feel like, again, we going on a tangent of League of Legends. There aren't that many international tournaments for the for the stronger teams to compete against weaker teams and win more money, and for weaker teams to compete against stronger teams and get more experience, kind of thing. So
Yeah, but
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, like bringing that into WoW, though, I think it's really important for everyone to support these kinds of tournaments for players to get a lot of experience, because they can get access to the tournament realms then, and they can, actually compete in an environment where they do have to. Well, you really have to bring it up a level, and you have to go, okay, well, their time is a minute quicker than ours. What are we going to do to get a minute off of the pulls that we've already done? And then you start having the strategizing and all that kind of stuff. And it's really good development. I think it's crucial for a healthy Mythic Plus scene, because otherwise Echo are just going to keep dominating every single MDI and TGP. And, we got to see some freshness coming in. Let's see some new blood. It's important.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So yeah, I don't know if anybody from other countries is watching your stream right now, but if you are watching it, please make your own regional leagues. It would be really fun to watch. It would be really fun to support.
I don't think we want the British Mythic Plus tournament. Those accents would be unbearable. I don't think we'd be able to deal with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's some Welsh people, right? Or like some Irish people.
Yeah,
that-
we'd be all right with the Welsh and the Scottish and stuff. We just don't want to, it's the English we don't want to deal with.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That was a
All
good
right.
one.
So some of the Cockneys from the South London or something
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I feel like such tournaments would be a good starting point. Well, look at Ubu team, yeah? Their pulls were great. Their pacing was good. Their damage output, both in AoE and in single target, was like decent. On MDI level, decent. So I feel like such tournaments could be a good boosting point for them. Like, they could win this tournament and be like, guys, we can actually succeed. Let's try something more competitive. So yeah, why not?
I'm pretty sure that these guys are already considering going there, because I feel like Wu team, they're doing really great in general, and they would definitely have a conversation about like, hey guys, let's go MDI. We already have tournament access, so may as well try. But I think we don't have MDI this season, right? Only the Great Push.
Yep.
That's
kind of unfortunate. But
hey. I don't know. The Great Push is a better format anyway than the MDI. I think a lot of people like the TGP. The difference between the TGP and MDI is it's no different. In fact, I think the TGP is probably better for people that have not got as much experience competing, because the TGP allows you to, like in the MDI, you practice a bunch and you do a dungeon, and then you might do really well in practice. You go to the live event and then you just crumble and it's all over and the other team takes the crown. Whereas in the TGP, you can go, oh, okay, we messed up that one. Okay, just go out, quick reset, let's go again. And you can shake off the nerves and you have time to kind of like compose yourself and continue on. So I think it's a little bit more like more friendly to people that don't have as much experience, I think, for the TGP as well.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that matter, yeah.
Yeah, in that regard, that is true, because you have so many attempts, and MDI is just like a one shot. If you can't really play it good, you're out. But yeah, in when we were watching the final last stand, I think that was the tournament for like the final attempts to get into MDI, which was at the start of the spring. It was in March. It was definitely the case where the people had like hundreds of pulls attempts to time something really well in the time frame of 6 hours. So yeah, that's for sure. For the newer teams, the Great Push is definitely the place where you want to go first before MDI, so you can get like a lot of experience playing on very high keys. Because like when we were talking to guys from the Echo yesterday, and they were just like laughing and casual saying, yeah, we do these kind of things on plus 30s, guys. Yeah, this is like, so plus 20 keys that they, or like 22s 23s that they do on the tournament realm during the MDI, I definitely feel like a sort of a, not necessarily like a walk in the park, but it's definitely like a walk in the park when the dog is trying to bite you on the leg. And it's not like you're fighting against a bear in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like for a team like Echo.
So
yeah, okay, cool. We can jump in. Let's go. Reikuu, you take it away, Chief.
Oh my god. Oh, all right. So what we have here is UA Poker's starting 3 seconds beforehand again, and I am wondering what pool are they gonna do? Like, is it gonna be one huge pool up to the first boss, or are they gonna split it into several smaller pools? They still have Augmentation Evoker, I think. Is it Augmentation? Yeah, it's Augmentation Evoker. And on the side of Uwu team, we see their comp wasn't changed like at all. Yeah, they still have this Frost Mage, they still have Retribution Paladin, they still have Demon Hunter. Yeah, so yeah, they just decided to play it safe.
You know what I'm liking to see though? I'm liking that Frost DK. What did I ask for and what did I get? Gonna get super buffed here with the Org and the PI. But in this first pull, I mean, they've gone really, really big here. But numbers aren't exactly like peaking up as big as I would have necessarily expected for this first pull. But maybe they're trying to keep a little bit left in the tank to pull big onto the boss and get the Berserkers ramped up and get the extra damage here. But nice to see the Frost DK coming in.
Yeah, that is definitely true. That Frost DKs are the best on the workload logs for the past 2 weeks in terms of like, you know, personal damage when you go into statistics. So it would be pretty interesting to see how well they do in the M plus setting compared to raid setting. Because that class has a lot of upfront burst, but as long as you're like out of cooldowns, it's GG. So will be very interesting to see how it compares.
You know what I just noticed as well? We did actually have a death go down on the side of Heroic there on the Frost DK. That's why, as well, they're probably a little bit of less damage, but they're going to be chaining on. UA Poggers is just chaining on even without Heroic here, so they're lacking a little bit of damage on this pull, but they haven't gone into the boss yet. They still have Bloodlust available, but they're going Dwarves with Bloodlust available here. That's really, really interesting. On the side of Uwu team, they've already committed the Bloodlust, what looks like on the first pull, and now they're going to be jumping into the Dwarves.
Yep. And do you see Berserker here? Did they kite Berserker into the boss?
Yes, they have on the side of Uwu, and they have on the side of UA Poggers. Or yes, they have on both.
All right. That's cool. But yeah, UA Poggers also use Bloodlust, I feel like, and start melting the boss. We'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah, they're already on the
interesting
cannons.
Strategy. Yeah, they're on the cannons here. They got to be efficient with their space. Watch out for that brutal slam. Everyone managed to avoid that very, very nicely here. The range at the back doing decently well with the managing of this of these bombs. Now, top tip here is you can actually stand in the fire and it doesn't really do much damage. It doesn't really scale up. It's just the initial bomb detonation that you don't want to be standing near. But now got to watch out for that wild cleave. Nice blink out here from Sadie Sachs. I want to hopefully say that I pronounced that correctly there on the side of the Frost Mage. So well done, good awareness.
On our main screen, we're seeing the UA Poggers for a little bit as well. They're doing pretty well themselves, and then we can now quickly jump back to Uwu team. They're almost done with the Lost Dwarfs. Yeah, they're just done. They're gone, and on the side of UA Poggers, they still have like about like 10-15% in total to go through in terms of like bossing. So yeah, they're just again slightly a bit behind, and it's that one death on top of all the other things. Somehow they didn't manage to pull that much damage from their Frost DK, though their Shadow Priest was pumping really, really well. And now we can go into double teams comparison now.
Shadow Priest is really clutching this. Like with his 350k, he does everything he can just to secure a win for his team. I really like that approach. But yeah, I want to expect more damage. Well, we might see that damage from UA Poggers right now. We see that heroic solo on Death Knight starts to pull some decent numbers.
Yeah. The numbers are ramping up. Not like in the millions region, but definitely a cut above of his team right now.
Yeah. But yeah.
Go ahead.
The Priest is catching up still. Priest is catching up, so yeah. He doesn't want to give that first spot in details.
They're details measuring now.
And Mighty needed to be careful there on the Org Voker, switching over from the in-house from last game. So they're actually on the Org now, and also almost had the Spiteful come in and clap at him. They did a nice little like pushback and managed to deal with that well. So you can see that they're having to be aware of these Spitefuls, and UA Pog is now going to be looking to pull up these Berserkers and go on to onto the second boss here, onto Bromac. But Uwu team, they're already on Bromac. Bromac's down at what, 40-something% health right now. So Uwu team, again, just that extra like 60 seconds ahead, roughly. It's just that little bit ahead. And we'll see how much longer they can maintain that lead. See if UA Poggers can do anything about it. But so far, clean from both teams. The Uwu team just that little bit ahead.
Is it tyrannical or fortified? It's
Tyrannical.
tyrannical as well, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's tyrannical. Well, on tyrannical, this dungeon has some pretty spicy bosses. So yeah, one mistake can lead to the wipe, and one wipe can lead to the whole change of scene. So UA Poggers still has a chance to get ahead. We will see.
Absolutely, but it looks like Heroic that went down on the Frosty K. I think he died there and then has now been able to be battle res, but that means they're going to be out of battle reses available. They don't have Bloodlust here. This is a very nasty boss. There's a lot of constant pulsing damage that that Luna is going to have to be able to heal through on the Resto Druid. So it can get quite dangerous, and Mighty there taking some chances, almost got zapped by Bromac. So very, very naughty there. But it does seem like Heroic, I don't know how much experience they've got on the Frosty K, how comfortable they're feeling right now in Alderman, but they definitely seem to be maybe not excelling as much as they potentially like could be on the Frosty K, but they're doing a solid job, holding on here. They did die once, but can they stay alive here? They managed to get the totem down in time, so easing off in the amount of incoming damage there, and now they can just deal with Bromac being stunned for a little bit. But Uwu teams are already on the next boss.
I don't know what's going on. They're so fast. They're just pulling all the trash into the boss room and start killing boss with the trash. They do everything correct, you know? I feel like they actually control the situation so well. So they have these, you see, all these Spitefuls, as I told you before, they don't give a damn about them because they have this Frost Mage just slowing everything.
Frost Mage, big value on this affix, yeah, that is true.
And they are kind some of these custodians, some of the trash into this boss as well. I believe it's Lucid here on the Guardian Druid has to be very, very careful not to let these mobs hit him because they do like a bleed damage effect that does hit very, very hard. So he's constantly trying to kite the boss around Talondris as well as deal with that trash. And then it's up to the DPS and the healer to have to deal with the Spitefuls. But like you said, the Frost Mage doing a really, really good job to just ease up on the Spitefuls, give everyone a little bit more of a chance at dealing with them as well. So, like you said, great control here at Reikuu.
Yeah. And you see his damage output as well. Yeah, I know that mages are very huge right now. Yeah, all respects, we've talked about it, but still, he is the MVP of the team from the DPS point of view. At least he does everything he can just to secure his team gets a win. And I really love that approach from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking at the dungeon as a whole as well and how we're going to be continuing from here. So Talondris is at 30%. They're doing well to control him, making sure they're getting the stuns when they're needing to, not letting the cast go through. But also, they have Bloodlust still on a 3-minute CD. So they are going to have it up probably around about the time that they're going to be on Emberon. They've got maybe 2, potentially 3 trash pulls. We'll see what they do on the side of Uwu here, see if they can condense some stuff. They got a couple trash pulls before Emberon. Maybe they save Bloodlust for Emberon, but this might only be a 3 Bloodlust dungeon. They're going very, very quick on the side of Uwu. But they didn't have Bloodlust on Talondris, and they pulled some trash into it anyway. That's very dangerous on the side of Uwu. There's a lot of damage in this pull, but they managed it quite comfortably. And now UA Poggers, they're finishing off some of this trash. They're not opting to pull it onto Talondris yet. Do you think that they might opt for it, or are they going to kill this trash and then go boss separately?
That's a really good question. I feel like they might do it, but if they decide to do it, they should do it either now or it will be too late. Because if the mobs will be on like 5 to 10% health, it would be pointless, to be honest, because the gap between the teams is already like
at the same time. Uwu team doing the line of sight shenanigans where they're pulling 3 packs, because there are a lot of casters on this pack, right? If you don't have silence and a bunch of interrupts and pulls and knockbacks, you know, you really can't group it up effectively. But line of sighting here does exactly that, right? You just go around, you throw a couple of GCDs, and then you run back, and then they come to you, and you can effectively cleave that. Good job to Uwu team again for doing that. Great line of sighting tech. At the same time, UA Poggers, they just started the third boss. I like to call it third boss because that name is too hard to pronounce. Yeah. they just started.
just a bit of an awkward one.
They just started on it, and I feel will they do a good job of adding extra stuns on top of stunning the boss with the circles? I feel like they're doing some big brain tech. They're not stunning it yet, and they're like just stacking a whole bunch of circles. I assume they're just waiting for the cooldowns to just chain stun the boss, because like you can stun it, and then it goes away. You can stun it again, and then you can stun it again. And it's when it's stunned, it has the same debuff as the adds right before the boss. When it's stunned, it takes more damage than usual. So yeah, this is very interesting on the side of UA Poggers, not just continuously pulling it through and just stacking up circles to make sure that they can, chain stun the boss, kind of. I feel like that's what they're trying to do. I'm not sure.
But it's risky. Doesn't boss receive more damage after every stun?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, the boss will start. You can see he's on 2 stacks right now on the top left above the Talon chat. You can see it 2 stacks. So yeah, the boss, every time it's done, gains more and more damage each time. Just gone up to 3 stacks there. So they do have to be careful how often they stun it. Again, this is only a plus 20 tyrannical, so it's not going to get them into the danger zone necessarily. Though if somebody gets hit with a debuff, which I believe Heroic just did there, and then a crushing stomp goes through, then Heroic could even potentially go down. I think they have. Yes, it looks like Heroic has died there, but they had the dot on them, which really hurts, even at 3 stacks there.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like he heard that you were talking about Frost Decay and decided to pick it. But
I would love that. I have big respect for Heroic if that's what they did. I'd love that.
Yeah, Uwu team are already like one boss ahead.
Yeah, but look at them. They are already pulling the fourth boss, right? Already killing him.
And they're doing trash with him as well. So
yeah.
These guys are definitely playing the next level game compared to their opponents.
This is quite dangerous on Uwu team because they don't have a Shadow Priest which can help, or any type of priest, I should say, that can help with the dispel of the AoE magic effect that gets applied to the full party. And we do see a death occur here. The healer goes down. NG, I believe it is, on the Resto Shaman, but they do manage to get them back up. They do have the Battle Res available. All the trash is dead, and the boss is in this intermission phase, so things are a little bit smoother than they could have been. So if you are going to die, that was a good time to die, I think, on this boss. At least they managed to deal with the trash and everything first, commit the bloodlust. So now they can kind of stabilize again. You can have a moment in this type of environment where there's key moments in these runs where your blood pressure spikes, you're sweating, you're breathing heavy. But now in these moments, you can restore a little bit and you can just start mentally preparing for the next pull. But yeah, Uwu's team dealt with that really well. Kind of scary to do that without the Shadow Priest, I think, for the AoE like magic dispel, because there's a lot of damage that could be going out, and if somebody gets hit by a rogue spiteful, it could be dangerous.
I want to see how much more percentage they have, because I have this question of what are they planning to do with the last packs? Are they gonna just pull them also to the last boss, or are they gonna skip it entirely? What do they plan to do, I wonder? Because they don't have Shadow Priest. Yeah, obviously they don't have Mindsus, but still they could opt for Invis potions.
Yeah. Can just skip that entire section with just one Invis pot.
But I mean, with how ballsy they are, they could just go ahead and pull everything to the last boss.
No, I feel like that would be a really bad idea because a stacking haste steal.
Yeah, I'm joking, obviously. Yeah, but I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that.
I mean, it's a good point that you raise in general, though, in terms of what the teams do. Do they go with what they've, what is tried and trusted, what they have practiced? Do they try and do something extravagant because either they're ahead or they're behind, and they either want to try and show off a little bit, or they want to try and catch up? I think generally speaking, you should go with what you practice and just forget about the other team and run your own race, because you need to go with what you know. You know your cooldown timings, you know the types of pulls and how many kicks and stuns and whatnot you need to cycle. It's a bit dangerous to do anything crazy. I will be interested to see what Uwu team did to practice this. Like you said, they didn't have the Mind Soothe. If they're committing the Invis Pot, that means that they don't have another combat potion. And if there's a team that is competing with them in speed, then suddenly the commitment of that Invis Pot can be a little bit of a differential in terms of the overall power that each team is going to have. So I will be interested to see how Uwu team have practiced this and what they choose to opt for. Because they can go, oh, we can play it safe because we're a bit ahead. But then, you know, do you really want to be doing that every time? Do you really want to be necessarily playing it safe? You want to try and come in here and do the best that you can so that you can get as much experience and practice and try and get into the finals.
Yeah. By the way, how do you overall feel about Priest being such a meta class right now, that he has this Mind Soothe, he has Mass Dispel, he has Power Infusion? You know, like, you would expect every team to have a Priest on their arsenal.
Yeah, Shadow Priest is just really good. Yeah, go ahead. I believe you're gonna go.
I mean, I just wanted to confirm what you just said. Yeah, Shadow Priest, they're overall way too good, and they get way too much utility from the general talent tree, right? With the Mass Dispel, which used to be only for healers, or was it for all the priests before? I kind of forgot. I think it was for all the priests before, but Discipline Priest got like a lower cooldown. But yeah, like Power Infusion, all that kind of jazz and the stuff, the dispels and the cleanse toxins and all that stuff. It's just, I think it's just the consequence of a DPS being on the healer archetype class. That just, at this point, maybe they're not like previous season, right? They weren't doing the highest DPS. They were really, really great in just overall AoE DPS, but we have seen when people play DK, right? The Unholy DK, it pumps a lot. People playing Feral, it also like does a really, really good job in the previous season. But Shadow Priest having the utility to heal the entire group while doing damage with Vampiric Embrace and the Mass Dispel and all that kind of stuff, I think it's just baseline too good to not have.
Yeah, well, if you look at this that way, yeah, all right, Psybear is a Feral main, yeah? Ferals have Nature's Vigil, right? So yeah, it's decent. It's decent of healing for DPS. So just like Enhancement Shaman, yeah, has Ancestral Guidance.
Yeah.
But Shadow Priest just has too much of this utility that is essential for the dungeon. Like, it's unique for them. It's not you know, it's not like each healer has a Magic Dispel, yeah? It's like they have Mass Dispel. It's not like they're improving the damage output of their teammate. They have Power Infusion that boosts like 10 to 15k damage for certain classes. It's just huge.
It's
and
way too good, yeah. Baseline too good.
On top of that, yeah, Shadow Priest just deals so much AoE damage as well. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. How does it feel to you, Psybear, for example, to have this one class having so much of exclusive utility?
Yeah, and really quick before I do answer, I just want to know, Uwu team, they are committing the Invis Pot here, so they dealt with all their trash, and then they've committed the Invis Pot, and they're going to go on to the last boss here, and they are the Chrono Lord, and they don't have Bloodlust available at the moment, so this is just going to be a long slog against this boss, but they have time as UA Poggers are still dealing with Emberon, though Emberon is quite low now, and they're going to be able to move on soon. But yeah, Uwu team, sorry, are doing really, really well. The Invis Pot, that was a question that we were kind of wondering about what they were going to do here. But yeah, doing a fantastic job. They're stacking up well, dealing with that boss mechanically very, very well. Yeah, I mean, speaking about Shadow Priest, like, I think Shadow Priest has been particularly very strong because of a couple of things. I think the two most important things is that the affixes have changed, and they can basically deal with like half of the affixes just on their own. And by the way, this is a really nice stack up by Uwu here. They have managed this boss so well. They have so much room in this whole boss fight arena. Like, they've got so much room to play with. They handled that very, very nicely. So great coordination. It's those little things that we like to see from these teams, that they've not gotten, you know, slow and lazy and gone, we're in the lead, who cares? Let's just freestyle it. They've gone, no, let's practice this. Let's get it down. We want to be able to execute this time and time again. So fantastic from them. But yeah, the affixes have changed. So Shadow Priest can deal with Incorporeal. They can not only can they deal with Incorporeal, but they actually give your team more damage when they deal with it. They can deal with Afflicted. I mean, maybe I'm mixing those two up. I always get those two confused. But they can deal with Afflicted as well. They can then also deal with Bursting. Like, they could deal with half of the affixes on their own. Plus, they bring PI and they bring Fortitude, and their damage is really good. So they do as much damage, if not more, than other DPS players, and they buff one of your other DPS, and then they bring all that other stuff as well in terms of Mindsuit. Like, the dungeons right now, you don't need a Shroud. Mindsoothe is enough. The things that you want to skip, you can skip with Mindsoothe. And I knew that Death was going to come in here from, is it Sadie there? Sadie Sack. Death came in there, unfortunately, on the mage, but they're going to be able to battle res there. Though, are they going to be in any bit of trouble? I'm trying to see how many battle reses they still have available. That might have been their only one left. So now they have to be very, very careful. Boss is at about 25% or so. So they are finishing it up. Everyone's looking nice and healthy. And they're going to get maybe one more haste phase, and then they should be able to finish this one out. UA Poggers, again, like, they've done well. They've got a couple deaths on the board. I got to say, I got a big shout out to Heroic here for bringing out the Frosty K. Whether or not they heard me talking about it and went, you know what, I'm going to do it for Psy, I don't know. But I was really happy to see it. I wanted to see some Frosty K. They're really solid right now, especially when you get the Org Evoker, the PI. I love it.
Oh, yeah. But Uvu team already completed the dungeon. Yep, and it's 2.0.
Yeah, it's 2-0, pretty much. Yeah.
2-0.
Well, congratulations to Uvu team, and I guess we can jump to the web cameras and congratulate them here in person on winning that that upper final, let's call it that.
Honestly, that's an insane performance. I don't know, Psyber, if you ever seen such teams in your life. I'm joking, obviously.
I've cast for the MDI, I've cast for the TGP, but I've never seen a teams quite so excelling as UA team.
Yeah.
I keep getting confused because I say the U with Uwu, and then I have to switch it in my head to UA. So I go Uwu. And I may keep going to go Uwu Poggers as well. But yeah, no, I've never seen such brilliance. These guys are doing great.
I mean, it's like you've noticed before, it's these small things. I fell in love with their positioning on the last boss. How perfectly they aligned all these spheres, all these puddles, you know? I've never seen this in my life, seriously. Like, I've been running this dungeon hundreds of times, and I've never seen something like that.
It's the little things like that with the coordination that you want to see in these kind of environment where you can see teams that are not just doing the dungeon. They're not just trying to do it quickly. They're trying to do it very well, and they're trying to do it cleanly and consistently. And these are the really strong features that you want to see from these teams in tournaments. And this is the exact experience that I'm talking about that they can then take further, in future.
Yeah. And you really had this point here about them keeping the cool head when they know that they are ahead. I feel like they knew they were ahead. Yeah, they can also watch the stream on another monitor or something like that.
If they wanted to do that, even.
Yeah, obviously. So they should know that they're ahead, and still they played everything perfectly. They still played every mechanic. They didn't try to do some extraordinary tactics just for the sake of it. They just played it safe, and they played it really, really good.
Yeah, GG to that team. They are proceeding to the grand final. And on this note, we're gonna go on a little bit of a break. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We have more games for you to cast for you and for you to see. So yeah, see ya. And we are back. Hello, everyone, again. We're back from the pause. Your favorite casters and streamers, Psyber, Reikuu, and Dwea over here. How you? Hope you guys doing fine. And we will definitely have some really good games for you to cover.
I, for one, am really, really excited to see what's going on next because, from what I understand, we will have a losers bracket right now. Yeah,
Yes, the lower bracket. Yeah, yeah.
the
Mhm.
lower bracket loser. Oh, that was really rude of me.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
the
I
lower bracket.
just I was confirming. Like, yeah, lower bracket losers. People call it the same thing. It's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, overall, we've seen already the performance from UA Poggers, which was kind of decent. It was really great. It just was not on the same tempo as of Uwu team. And now we will also watch. What was the other team's name?
Deplete Heroes.
Deplete Heroes. Yeah, I remember them yesterday. They were Mirrors was very fond of them because they were chilling on their own tempo.
Yeah.
They have this really interesting comp. They had this really interesting comp yesterday where they were just pulling like one pack at a time, but they had Beast Mastery and they had Enhancement Shaman. So they had these CDs rolling each pack, and they had this good damage output each pack. And they were also very interesting. They had this interesting strat where they didn't do something extraordinary, but they were catching their opponents on their mistakes.
Mhm.
Because other teams, they usually try to do these awesome big pulls, yeah? But sometimes, as we've discussed before, sometimes it's really hard to manage. And
Well, yeah, like you're dealing with very limited practice time. We found out during the break that Uwu team, I believe, have only been have only been playing
Yeah.
together for like a week.
Yep.
So limited practice time probably for a lot of the players and the teams, particularly in this format, even if they have played with each other for a long time, maybe not at the same competitive level as this. So limited practice time, you're gonna have class bans, so you need to be comfortable in multiple things. So, and you need to know the dungeons quite well. You need to have a strategy and a route for each of these dungeons. So, there's a delicate balance between pulling big and going quickly, and not pulling too big or going too quickly that you might wipe. Because then, like you say, if you have deaths and wipes and things, you're setting yourself further behind. You'd have a team like Deplete Heroes catch you up. So, it's a delicate balance. I would like to see if Deplete Heroes can, they get a little bit of pace in them just to put a little bit of pressure on UA Poggers here, because we did see UA Poggers play very well in the previous match.
yeah,
So we'll see. We'll see. I'm interested.
Yeah, and we already have the information about the bans and the bans. I mean, the class bans and the dungeon bans. So let's watch at them. For the lower finals, we have a pool of 5 dungeons. Again, it's a best of 3. And Halls of Infusions are banned, and Naltharus is banned. So we're gonna have Alderman, Vortex Pinnacle, and Underworld, and maybe you guys can kind of like extrapolate your thoughts about what you think about the dungeons with these kind of sets of affixes. And also, I forgot to mention, both teams banned the Walker, so maybe you guys wanna laugh at that for a little bit.
I was actually wondering, Cyber, how do you feel about this feature of banning a class?
I like it. I think in competitive play, I don't know that it would make like MDI, TGP. I don't know that it'll make as much of a difference because people can play everything. But in this kind of tournament, it's really fun because people might throw a spanner in the works and people might not be able to really adapt and go, oh god, I mean, I guess I played like a bit of this other thing that I can try instead. Luckily, in this specific example, the banning of Evoker should be okay because Evoker is a very, very new class. So people should have something else in their arsenal that they can pull out. But yeah, I like it. It throws people off, especially if you have a team that's just maybe dominating and then suddenly they get their thing banned. Then they might be playing around buffing their Enhance Shaman. You ban Enhance. Okay, well, who are you buffing now? Like, can you play something else? And it throws people. So I like it.
Yeah, and I really like that with the release of Augmentation Evoker, everybody suddenly forgot about the Devastation. Like, who? Like, what is Devastation? Everybody is playing Augmentation now. But yeah, overall, I feel like it's interesting. I feel like not everybody likes it. I feel like not everybody. It's not like the favorite thing for many players, because I've been talking to some guys who were interested in this tournament, but decided to opt out when they learned about this class ban thing.
Really?
Yeah, because they were afraid of this, sniping, that somebody would check Raider IO, see that, for example, one team has this really, really great fire mage, and then they would just straight up ban that mage. Because as you've
Yeah.
also mentioned before, it's not really a competitive environment. It's not like MDI where everybody should know how to play everything.
I mean, respect bans exist, right? In any like other esports where the bans are possible, respect bans exist. So, for example, if we go back to League of Legends again, right? There were games, like many, maybe probably like hundreds of games where just one guy, for example, Faker from SKTT1, getting all of his main champions banned, right? And then he picks Vel'Koz and plays on it like the beast he is. This kind of stuff. So
yeah,
even if you, like, as long as you have a safety net to fall back onto, like class bans, I feel like it's for a semi-serious tournament, it's a great addition, but for like like full sended super competitive tournament, it sometimes wouldn't make the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think though, like in this kind of tournament, it's quite cool because you only have 4 teams in total anyway, so they're going to get a lot of playtime. If your whole life is riding on like, okay, we're in the MDI and we want to win prize pool, and this is really important. We don't want to go into the lower bracket. We want to win as many games as we can so we get more prize pool. Then like, yes, okay, it makes sense not to have like bans necessarily, but in this kind of environment, you're going to get a lot of playtime. Unless you're like the first team to go out. I think they were called Tauren Mills. I don't know too much about Taurens. Yeah. But they, unless you're that team, then you're going to have a lot of playtime. So you can afford to have a bit of fun, get your thing banned, and maybe you get to play it next game, So, yeah.
I know that.
We instantly jumping into the key. There's some desync again, but hey, that's bound to happen with like, because one of the streamers is streaming on YouTube and the other is on a Twitch. It's like, there is some friction between those two in terms of like the streaming speed, on how fast the information gets pushed into their streaming service. So yeah, forgive us for that. And overall, yeah, the both teams are started and YouTube lagged out. God damn it.
That's all good. We can focus on UA Poggers for the time being as Deplete Heroes kind of catches us up here. You did say they were going to go slow and steady. Maybe that's just like the level of slow that they're going. The stream's catching up. That's all good. So, I mean, just looking at compositions in this first pool a little bit. So both teams not opting for like mega massive pools. Obviously, UA Poggers just played this dungeon. They just played Alderman. So they should feel very comfortable. Yep. But we're even seeing a composition change. Heroic there jumping off of the Frost DK, looking to go for the Havoc Demon Hunter instead. And hey, I'm all for it. Like, I respect Heroic for jumping on that Frost DK. I really like seeing it. But now I want to see what they can do on this Demon Hunter. Are they going to feel more comfortable? Are they going to pull out more damage? Let's see.
Yeah, Heroic actually shows this multi-class mentality that we were interested in seeing, because first game he was playing Augmentation Evoker, then he spec'd to Frost DK, now he's going for Havoc Demon Hunter actually. And I really love their comp, because their comp is precisely what we were talking about, enhancing each other, because they have Shadow Priest who gives PI to Fire Mage, they have Demon Hunter who can just safely say that 5% of your damage belongs to me because of his brand. And so they have this composition that really benefits from one another, and I really love it. And I always love to see a Shadow Priest, because as we've discussed before, Shadow Priest is just that broken with all that utility that he provides.
Oh yeah. Just a tangent. Reikuu is now comfortable that he unlocked the rap god mentality.
What?
No. You were just like yo, mom spaghetti.
Oh my god!
Never spaghetti and that stuff.
That's because of Psyber. He makes me feel comfortable.
Okay, let's go.
That's nice.
The instant caster synergy. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, I mean, you're making some great points in terms of the composition and what everyone's playing. I mean, Mighties went from, I think they were playing like Enhance first game, then they went Augvoker, and now they're playing Fire Mage. The UA Poggers is showing a lot of versatility, and I don't really know how other teams are going to ban against these guys, because They seem to be unbannable. Anyone can play anything, it seems.
Yeah, I really love that. Yeah, and you are also right, because they have this advantage of this instance, is this dungeon. Yeah, they already tried it before against the Uwu, so they know something about it. They learn from their mistakes, and they can do something better this time. And what we see now is they are opting to go for the Bromak?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Like they're opting to change up their strat.
Yep. And that is really interesting to see. So they decide. I feel like they will use Bloodlust on this boss. Yeah, they could be also pulling these mobs into the boss.
Yeah,
And
so
yeah,
they'll
they
get
do it. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll get the berserkers when they hit, I believe, 40% health. They will buff all of the enemy mobs around them and give them a 20% damage dealt, 20% damage received buff. So as the on the side of UA Poggers, they're going to be dealing more damage to everything around them now that has that debuff on them from the berserkers, and they're also bloodlusting it. So they are looking for a very dramatic change in their like tempo and how they're looking to execute their routes. But look how dangerous this still is. You've got both demon hunters dropping very, very low, one of those being the tank. So this is very dangerous, even with the bloodlust, even with the damage done. You got to be very, very careful, but it does look like they've stabilized a little bit. Of course, we have different affixes this time as well, so they've got to deal with the, I believe it's the afflicted mobs, right? I can never remember. I'm still, honestly, I'm still getting there with incorporeal and afflicted. I can never remember which one's which.
Yeah, I've already labeled them as sad ghosts and happy ghosts because their icons look that way. One icon is really sad, while another is happy. So
yeah. Oh, and it is incorporeal. There we go. I could even just read on the right hand side of my monitor. That would have helped. But yeah, dealing with incorporeal there. So little change in affix as well to consider.
Yeah, but overall, I also need to add that all this health dropping makes me really respect their healer for not stressing out and just keeping it controlled. Because let's be real, this season and even furthermore, all this expansion in dungeon environment, it's really, really stressful for the healers.
Yeah, there's a lot of just constant damage that's happening. What happened is Blizzard like nerfed the amount of healing that healers are going to be doing. I guess theoretically. Yeah. And then also they've just designed dungeons differently now. Whereas instead of the boss doing one big slam every minute and everyone just pops their defensive, instead bosses are constantly pulsing little bits of damage. And then on top of that, there are additional mechanics that you need to be avoiding. So healers really have a tough time right now. You can see that Luna up there doing like almost 90k HPS right now, and this boss is almost dead. So what did they peak at? You know what I mean? There's a lot of healing required. But speaking of where both teams are at right now, both really, really close. In fact, maybe a little bit closer than we were looking at UA Poggers versus Uwu team. Deplete Heroes, Bromax about 20-ish%. They're not too far behind UA Poggers here, but UA Poggers are in the driving seat. They are about to jump onto the Lost Dwarves, having already killed Bromac here.
Yeah, and I feel like the Demon Hunter also ran to take some Berserkers with him to invite them to the party, I guess.
Yeah, gonna get even more damage here for the Lost Dwarves.
Yeah. And here we see this Berserker coming in. I feel like UA Poggers feel much more, they feel much more secure in their pools now, compared to that run in Ultraman that we've seen them against Uwu team.
Oh, yeah, and UA Poggers here, the mage actually mighty pulled aggro on the Berserker here and has had to do some blink shenanigans, is trying to get this Berserker off them. Luckily, the tank was able to pick that up now. I can't quite read. I think it's Kane. Apologies if I do get that wrong. But yeah, they do seem comfortable. For me, it's just interesting that they've completely changed their route. They've changed their first pull. They've changed their first boss. They've changed their first bloodlust. Everything is different. They've changed their composition. So for UA Poggers, I don't know if this is going to be, I don't know if the last one was their comfort pick or if this is their comfort pick.
I'm not sure either.
Comfort now.
I feel like this is the strongest we've seen them today, to be honest, and they really, really want to come back into the grand finals and try to play against Uwu team one more time.
One thing to say is that Heroic Solo is a Demon Hunter player since it was released. So this is definitely a comfort pick for him compared to DK and Evoker. Even though Evoker may not be the hardest class in the universe, DK is actually like decently hard. So yeah, him jumping back on something that he knows like instinctively how to play is good for the team in general, because he will be feeling more confident, means more damage, and he will be dying less. He knows how to use those his own cooldowns, because on the previous match we have seen it was always like Heroic like doing a blunder and then they have to commit combat rest to him, right? I'm not saying like it's always his fault, but this is definitely much better
the amount
compared
of
to
damage
what
that like goes out in dungeons these days. Honestly, unless you look at the death log, sometimes it's hard to know. Like, was it a player mistake or did they just get 100 to 0'd in 0.2 seconds? You know, so it can be hard. You know, to be fair to Heroic, it's hard to know unless you do look at the death log. But absolutely, I still agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, and I feel like he really feels confident with this pick right now. But yeah, telling that evokers are low skill somehow felt personal to me.
Yeah, come on, man. Maybe just detach your ego from yourself and it will be fine. Ego,
Oh,
sorry.
come on. If I could read, I would be very offended.
All right. Deplete Heroes just done with the Lost Dwarfs right now, while UA Poggers, they were done like, what, 30 to 40 seconds before them, and it feels like, yeah, definitely the team comp that they're playing is like working out for them really nice right now. And
Yeah.
on top of that, they have played a decent amount of Uldaman yesterday, so both of the teams are pretty much practiced. The only difference is that this is tyrannical, so it changes things just a little bit for them, shakes them up a bit.
We've already discussed the difference in their approach, and right now we also see this difference with our own eyes, because what they do now is they take this pool and then just chain it to the boss room, just like Uvu team did last time. So
Yeah.
UA Poggers are learning.
Are they looking to? I mean, they're about done with the trash. I don't think they're going to chain it on
Onto the boss. No, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think they just killed it and then they're gonna do the boss. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but
see UA Poggers are all on the third boss already, even though they didn't do the fancy stuff that the Uvu team did with the pulling the
no.
trash. So yeah, they kind of ruined it for themselves. The mage got stunned from the circle himself.
Yeah, Mighty's getting a little bit too extravagant there, blinking and blonking themselves onto the stun patch. Whoopsies.
Yeah, they will have to commit like extra stun from one of their players to make sure that they can fix the problem that they have caused themselves right now. But yeah, Deplete Heroes, they are on to the third boss as well. So that's
so they're
only
about
good for
40% behind. Yeah, the player is about 40% health behind now on Talandris, but that's not too far. Like you said, guys, they're going like slow and steady, but they're really not far behind.
Yeah.
They might be waiting for UA Poggers to do some mistakes on their side to get that extra advantage.
Or maybe yesterday against Tornelfs, it was DDoS and not like their own fault that they didn't update the client. It was literally just a DDoS. Yeah, Cyber, since you weren't there, when Deplete Heroes and Torrent Mills played their first game yesterday, players of Torrent Mills got disconnected in the middle of the dungeon, and the game scheduled an update for them, at which like completely nullified their chances of winning the first game. Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that could happen.
Yeah,
apparently
imagine
it can. Imagine the frustration from the team.
There's always something, you know, with these kinds of tournaments, there's always going to be something that goes on. But, you know, hey, power to them that they stuck with it and played through regardless.
Yeah, but from what I know, it's still on the player's side. Yeah, the connection issue was on the player's side, and I assume it's the same rules. The rules are the same for Blizzard-supported events like MDI or Great Push. Yeah, if you get disconnected, the match isn't rescheduled. It's just like
I'm trying to remember. I think it depends on what does occur. Sometimes they do restart matches for various reasons. Sometimes players put on the wrong affixes on a key, and they'll be like a couple minutes into a key, and then people will realize that the affixes were wrong. and then
Yeah.
have to carry on and they go again. But UA Poggers here, they've killed Talandris. They're moving on to the next trash pack, and Deplete Heroes now they're only like 10% behind, so they are catching up decently. But this is going to be a really close match. We saw Heroic die on the side of UA Poggers right towards the end of the boss, and those little losses in time from UA Poggers could make the difference with that and Deplete Heroes. Remember, Deplete Heroes started their key, I think, something like 8 seconds after UA Poggers, so the difference isn't even as big as that. Plus, we got to consider death timers. I assume we're doing death timers? Yeah, so this is actually a lot closer than it looks. They're on the same trash pack right now.
Yeah. But Mage on the side of UA Poggers just completely obliterates it. And that's what would you expect from a Fire Mage, to be honest, especially with PI from the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, and the BM doing really well as well, getting a lot of damage. Getting a lot of damage out, doing like what 300-400k as well. BM is really nice. You mentioned it, Reikuu, that BM does a lot of nice, consistent damage
and single target. Yeah, and
and single target.
And it's good for tyrannical. Yeah, obviously, because you need to kill the bosses as soon as possible. I feel like Deplete Heroes, have this sort of team composition that doesn't really benefit from the large pools. Yeah, they have Mage who has CDs nearly all the time. They have Enhancement Shaman that has CDs all the time, and they have Beastmaster who can just push his damage all the time as well. So yeah, this works for them. They pull those packs are really moderate, to be honest. But they're not really far behind. Furthermore, they're pulling the same pack.
Exactly. I think it's neck and neck right now. Deplete Heroes managed to kind of elevate themselves and realign and kind of get neck and neck now with UA Poggers. So this is a really nice close match. So we got game 1 between these two teams in the lower bracket chat, if y'all just tuning in. So the winner of this best of 3 will then be playing in the absolute grand finals today. So everything to play for both these teams right now.
Yeah, and I feel like UA Poggers had this really, really good start of the dungeon. Yeah, we've seen this really huge pulls into the first boss, killing the boss as soon as possible, but somehow now they're even.
Yeah, like you said, that consistent damage, they're not taking too many risks. Yes, we've had a couple deaths on both sides. I think 4 on the side of Deplete, and 4 on the side of UA as well. Actually, they're even in deaths. They're trying to really, really equalize each other right now. And, same pulls, same deaths. But, yeah, they're just playing it very, very consistently on the side of Deplete Heroes. They're not really too cooldown reliant. I'm not sure too much on Havoc Demon Hunter how cooldown reliant they are at the moment, but they're also seeming to have a lot of damage for each pack, so they must be somewhat consistent.
Yeah, they do a bunch of consistent damage, but they also have a spiky burst every time they get meta.
Okay.
Right? So they always have a small meta, but every time a big meta comes up, that's when they really spike. And on the side of Deplete Heroes, they are definitely full consistent damage, because we know that BM Hunters, they have target cap, but they pump a lot of single target damage. They have been continuously single target buffed and AoE nerfed, so maybe that's what pulling Deplete Heroes not ahead, but really, really close to UA Poggers right now, is that they're super consistent and very high single target damage across the entire fight, that whatever they are fighting. And especially considering this is tyrannical, the team comp with with the most single target damage will be pulling ahead if they could potentially keep up with the trash packs that the UA Poggers were doing, in theory, right? Hypothetically. If it just came down to straight up the bosses, I feel like the Deplete Heroes would definitely pull ahead just because of the way their team comp functions.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, once again, the turtle can win the race.
Yeah. Let's just switch to one of the teams and then try to see after the intermission is done. Oh, the heroic is dead. Yeah, on the side of UA Poggers right now on the big screen. And they don't have combat rest, or they just don't want to commit it on the...
No, they don't have it 3 minutes until the next one is available.
Yeah, well, that's very unfortunate for them. That's definitely going to let the turtle of the Deplete Heroes to be able to pull ahead against the rabbit. And this is pretty much kind of what happened yesterday when they played,
Yes,
right?
that's what I told you about. Yeah, they are really slow and steady, but they do minimum amount of mistakes, yeah, compared to other teams. And that's why somehow they managed to win.
That's what I'm saying. You got to find that nice balance between slow and steady, and also, having a nice pace to actually win the thing outright. So the Bleed Hero is doing a solid job right now, and everyone's about to die. 10% health. Everyone's still alive, looking healthy. They shouldn't get another intermission. It's going to be relatively close, but they should be okay.
Yeah, so due to the death of Heroic Solo on that Demon Hunter, the Play Heroes just are ahead now by like 15% ish of the boss right now.
And it's even worse when you're on Emberon, because Emberon has phases, right? Where he has an intermission. And if you don't kill the boss because you're lacking a bit of damage, the boss is, say, like 5% health, and you lost a DPS, and you have to do a whole extra intermission. Not only are you doing the intermission without a DPS, but you have to do the intermission in the first place. So maybe here we got a nice little bit of extra cooldowns coming out from Mighty here on the mage on side of UA Poggers. So they were able to kill Emberon before they got an additional phase, but that would have been really, really unfortunate. It would have just kind of solidified the Pleat Heroes maybe taking that first victory. But now UA Poggers can come back into the fold here once they get Heroic up and running.
Yeah, let's see if they're bigger AoE damage. I guess a bigger AoE damage team kind of lets them pull ahead or like catch up to the Play Heroes. We'll see what happens. But definitely teams are like more or less equal, on the equal footing right now.
But Deplete Heroes still ruthlessly push forward. And that's what I like to see, to be honest, yeah? Because if you look at their comp, really, they pull like 2-3 mobs at a time, up to 5, I mean, like 1 pack at a time. And that's also what minimizes the risk of mistakes from their part. Yeah, because I feel like for UA Poggers, something happened, right? Or are they... Yeah, no, nothing happened. They're just slightly behind. I was afraid that they somehow appeared at the start of the dungeon.
On the side of Deeply Heroes, we see their healer is dead. They're committing combat threats. Nothing out of like super ordinary for other players in terms of there was no super big damage incoming. Fortunately, their healer died on very, very safe pack. Right?
Yeah.
It's not a volatile pack, it's just a couple of dwarves. So it was in that regard a very safe death from their healer, but that's gonna contribute 5 seconds to their timer.
And it's the commitment of the battle res, which could come back to haunt them later on in the dungeon. It looks like they still have one available on the side of Deplete Heroes. UA Poggers should be getting another one back up. Yeah, they have one available now as well. So both teams down to their last battle res. So they're going to have to be using it wisely if they do need to use it at all. And Kezia getting pummeled here. Big trash pack. Does manage to stabilize with the help of Luna, and they should be fine to see this one through. Both these packs here have caused a little bit of issues for both teams.
That is true. Even though they wouldn't be considered the scariest packs, but it's probably the consequence of tight space and what was the affix again? I forgot.
You can see the spiteful chasing people. Yeah.
They don't have Frost Mage, they have Fire Mage, so yeah, it's kind of harder for them a bit.
I mean, doesn't Flame Strike slow mobs by like 20 or 30% or something?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
It used to be the case, but maybe right now it's a talent. Out of all the useless talent, they just made a talent that you have to spend a point if you want slow on Flame Strike, which is kind of like the problem with the current talent tree, in my opinion. There's a bunch of talents that just don't make sense, and they were put there just to be there, kind of thing.
I think they, first expansion coming in with a new talent system. I think for 11.0, the talent system could be really, really solid. We'll have to wait and see.
Overall, in general, this is an amazing talent system. It's just there are some flaws in it that need to be polished, and it will be better than it used to be when it was like, Wrath of the Lich King, Burning Crusade, the classic, and stuff like that with the OG talent trees.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you see, they need to find this sweet spot between the people who approach the game casually just for the sake of an RPG element, and they also need to satisfy the players that want this competitive environment. So yeah, it's kind of hard, but still, I feel like they are moving in the right direction.
That is true. I have the gripe with stuff like, monks and their taunt used to give them like they baseline would get a taunt that when the enemy is taunted, it moves faster. Now it's a talent. Why? Or like you have on Outlaw Rock, for example, it used to be a baseline on like I think level 56 or something that every time you use Blade Flurry you'd get extra chance to proc your mastery, and now you have to commit a talent to that. And this kind of stuff is like, why does it exist? It may as well just be baseline, just put something which is actually like considered worthwhile picking.
Well, speaking of rogues, this expansion feels really fresh because we rarely see rogues on the MDIs right now, compared to BFA, for example, where rogues were predominant. So yeah. But yeah, overall, let's continue with the game. Let's continue with the game.
Yeah. Well, whilst you guys were talking there, Deplete Heroes just managed to, well, they're just about to kind of jump onto the last boss. They're done with all of their trash. They're going to try and jump up on the sides here and ignore these last two god like minions. But then UA Poggers is something interesting. They were a little bit behind, so they tried to pull some additional trash onto some of the dwarves packs that they had to deal with. They're about to finish up with their trash now. This should be the last couple mobs that they have. And if they can just invis pop maybe and jump onto the last boss immediately, then they should be able to catch up to Deplete Heroes, who are currently taking a bit of a mana break and waiting. Oh no, they've ninja pulled. Are they going to have to kill this? Deplete Heroes are going to have to kill this. We said about slow and steady, no mistakes, but this could be the most catastrophic mistake of all. Going to have to deal with these infinite time reavers. The Incorporeal was dealt with a nice little hibernate there from... I'm not going to be able to pronounce that name, Datro Drew, and they're going to be dealing with these Reavers. It's going to give UA Poggers that extra little bit of chance to get back in the running.
Yeah, they just skipped it with an invis spot, and now they are on the boss, and we are back to the two windows just to compare. Yeah, Deplete Heroes, they definitely, with that one, they lost their advantage that they had right now. And it can be anyone's game, even though UA Poggers are pulling earlier, just like we talked a couple minutes ago, we said that Deplete Heroes would technically speaking have a better single target team comp, and this is where it comes down to the wire in there, and let's see what happens.
What about the Bloodlusts? Both teams don't have them, correct?
2 minutes remaining on UA. Okay, it's just dropped to 1 minute. So 1 minute left for UA Poggers to get their Bloodlust. So they should get another one. I can see on the side of Deplete Heroes, I think it's something like sub 60 seconds. So it's maybe like 40 seconds or so. So they're both roughly going to get Bloodlust at the same time. UA Poggers is a little bit ahead on actual boss health dealt. And Deplete Heroes did obviously start their boss a little bit later, but we know Deplete Heroes might have a bit of extra single target here in comparison to UA Poggers, and Deplete Heroes is going to be consistent. So this could be right down to the wire. I got to look at the deaths. We got 6 deaths on the side of UA Poggers. We got 5 deaths on the side of Deplete Heroes. Deplete Heroes started their dungeon, I think, something like 5-6 seconds after UA Poggers as well. So we've got to consider that. So this might be something that we're going to have some of the moderators look at this after both bosses are dead to find out who truly is the victor. This is going to be really close.
Yeah, we're gonna see that very, very soon. And just to make sure, the timer for Deplete Heroes is 26:10, right? And the timer for UA Poggers is 26:20. So yeah, that's the seconds to consider. And as they are going, let's just look closely at one of the teams right now, and then we'll quickly switch to the other one. So they have the boss on what?
Well, they lasted as well, from what I see.
Yeah.
Their hunter lasted.
They have 20 seconds left on Lust. It's still running.
Can't really tell how much health the boss is on for what's it
It
called?
looks like sub 30%. Maybe about
20,
23, 24%, something like that at the moment. And how are UA Poggers looking?
UA Poggers is 19 right now.
So they're both basically at the same boss health percent. This is going to be really, really close. One more wing buffet. They might get another one here. They they should absolutely. They might get one more. Let me look at boss energy, 20%. So they're going to get one more haste phase here on the side of UA Poggers. That's going to help them.
Okay, it's 8%, 5% for them. 4.
Yeah, and they're successfully killing it. Yes.
Can we go to dual screen? Right. Can we see both teams and see how they're going to be together? 2%, 1%. So 27-35 for UA Poggers. And how is the Fleet Heroes looking?
27-34.
Oh my god, so they
Oh,
actually
no.
won this.
They actually won by 1
Wait!
second.
Oh my goodness, that is one of the closest finishes I've seen in like a competitive match. A 1 second difference, and Deplete Heroes have won that first map?
Yep. Yeah, just actually the similar thing happened yesterday. They were like,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
UA Pokers won by 1 second against the Bleed Heroes and sent them down to the lower bracket.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was
GG's.
pretty close for both of the teams. Well, we can switch to our Cabras and then just I
Yep,
mean, pretty solid game overall. Bit of a mistake for the Play Heroes in the end. They would have like won this super clean if they didn't accidentally pull the last time wasters, whatever their name is. But overall, it was pretty interesting to see both teams just like being super close. The only difference was that one of the teams just started earlier, so we had to consider the timer and not when they ended the boss.
Yeah, but overall, as I told you, Slow and Steady won the race. And we will see if they manage to keep that tempo.
Yeah, basically for the side of UA Pokers, if they go on the tempo that they were going in this key, just without mistakes, they're gonna win, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's how it was yesterday as well, if you remember, yeah? So
Yep.
basically what I told you before the match, Deplete Heroes really focus on another team doing some mistakes. Like Heroic Solo dying, for example. Like he died on the first boss, and that set them like 1 minute behind, if not more.
True.
So yeah. So that's how Deplete Heroes win their matches.
Dying on Emberon, Heroic died on Emberon. They didn't have a battle res available, and then losing by 1 second. There you go. That's how small these margins of error are. Very close.
Yeah, and obviously that's how it worked for Deplete Heroes yesterday, because they have this composition of people without CDs. They basically go for pack, go for boss, go for pack, go for boss, and they don't feel like they're obliged to do this massive pool, because there is an issue with that. When you opt for big pools, you need to manage them properly. Well, we saw with Uvu team, they did it really immaculate. I don't know, they perfectly executed their pools in Freehold, for example. With UA Poggers, we see the same ambition. They also want to dedicate to such big pools, to such flashy plays where they like have these 3 to 4 packs together, controlling, melting, but we see them doing mistakes.
I think the most interesting thing for me is UA Poggers. I've not seen Deplete Heroes. I've not seen their Alderman yet, but UA Poggers doing the same dungeon back to back, but with a completely different composition, people playing different roles, different kind of characters and classes and stuff, but then also doing a completely different route. And that can kind of throw you in this environment. You get very comfortable playing a certain dungeon in a certain way. When you then immediately swap things around, that can definitely cause some issues. But I'm still working with UA Poggers. I'm still really curious about what their strategy is, what their big strategy is when they're changing up their strategy like that. I'd love to hear from them, what their thoughts are and why they did that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll have an interview with them later on. But yeah, the next dungeon is gonna be a Vortex Pinnacle with, again, Tyrannical, Volcanic, and Sanguine. Volcanic is kind of whatever, right? Everybody knows Volcanic, whatever. But Sanguine, what do you guys think? It's a nightmare for me.
Yes, Sanguine's one of those where it's not really too much of an issue if your players are smart with it. The team's managing it, and they should be on like Discord and comms, so they should be fine. But also, you get certain mobs in the dungeon, particularly like in the first pull and stuff like that, or maybe the dragons, where they'll just stop and hardcast for 5-10 seconds, and if that's in a Sanguine pool, you can't do anything about it. So you got to be really careful. Some things, top tips to the team: if you have specs that can taunt that aren't the tank, and there's a mob that might be running into Sanguine and hardcasting and stuff, you can throw some taunts around and that kind of thing and knockback. So really, you got to be careful with it.
Yeah, the
I
value of this kind of CC with knockbacks is really good for Sanguine.
Absolutely.
I really love druids and evokers for Sanguine Weeks because they have Typhoon, obviously druids, yeah, and this wing buffet or somehow like that for evokers that really makes this affix way easier to manage because even if tanks somehow get stuck with the mobs in the puddle, you can always opt for this one of two spells to throw them away. So yeah, I don't really feel like Sanguine is really hard affix, but obviously it can lead to certain mistakes and bottlenecks in some dungeons, like Ultimate, for example, where we have these small corridors, yeah, with a lot of stones, with a lot of I don't know, different stuff on the ground that can make mob stuck. Where, for example, even Typhoon doesn't work because mob just hits the stone and stuff like that. Yeah, but overall, I feel like it's not the worst affix for me, at least.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about how we've seen the teams perform so far. It does look like, UA poggers are very adaptable on different roles, different specs. I'll be interested to see how comfortable they are in using different utility tools, because that's always the big thing when you're changing spec. It's not necessarily learning the rotation. It's, can you live? Are you aware of your defensives and how tanky you are? And then also, do you remember that you have certain bits of utility? Like, do you remember to dispel? Do you remember you have Typhoon? That kind of thing. So that'll be the kind of challenge for UA poggers, is the synergy there. And for deplete heroes, it does look like they're going slow and steady. If they continue their composition, though, they don't really have a whole lot. Like, BM Hunter can't really do much with Sanguine, really. They can pet taunt and then pull mobs out, but I that's risky. And also, you got to be quite very aware when you do that kind of thing. I mean, Enhance has a knockback technically, but it's really annoying to use, so they got to be careful with it from deplete as well.
Don't hunters have this scatter shot or something like that throws mobs?
No, that's
like
only
Typhoon?
for MM hunters.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, MM has like I can't remember what it's called, but you like blast them away. Yeah.
That's called exactly blast shot. Yeah.
Oh, is it called blast shot? There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
but Vortex Pinnacle, though, I think Vortex Pinnacle is a good dungeon. Was it fortified or tyrannical? I didn't
tyrannical.
Tyrannical.
Yeah, there's gonna be a quite long bosses. They aren't super hard in this dungeon, but they can just be tiresome. I don't know.
I don't really like second boss. I'm not having a good time on second boss.
For casters, it's a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, because you'll have to reposition all the time.
You got to think as well, like, where are you going to pop your Bloodlust? Are you going to do Bloodlust on... Because you want it for last boss, you want it for second boss. I'm trying to think on a plus 20. If you save it for the first boss, I don't think you'll have it up for the second boss. So you're going to have to use on the first set of trash if you want Bloodlust for the second boss. So we'll see the team's tempo based on where they commit their first Bloodlust and where they're opting to do that. But yeah, these bosses hit really hard. There's a lot of dangerous trash as well. You're going to need to be careful with interrupts. This dungeon is one that you need high coordination on.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's not it's linear, yeah? There is not much place to maneuver to make different pulls. Mm-hmm. It's pretty much linear. You just go from boss to trash and percentage is fixated, yeah.
You can do a couple of nice skips, though. There are some places where you can just walk around, and especially if you have a priest, you can just mind sooth and just without committing in this spot, you can mind sooth and just walk past the one or two trash packs.
Last two packs, for example, on Fortify, they are really annoying, and many people opt to dedicate Bloodlust to these packs. Even I know, but from what I know, with Shadow Priest you can mind sooth them and somehow walk around this border.
Yeah, you need to be careful though, because you have like one or two options of things that you skip, because you pretty much need every single mob in the dungeon. There's like one or two that you can fluctuate on. So you either do pull both dragons, or you skip one of the dragons, but then you have to pull like some other patrols, and you have to do one extra set of orbs, I think. The 30 orbs that are flying around. So I think you have to do an extra set of those. I'm trying to think exact percent count. But yeah, you have a little bit of variation in what you want to do. Yeah. On a tyrannical, though, I don't think it matters too much. Just as long as you have good Bloodlust timings, I think that's the key.
Yep. And as we've discussed previously, Bloodlust is better suited for bosses, obviously.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to be making much of a composition change? Either of you, like, think we're going to see? I think deplete heroes are probably going to be running the same. They seem to be comfortable on
Yeah.
that every time. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
okay, I have a little bit on an insight. So
Okay.
they are not really changing things. Well, they have two demon hunters, a priest and a druid, and yeah, two demon hunters, which one of them is a tank, a druid and enhancement shaman. So yeah, I think they are literally staying the same as a previous dungeon. So yeah, nothing changes for both teams.
Okay.
I feel like this is in the nature of deplete heroes, you know, with all that approach that we've discussed before. It would be logical for them to change something. Like it works for them. They just go one pack
Yeah,
at a time.
true.
Why
It's
would they
like
change anything?
yeah, it's like don't break something that already works for whatever is the
Yeah.
correct
If it ain't
saying.
broke, don't
Yeah,
fix it. That's
yeah,
there
true.
you go. Yeah. I mean, Evoker is still banned for both teams, chat. So we do have ban or spec and class banning. Only DPS roles can be banned out, but they are not allowed devastation or augmentation evoker for either team. That could be why you're seeing compositions probably staying roughly the same. If you're not playing around the augmentation evoker, is there need to change too much? You played tyrannical 2 dungeons in a row. It's pretty similar. Though I would say this dungeon is way more like single target and small ad cleave heavy. And also you're not taking trash onto bosses necessarily. It's kind of hard to pull any trash onto any of these bosses because how awkward they would stack. Plus it's sanguine. And these bosses don't really move. And in fact, none of these bosses move. So you don't want to actually pull any trash onto them. So it's going to be very like pre-calculated. Whereas Alderman was pulling trash onto bosses. It was big pulls, a lot of trash. So it's very different in terms of the types of damage that you want in these dungeons. I do think BM's going to be really good. Enhance will still be good. Shadow will still be good.
Yeah.
Havoc will still be like these will still be good selections, really.
Yep. I feel like
Yeah.
deplete heroes have this really good comp for this dungeon
I
overall.
think so too.
Yeah, this is very well suited because there aren't that many super big pulls that you're gonna do. Maybe like maximum 2 packs together, and those 2 packs together is like maximum 8 mobs, and that's exactly where the BM hunter is capped, right? If I recall correctly, they are capped at 8 targets. I'm
I'm not
fairly
sure
certain that the soft cap for enhancement is 8.
Oh, it's 6. It's 6.
6? Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's Hailstorm buff, and you just use this Hailstorm build with Frost Shock.
Frost Shock. Yeah.
And Frost Shock is capped at 6.
All right, the teams are starting and we are jumping in, and it's synced up, guys. Let's go. They're
Oh,
actually
my
starting
goodness.
synced up.
Wow.
We
This
only
is
had to wait for one
fantastic.
game, yeah.
Well, yeah. So Reikuu here. So we're gonna have both teams looking to get into this first pull here. We'll see if any Bloodlust gets committed. Deplete heroes are pulling in their mobs just that little bit slower, but I think they got lucky and they're going to stack up very nicely. This is critical. This is the most important part of this first pull, is getting these mobs stacked up as nicely as possible. You kind of want to meet the mobs in the middle, but UA Poggers have got a really nice stack going on here. They have commit Bloodlust, so they're going to be looking for having Bloodlust back for the second boss, not for the first. Little bit of sanguine management here to deal with, but luckily they've been okay so far. Not too much healing.
Ouch.
You can check the HPS from sanguine here. There we go.
Oh my
Two
God.
close. That's not what we want.
Yeah.
2 gods there.
I wish my healers were as good as the Sanguine.
Yeah, that's a lot of sanguine healing.
The issue with these mobs is you cannot move them. They're immune to different types of effects like
yeah.
Typhoon.
Yeah, they're
That's
CC
why,
immune
yeah.
pretty much. So managing this pool on Sanguine is extremely important, and we can see UA Poggers are falling behind by quite a long shot compared to the Deplete
So
heroes.
what's really awkward here for UA Poggers is that they commit the Bloodlust on this first pull, and then they've had to kill 2 mobs from 100% health solo anyway. So they didn't actually save any time, and they used Bloodlust. Now they're going to have to do this next pack without any additional help. So we could see some deaths here. Whereas Deplete heroes saved their Bloodlust for the second pack, and we're actually ahead.
Yeah,
so
by the way,
it's
for
actually a lot worse for UA here than we thought. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I interrupted you
No, that's
for a
fine.
little bit. The heroes opted out to just, as you can see, they still have two of those big ghosts right there. So they killed first 3 ads on the first pack and did the big brain move that they, I assumed, wouldn't do. They just didn't finish killing them and just dragged those 2 big patrols right into the next couple trash packs that they are still mowing down slowly. They're like, their land mover is really, really slow, but they're doing it. And this is a really good play for them compared to UA Poggers that had to deal with a lot of sanguine because of the fact that they like committed bloodlust and stuff, but they just decided that to kite those 2 mobs around, right? Deplete Heroes did a super good play by just deciding to drag those ads all the way, and we can still see they're still alive. They have 3 of them right now. Yeah, they're getting some sanguine healing, but this is I think this is an amazing tempo decision that Deplete Heroes did to gain an advantage over UA Poggers.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. It's really hard to manage Sanguine on the first packs with these static mobs that constantly cast something, that are immune to movement, throwaway effects, kind of stuff, you know? So it's really hard to manage it properly. And obviously, we will see these Sanguine shenanigans that are going on. But yeah, you are correct. Deplete Heroes are making it look like, well, they did the best they could with everything they got. But to be honest, UA Poggers are not really far behind. Yes,
they're far behind by 1 entire pack.
Yep, one pack, but everything can change as we've seen previously. Deplete Heroes might pull something wrong, someone might die, so who knows? We will see. It's really early to tell something about these teams, to be honest.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, in competition, like anything can happen, and if anything can happen, anything will happen. The Heroes are just a little bit ahead here with this trash pack, but UA Poggers have done well to like kind of catch up here, and both teams are going to be on the bosses relatively comparably here in terms of timing. We did have 1 death go out on UA Poggers in that second pool where they didn't have the bloodlust. I mentioned they pulled 2 packs together, and then they had to be careful of kicks. So this is exactly kind of the issue that can put you a little bit further behind. But the Heroes now, they're going to be pulling first boss. They're going to be very careful here to deal with interrupts, which shouldn't really do too much damage on a plus 20, but then they have to be very careful to dodge these orbs here. So luckily they have an advantage of very mobile classes. Mages can blink all around, and they've got the BM Hunter, which can be constantly moving and shooting. So they got a very mobile group of players, which is very helpful in just being able to maintain high damage whilst also being able to dodge effectively here.
And they also don't have really issues with interrupts because they have Enhancement Shaman with the low CD interrupt. Both teams have Shamans actually with 12-second interrupts. And so I don't, and obviously UA Poggers have 2 Demon Hunters as well. So I feel like they
should be an issue, yeah.
Yeah, because previously, if I recall yesterday, we've seen these games where there were only 2 interrupts per team.
And we had a death on the side of UA Poggers? Sorry to cut you there. I think they lost the Shadow Priest there just as the boss transitioned. And now they've lost Heroic there as well, as the boss has like moved back into phase 1 again. So they've had 2 deaths go out. They've committed 1 battle res. They don't have another one available. So they're going to have to continue the rest of this boss with only 4 players. That means they have fewer interrupts available. So they are a bigger threat of another player dying. But they should be able to kill this boss. I mean, it's at 50% health. We didn't have Bloodlust for this. It's going to take a lot of time here for UA Poggers.
Yeah, that's for sure. Losing your member in that way is very, very detrimental to your success in this dungeon, particularly because I feel like since there isn't that much trash, it's like very boss oriented, and especially on Tyrannical.
Absolutely. And how a Deplete here is doing here. So the boss has just died for them. Yeah. Go ahead, Reikuu.
Yeah, they killed the boss, and as I've told you before, it's all about them waiting for another team to make mistakes, and thus winning this precious time that is required to win the match. What do you think about the next pool? Deplete heroes can opt for a huge pool with the dragon right there.
I
Will
think
they
that they do these 8 mobs, and then you can actually do a thing where you pull the 2 assassins from each side. So you can do a 4-pack instead of a 2-pack, then a dragon, then a 2-pack. So it's very nice to consolidate time here. They're doing this 8-pack of mobs, and they have to be very careful with interrupts. This is actually a very deadly pack, even on Tyrannical. You can see the mob cast going through now. Nice Typhoon there. They have to keep all of these interrupted because people will get basically it'll do like a good well, it can one-shot you. I don't know on this key level on a Tyrannical that it will, but if multiple casts go through, then the whole group could get wiped out. But they're doing well here. They're going to be chaining up a couple of these mobs that have been sanguine healed into the 2 assassins. I don't know that I necessarily love this as much as doing the 2 assassins together and then just doing a 4-pack. But maybe they chain this onto the dragon here. We'll see. It's like decently efficient, but maybe they could have been a little bit more efficient here with Deplete heroes. But we know they're not necessarily efficient in terms of big trash pulls as they are about just being consistent with their play.
Yeah, because yesterday we've seen this huge pull from Uvu team on Fortified, where they just grabbed all these 8 mobs, grabbed 4 assassins, grabbed the dragon, and then successfully managed it. So I was wondering whether any of the team will try to replicate that.
Yeah, maybe to a degree, but that's not the case. So well, I mean, safe and steady, slow and steady is the name of the game for Deplete heroes, and for UA Poggers seems to be as well on this pool. They not risking more than just these 8 enemies together.
Yeah, well, however, with UA Poggers, it might be risky because they're behind, as you see. Yeah, not
Yeah,
not
they
as
should
far
take risks.
behind, but yeah, but I feel like they should try to take some risks because obviously, if they won't change anything, Deplete heroes have this composition that benefits from small pools, and UA Poggers should try to do something bigger if they want to catch up, because otherwise they will be slowly losing.
See, this is the thing. I mean, this is the kind of thing that I think you can do on the side of UA Poggers is you can chain the assassins into the dragon, but then the problem is you have sanguine. So I think it's a careful balance. You don't necessarily want to try something that you don't have well rehearsed because then you might just make it worse. And you can kind of hope that the other team is probably going to make their mistake, or you could just catch up with just clean play. But they have to be very careful with the sanguine. The dragon's got to get pulled out here on the side of UA Poggers. So they've handled that really well. Like that was as best as I think you're going to get there in terms of a time save. Chaining in the mobs at low health, not too much of a damage output for the healer. And they just handled the sanguine really well. But that could have gone really nasty, and that could have been very ugly and put them even further behind.
Yeah. And obviously we have the second boss ahead, and that boss is known as the Bug Killer. So we will see how both team end up killing him. With Heroic Death's recent performance, he tends to die pretty constantly on the important bosses, so I would be really happy to see him not dying, to be honest, on Altaris.
Yeah, I mean, like it's, you're on the big screen, there's a lot of pressure and stuff. It happens. Like, yeah, it's hard as a DPS, I think, these days. There's a lot of damage going out, and we see UA Poggers. We have a couple deaths on the board. It might even be a complete full wipe. I believe Lunar is still alive, and maybe the tank Kane is still alive, but it looks like all of the DPS have gone down. These pulls are nasty. I told you that some of these pulls you have to be very, very careful with. The assassins coupled with some of those spellcasts going through, it's dangerous.
Yeah, and as we see, Deplete Heroes decides to take the second dragon as well, just for the sake of it. I feel like they will try to skip the last packs. They should, because otherwise the percentage will be...
Well, they've done both sides of assassins, I believe, plus both dragons. So I don't know what they're planning. Like, I think there's maybe like one small pack that they can skip, but I'm just trying to think in terms of percent. Because you either do both sets of assassins or the dragon, I think.
Yeah.
I'd have to bring up my MDT to double check, but I won't do that during the play here.
Yeah, well,
but yeah,
I feel like
here is comfortable.
I feel like they could just skip the last packs, to be honest, because those packs are annoying. Even on Fortified weeks, that's not really the pack that you want to mess with. So yeah.
Yeah, if they can skip one of those packs at the end, then fantastic. They'll save a bit of time. They can run past and then get that bloodlust timing up for the last boss and just finish the thing off. But UA Poggers here also opting for the dragon. They're going to do it again with a couple of assassins. So UA Poggers, I don't know. It's hard when a team is playing from behind because you don't know if this is rehearsed and this is what they're planning to do, or if they are adjusting their route on the fly. But assassins with the dragon, quite a lot of damage output going on, and we've seen them die to a lot of damage output. So UA Poggers here playing it right on the edge of their seats, I think.
Yeah, and to be honest, with all these deaths, and wipes that occurred, they're still not as far behind as they could be, to be honest. Because let's be real, it's one pack and like 10% of the boss health. So
Yeah.
everything can change still. Deplete heroes. Obviously, for me, for example, this boss is the most annoying part of this dungeon with all those jumps, with all those wins. It's really hard as a caster. I mean, for me at least.
Well, as a tank player, I'm just being chilling there. I'm pretty sure Cyber is chilling as well.
Yeah, like Druid in general is very tanky on this. Like Luna should be very fine. You can see on the side of Deplete Heroes here, the rest are Druid. On the left-hand side of the screenshot, like they're going to be very tanky. Druids in general are tanky. The thing I'd be scared of is the BM Hunter. They're going to be in the danger seat, Rinro, because you only have a couple of defensives to cycle here, and it's a lot of damage on this dot tick.
Yes, but look at his damage. He's like Walter White. He's saying, "I am the danger here," because like for real, their damage output. They don't have a priest, and everybody is holding 140k DPS on this wall.
That's really good.
Yes, we know that we have this extra haste, but still, this boss is melting on Tyrannical.
Yeah, that is really big DPS on the side of Deplete Heroes. They are just pumping their heart out straight up. But for UA Poggers, they're also on the boss, and it's like on the 60% as well. While we had a big screen, I was actually not able to catch the health bar of the boss, so maybe you guys can tell me, or maybe we can actually go back to their POV and check.
I feel like boss is dead. Yeah, boss is dead right now. But from what I've seen on the screen of UA Poggers, their damage output was kind of messy, to be honest. Heroic Solo is not really pulling that much damage as of right now.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why.
It's kind of weird. Maybe he's just holding on to meta. His meta is about to come out. Yeah, and I hope that he's about to pump. Otherwise, I would be calling him a griefer if he was in my team. Just some friendly flame to make sure he plays well. I don't know. This is just a joke. Never flame your teammates. You're only gonna make them play worse. In my that's.
I wouldn't know what teammates are. I have to pug all my keys, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, especially pugs. Flaming pugs is just it's so critical. You know. If you do, you insta deplete. So it's better. I wish actually no. We're playing World of Warcraft. You can completely hide your chats and just play the key.
There you go.
I mean, in a 25th key, you don't really have time to flame someone. You wipe once, everybody leaves, and why would you even flame then?
Yeah, I mean, you just get a DM from a person that's saying that you're a very nice gamer.
Oh man.
Well, UA Poggers are done, and we can go back to the double screen and then see the comparison of Deplete Heroes. They are already first upstairs, I would call it that way, dealing with a puck next to the first grounding area with a grounding pyramid.
They got to be careful with the Sanguine as well. I think the priest was doing well to mind control one of the mobs, or like dominate mind them and get them out of the like big group as a whole. But they've got a little bit of it's a little bit messy here. They got Sanguine going down. They got mobs all over the place. Some of them are getting healed. Some of them are still at full health. It's a little bit messy on the side of Deplete Heroes, which might just give UA Poggers a nice little chance to get back into the running with this one. UA Poggers even looking to chain some of this trash. So they are looking to take a little bit of a note out of Deplete Heroes book from earlier, chain some of this trash, continue to DPS it, but not have to concern themselves with Sanguine quite as much. Deplete Heroes, look, they got one of the mobs. I think it's the Executioners fully healing up now. So they have to stay here because they have to deal with, or is the, I think it's the Minister of Air. They have to stay here and they have to wait for this mob to keep doing its lightning lash because you can't leave. So they can't chain this on with anything. So this is a big time loss.
Sanguine casually doing 130k HPS. Yeah,
Who
this
is
is
this
17
Sanguine
million.
Iker? Who is the Sanguine Iker, and how do I get him on my team? Yeah.
Well, you can just completely remove, one of the DPS on the side of Deplete Heroes from that whole pack because Sanguine healed their amount of damage. So they
Yeah.
basically 2 DPS that full pull. It's a lot of damage loss when you actually compare it to amount healed compared to damage done, right? But Deplete Hero is going to deal with this, the pack of orbs, and then move on to the last 2 or 3 trash packs of the dungeon. And they're still nicely comfortably in the lead. They might even have to rename away from Deplete Heroes to In Time Heroes, I
I'm
guess.
hero. Look
Yeah,
what they're
Time
doing.
Heroes.
I told you
Something.
they're gonna skip it. I don't really see the percentage here, but I assumed that they would skip one of these 2 packs.
Yes.
So yeah. So yeah, that's what
they
do
have
now.
87.62% right now
87.
on
Oh
the
yeah,
side of
it's
Deplete Heroes.
more than enough. More than enough.
And for UA Poggers, it's 81.43.
I wonder what you. I see. I wonder what they decide to do. They have a priest. They can literally skip everything as well. Yeah, they decide to skip the stars, and they will probably skip this
I
pack
think
as
they're
well.
going to have to kill this for percent, right? Because if they were at
All right.
81,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
going to need to, they're going to need to kill both, but they can skip 1 pack of orbs, I believe, whereas Deplete Heroes only have to do the one side.
Yeah, but to be honest, I'd rather kill these orbs than this pack.
I don't know. The orbs are deadly. If you don't have a nice amount of like stacked AoE, they're really awkward to deal with if you can't deal with like them kind of spreading around.
This
Yeah,
time
true.
Deplete Heroes are doing much better on Sanguine, but now we can see it's ramping up, but it's still
Oh,
It's getting full healed.
Oh no. Well,
No,
actually,
that's
the
not
puddle disappeared, so fortunately for them, it's not a full health, but it just instantly matched the HPS that the druid was pumping out.
But
And
yeah,
I mean, UA Poggers, like they're on the same trash pack now. I got to look at the overall timers. Obviously, we have had deaths on both teams, I believe. So, but UA Poggers have had a couple more, and I think Heroic has just gone down there. They might have to commit a battle res. No, they don't have one. So Heroic is going to have to manually run all the way back. They're going to have to 4v5 this pack right now on the side
Yeah.
of UA Poggers. This is quite deadly. They have to be careful. It is tyrannical. It's a +20. They don't have Bloodlust for this. So it should be manageable. But these kind of crashing slams are really dangerous. And if you're not paying attention to Lightning Lash, you can die here as well. So they got to have good sanguine management, and they have to deal with being 1 player down. While Deplete Heroes should be moving on to the last boss already.
Yep. And let's also not forget that Deplete Heroes have this really, really good thing called single target damage. So yeah, they have all the chances to get their second game and proceed to the grand finals. But let's
they're
not go
pulling
ahead.
the last boss. The Bloodlust is still on 3 minutes for them, so they will
Uh-huh.
probably do the most of this boss without the Bloodlust, but they definitely have the team comp to do this. Yeah, that's for sure.
They do, but they have to be careful of a couple of mechanics, chat. They got the Chain Lightning, which you can see is targeting 1 player. They have to move out from the rest of the group with that big blue ring. Otherwise, they will AoE affect their team. They also have to jump for the Static Cling. Big jump. And then they have to deal with the orbs that are periodically spawning. If one of those Chain Lightning overlaps really nastily with the orb spawning, then they could potentially kill not 1, but a couple players on the team. So you can't turn your brain off. There are some dungeons, some bosses where you go, right, we got to the last boss. We can slow down. We can chill out. We're gonna time this. We're gonna be the victors. But this is not one of those bosses. You have to play it right down to the wire in Vortex Pinnacle.
Wait a second. Do your EA Poggers have the 100%?
Yeah, they do. I
Yes.
just made
Alright,
sure
alright.
to check. They were
Yeah, yeah,
checking
yeah.
the map where Heroic Solo is running, not to check the map how
Alright.
much percentage they have. Because I had the same thought as you, and I just went out to make sure that they have the 100%.
Yeah. But look at the damage output from Deplete Heroes. Boss is already at 50% health. Deplete Heroes make it look like it's not tyrannical but fortified. It's really smart of them to ban fortified dungeons, understanding that their strength lies in single target damage output. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
They
true.
really, they opted for this. Let's go for tyrannical. Yeah, packs will melt anyway, but bosses will die faster as well, and that's what makes their strategy really, really great. To be honest.
So their boss is on 33%, and on the side of UA Pokers, it's on 62% right now. So yeah,
But UA Pokers also has a lot of deaths. 8 deaths, and I think like Heroic has like 4 contributed to that
yeah.
number.
So 22-30 for UA Pokers, and for Deplete Heroes, I'm gonna tell you exactly how much. It's 21-58, so 22 exactly. So yeah, considering this time teams have a synchronized start, the deaths are really piling up on top of just being behind for UA Pogers, and this is looking like 2-0 straight up.
Yep.
Yeah, really well done from Deplete Heroes to take this 2-0. It was looking really, really close against UA Poggers. Like this was a close race for both teams, but
Yeah.
right on the buzzer there, Deplete Heroes gonna have to rename as they ascend into the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations to them, because I
Congratulations to them.
didn't really expect them to go that far. But guys showed really, really great performance.
Yeah, it's this super chill approach, right,
Oh
that
my
we talked about.
God, yeah, and they die. Yeah, I feel like they decided to die just for the sake of dying. And you know what's funny now?
Yeah.
So in grand finals, we will really have this turtle against the rabbit race, because we will have Uwu team, who are really known for these fast pulls, chain pulls to the bosses. Yeah, really fast clears. And then we will also have Deplete Heroes, who go for this, I don't know, slow and steady pull, slow and steady approach from pull to boss. So what do you think? Who will win?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting because now that we go into the grand finals, the key level is going to increase.
Yeah.
So we're going to go from plus 20s to plus 22s. So things are going to be more deadly, but Deplete Heroes are playing it safer. So it's going to be interesting. I do think playing it safe is going to be the advantage, because things can get deadly very quickly if you're stacking up multiple packs of mobs and doing tyrannical bosses. So the Deplete Heroes are going to be in that element there. However, when we look at Uwu team, they're really quick, and they seem like they just had some time to look at both teams play and have some time to figure out their strategy for at least the first 1 or 2 dungeons and their route and stuff. Might have even been able to get some playtime in. So Uwu, they're going to be in the nice hot spot. They're obviously waiting up at the upper finals. So things to consider. Sorry, I got something in my eye.
Yeah, don't
Sorry.
worry about it. While you're fixing that, we can quickly look at what we're gonna have for our super finals, grand finals, just the finals, whatever you like to call it. The pool of the keys is just 7 keys. We're gonna have Halls of Infusion, 3-Hole, Brackenhide, Oldemon, Vortex Pinnacle, Underwater, and Neltharian's Lair, and this is gonna be best of 5. And this is definitely if it's gonna go for 5 games, this is definitely the place where you need to super consider what you're gonna ban, because we have like some plus 22s which get much more dangerous, like just like you mentioned, Cyber, and some of the affixes may be switched around, and they may not be the similar from what was just played, or it may be as well similar, but that's not the most important part. More dungeons, more difficult keys. I hope that the guys are gonna be prepared.
All right. Well, I have a question for you, like 2 questions actually. So, out of all these dungeons, what would you ban, and why would it be Halls of Infusion?
Hold on, let me see the affixes. Dwea, do you have anything on that? Like, do you want to go? Do you have anything in mind? You've obviously been staring at them quite a lot. You put them together, so
Halls of Infusion is overall as a really it's time based. That's the problem. The final boss is time based.
Fortified with bolstering. The dragon go boom. It's dangerous. No.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not tyrannical. Otherwise, it would have been a nightmare of a last boss.
Tyrannical bolstering is awful because the trash feels like fortified and the bosses feel like tyrannical.
Yeah, but
so that can be pretty deadly.
At least it's fortified and not. Yeah. Well,
I would like to see Brackenhide. I love seeing Brackenhide because as well, right? Like you get to see big pulls, you get to see a lot of damage, but teams have to be smart. They have to be intelligent. It's not just about good damage. They have to funnel onto key mobs in order to increase the speed of their key and not spend time doing waste like fluff damage to, just pad the meters. They have to actually make sure they're executing the strategy well. So I would like to see Bracket Hide. We also haven't, I've not seen that today, so that'd be cool. And I do have a soft spot for Underrot. I really like that dungeon as well, because that's a dungeon where it's quite simple, but as we know in BFA, people could really, really make a mess of that dungeon. So you have to be very well coordinated with interrupts and dispels and stuff like that.
Well, on that note, we will go on a break for 5, 7, 10 minutes and wait for a little bit until the guys log back in and prepare. And we will have a nice rest for our viewers and a nice rest for our throats and our tongues, speaking so much.
That sounds weird.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I need to just chill down a little bit. I know I can say some weird stuff sometimes, but hey, bear with me. Anyway, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes break, and we'll see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. we are back. Hello, everybody. Your favorite trio of casters is back on the menu. Let's say it like that.
All right.
I hope everyone had a good break, and I hope we are gonna be ready. Hey, up, Cyber. Everybody's seen that you munching on the food a little bit there. Yeah.
I was having some nuts in the break, and I almost finished them in time, but that's okay. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, so we are about to hit the grand final. So that's gonna be pretty poggers. Like we said before, it's gonna be 5 games. Higher keys, gonna be more difficult.
Yeah. I feel like what do you think about the teams, Cyber? Do you have a favorite team now? Who do you bet on?
You know, you get to get a sense of like personality from the teams as you get to watch them a lot more. Uwu definitely seems like the team that is like the one to beat so far from what I've seen gameplay wise today. They are high tempo. They know the kind, like they seem like they're executing what they want to execute, and they're doing it well with minor mistakes here and there. And you know, UAP got to see a lot of them today. I think it was like they showed a lot of versatility, which was cool. I respect that from them, that they were willing to switch things up quite often. And then Deplete Heroes, they're just slow and steady. They're just consistent. I mean, they're not even like that slow. It's not even like they're like crawling. Like they are going at pace, but they're just not taking any chances, and they're just playing it comfortable. So, you know, I'm enjoying all the teams. I do think Uwu might be the one to potentially be up in that upper bracket. They've not lost yet so far this tournament.
Yep.
But yeah, you know, I'm excited to see this. I think it's gonna be a good little duel between the two teams.
Yeah, all right. And we have the bans from both teams right now, and we can go over them quickly. So, Freehold and Uldaman are going away. Both tyrannical dungeons, interesting. And Deeply Heroes will not be able to play Mage, and Uwu will not be able to play Paladin. So, but that's only for DPS, remember. So they will be able to pick up Holy Paladin or Prot Paladin, or yeah, I mean, in case of Mage, that's just GG. They can be the other roles.
Did we even see some good plays from the Paladin on Uwu?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like Uwu had a composition where they had this very, very strong mage, and they had that priest, I guess. Was it priest? But
yeah.
Yeah, so we will see how it goes. I'm also a bit confused. Why would they ban Tyrannical for them? I mean, Deplete Heroes, what we've discussed before, their main strength lies
Yeah,
in
why would
faster
they
kill
ban them?
times. Yeah.
True. Why would they ban the Tyrannical themselves? It's kind of, they're probably afraid of Freehold because how fast that dungeon can go.
Yeah, that's true as well. Because, well, from what I see now, we have 3 Fortifieds in a row. And Fortified, as we know, really, they go very good for Uwu team, yeah? Because Uwu team can get a lot of mobs, kill them quickly, and then just pull the rest of the pack to the boss. And I'm not really sure how another team will answer to that.
But also one of the things, we will finally see Halls of Infusion, guys. And that's gonna be on plus 22 as well. So that's gonna be very interesting to see what happens there.
Well, at least watching Halls of Infusion is not as painful as playing Halls of Infusion. So I guess that will be good for us.
I actually like Halls of Infusion. I'm gonna say it. I like this dungeon. I think, you know, it needs some cheating, just like every single dungeon, but I like it. I think it's all right. Interesting bosses as well. I think it's cool.
Yeah,
but it's definitely painful. Yes, I get that.
There are several bottlenecks where you can wipe potentially, and especially this last gauntlet on Fortified might be painful with the last mob.
And it's Fortified bolstering, right? We were talking about that before the break. So this trash is going to be really deadly. You're going to have to be careful with if you're doing any chaining. Now, this could work in the favor of Deplete Heroes. In a way, it depends on how Uwu do their pulls. Deplete Heroes can pull once, blast everything, move on to the next one. Uwu, they were like quite fond of just go in and go in and go in. So that's going to rein in some of their tempo. you need to decide with bolstering, even though it has changed over the years, you need to decide you're either going big immediately or you are not. Like you don't really want to be chaining
Yep.
if you can avoid it. So you kind of want to pull as big as you're going to be immediately. So
Yeah, that's true. And on Fortified, the dungeon is really hard to go big. I mean, like, first packs probably, yes. But after the frog, those dragons are really, really dangerous, and I'd rather opt into skipping them at all.
Well, this goes into why we might see the bans that we see, because if I was deplete heroes, I would want to ban out the Havoc Demon Hunter of I have in my notes Dennis, but I think that character name I can double check that character name. But I'd want to ban out Sunstrider on the Demon Hunter because I don't know what else they can actually play. So you'd be banning out like technically one of the players of the team.
So maybe they weird. I'm sorry to interrupt. Apparently, the team started. Well, it's not like I didn't notice. It's just that it happened to be like 1 minute apart. We're just gonna start and look what happens.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm just gonna say that they started in different times.
All right, that's a bit weird, but still, we see that Uvu team decided to go for the big pool, grabbed all the first room together, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, this is what you want to do, right? If it's bolstering, you want to kill it all nicely times. Yeah.
Yeah, and deplete heroes. I didn't really see how they managed the pack. Did they go for one side just, or did they manage to completely eradicate all the room?
Well, they dropped the Bloodlust, so I would hope that they went quite big on it. We do know, obviously, they started their key a little bit early, so it could have been either or. Yeah, we're not sure.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit weird, Luca. I'm still like there may be a restart still, but I'm just confirming with the moderators right now.
Sure.
I feel like it shouldn't be an issue. Well, after all, we can always check the numbers after key is done.
Well, okay. Absolutely. So yeah. Basically, what happens is that there was some technical issue and they had to like force start manually. So yeah, this is what we're gonna be seeing. But oh well, we have to deal with this.
That's okay. We can talk through this a little bit. So we did have a death on the side of deplete heroes there. I think it must have been the orbs there doing the beam, and I think it's corrupting beam is what it's called. So they had a death there. They lost their feral druid. They've actually got a feral in the team. Okay, cool. That'll be fun for me to talk about. So we got a feral druid there on the side of deplete heroes, and then we have the Boomkin on Uwu team. Okay, so we've got both druid specs, DPS specs, and actually both around the Guardian. So yeah, we had a death there on deplete heroes, but they are. I mean, I don't know. Uwu team's kind of catching them up, even though they had the time start difference. Uwu team's kind of there with them.
Yeah, and I really love that what we've discussed before. Yeah, it's 22nd key. Yeah, it's plus 22, I mean. And Uvu team also approaches this carefully. They don't really go for the big pulls like they used to do.
Maybe Paladin was instrumental for those big pulls with all the utility that it can provide.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's true as well.
Maybe.
It's that plus the bolstering. Now, bolstering obviously does time out, so things won't stay bolstered permanently, chat, in case you haven't tuned into like Mythic Plus stuff in a while. Bolstering does time out. They've done an interesting thing here on the side of Uwu team where they've chain pulled and bolstered 2 mobs. They managed to like desync this trash pack and they've done 2 mobs at a time, which is quite interesting. But then they've chained it in and immediately bolstered these mobs. So maybe a slight miscalculation, and maybe they're just gonna like, say who cares. But if they do that a few times in the dungeon where they are not very careful with this bolstering management, then they could be in trouble where they're just going to be losing a lot of time on the side of Uwu team.
Yeah. That's what I noticed as well. They are really losing the pace, at least. Deplete heroes are already approaching the last pack before the first boss. And for Uwu team, we might see the big pull. Or will we?
They might. I don't know, because I think you have 3 orbs here, which are manageable. They have a couple in-cap roars. They have knockups from the in-hands. They have Chaos Nova. So they have quite a few things to deal with these. Intimidation. So they got quite a bit of good utility. But are they going to chain this in now? Again, like we
Uh,
mentioned with bolstering, they have to be very careful because they might ninja pull it.
yeah, especially with Boomkin. But yeah, they managed to do it properly.
Yes, okay, so nicely managed there. But they are like neck and neck now with Deplete Heroes. They're only one trash pack ahead. So yeah, we know we've got a bit of a decent timer, so we won't like stress about that too much. But the teams both seem to be going at good pace. It's not like Deplete Heroes have like, gone too slow or something like that, as we might mention that they might be a bit delicate in their pulling. Like I said, Deplete Heroes aren't even like slow. They are moving at good pace, and they are going to be jumping onto the first boss now. No Bloodlust. This is a fortified key, not a tyrannical, so they opted for the Bloodlust early. Both teams did. So Deplete Heroes now, they're going to have to just kill this boss nice and cleanly. They don't have the BM Hunter, though.
Yeah, they
They've
decided
just like
to
changed
go
their comp up a bunch.
Yeah, decided to go for the Augmentation Evoker, which is kind of fun to see because Augmentation Evoker, I don't really know. I know that he's really good for Enhancement Shaman. What about the Feral Druid?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fine with the Feral. Like, Augmentation, you can have very high uptime on most of your buffs. Some buffs you can even have 100% uptime on. So this should be absolutely fine for Feral. Feral's consistent in its damage with its bleeds and everything like that. They're most likely going to be playing with Incon, and they'll have about 1 minute 30 on their CDs. So they should be like, they should have something quite regularly for the Org Evoker. So it should be fine with the Feral.
Oh, I see. Well, and also, as far as I know, Feral benefits from crit as well.
Yes, we do. We do benefit very well from crit. As you start to go higher up on the crit, though, you don't need quite as much in Mythic Plus. By the way, this is really interesting how the Deplete Heroes are dealing with these circles. So they're losing a lot of damage uptime. Instead of... So 2 players will be periodically affected with like a magic debuff, and after 4 seconds it explodes, leaving a big circle on the ground. You can stack those up.
Yep.
Wait for them to expel, and then everyone as a group can move out from them. And you can even have players that aren't affected by the debuff moving out prematurely and moving out early. But what Deplete Heroes is doing is like running both players out manually, like 20, 30 feet in separate directions, then turning around and then running back. So they're losing a lot of uptime on damage. And this is where, like, if they're going to do that strategy, okay, but bring the BM Hunter, you know?
That's true. Let's see how Uvu team manages it. They will have this mechanic like right now.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, they stack it, and they just move the boss a bit to the side. Yeah, that's how you usually do it, at least. Because from what I know, this is all a decent strat where you don't really go far, but you simply move the boss with the tank to the side.
You can put like 2 points down, and then you can be like, right, we're going to move from point A to point B. And if you don't have the debuff on you, you can start moving early. You don't have to wait for the players to like move out. You can see Uwu team, they got it again, the power overload, couple seconds, and then the whole team's going to start moving, and the boss is going to phase. On the side of Deplete Heroes, though, they're dealing with the boss with increased intensity of these mechanics. You can see that the healer on the side of Deplete Heroes is going really far out, and they're even in risk of dying here. They didn't bear form. They just kept healing themselves because, of course, they've also got to heal one of their allies. I don't know if Deplete Heroes are aware or not that they can stack up these debuffs, but it doesn't matter because they managed to deal with the boss. It's a 22 fortified. That could have been really scary if that had been tyrannical for them, though.
That's true, and I am also confused why Evoker didn't rescue the druid. He just simply kept on running all by himself.
But hey, it's a healer problem. Just out heal it, you know?
Yeah, come on. Every affix is a healer affix. Yeah. Mechanic is a healer mechanic. Well, for Uvu team, it looks like they know their kitchen a little bit more. They play mechanics more properly, as you see right now. They have this. This will be a huge one. This will be a big debuff. They are all running away, yeah. So they're moving the boss with them.
But they got this overlap with the swelling at the same time, so they got to be really quick on their feet.
Yeah. That's a really huge respect for the healer as well, because he plays Resto Shaman. I don't really know many good Resto Shamans right now. I mean, like, many healers tend to play Holy Paladins. Because they're
Resto's like... It's weird with healing because a lot of healers play all healers. So they'll, whichever one's good, they normally rotate onto. And then you have some people who are just like Mistweaver mains, and they're like, no, I'm always going to play Mistweaver no matter what. And shout out to them, big respect. But Resto Shaman, I think, is good. I think a lot of healers are good right now. But like you say, it's not the Holy Paladin, which is currently doing really, really well. But again, play what you're comfortable with. Play what you know. Uwu team, we know, have only been playing with each other for about a week. I'm not sure on the side of Deplete Heroes. But if they feel comfortable in the Resto Shaman, send it, I say.
Yep, that's true. Both teams, I assume, from what I see, both teams decided to go left. And
yes, both teams have gone left.
what would you say? What do you like? Which route do you like more? Like left or
Yeah,
right?
I like going left because if you go to the right, then you have to basically wait for this RP of the frogs like coming down slowly, and it's really quite awkward. So it's awkward in terms of damage output. You don't want to like pop cooldowns until they're all down and this and that. It's very awkward, and you're time waiting. Whereas if you go left side, it is bolstering, so technically you can't pull that big. But sometimes you have people pull the whole of this bottom side, and it's a really big time save. So you can just the thing about Mythic Plus is it's all about tempo. You want to keep moving forward. You don't want to stop. You don't want to wait. You want to just keep going. So yeah, left side I think is definitely better.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, what we see now with the Deplete Hero, are they going? What are they doing? They decided to skip this pack, right? Or
Yes, some people do this, and you have to do a little bit more of like the dragons, but it means that they're going to have Bloodlust for the boss next if they want it. Oh, they are opting for it. Maybe that was
I
a
feel
little
like
bit of a
they're.
difference.
I feel like they will die. It's like death skip, you know. They didn't
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
use their Invis potions,
You're
so
absolutely right.
they decided that these 10 seconds are less of an impact.
Yeah, maybe that was a mistake there. Somebody maybe used a potion when they weren't supposed to, so they didn't have the invis part. This is again like not having the priest here makes it a little bit more awkward. If you have the priest, you can mind soothe. But the play heroes, they have Bloodlust available. In fact, both teams do. They could opt to use it here. I don't know that you necessarily need to, other than just to get it on CD as quickly as possible. The next boss on Fortified shouldn't be too big of a problem, but having Bloodlust for it will just make it that bit quicker, and then they can move on to the next big threat.
Yeah, and I'm really interested. Both teams don't really have a priest, so it's really interesting for me to see how will they manage that corridor after the frog boss. You know, the priest makes
they can't mind soothe exactly.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that Uwu team, and we got a little death coming out from Uwu team. You can see this trash pack can be quite deadly on the Fortified. They even committed the Bloodlust for it and still had a death. But Uwu team, they pulled a bit of extra trash before first boss, which normally you do that if you're pre-skipping later on in the dungeon, but they don't have a priest to skip. So I'm wondering where they're going to be skipping trash because they've not skipped anything yet. So are they going to invis pot later on? I don't know. We're going to wait and see. I've not seen people do this yet.
It's only now that I noticed that the Deplete heroes are playing Feral.
Yes.
And that's kind of wild. I was like, yeah, okay, that's a druid, probably a caster. I can just concentrate on overall the game, and I'm like, wait, there's something different here. And yeah, we're gonna see the Deplete heroes. They're about to do the skippy skip, where they don't fight the frog boss first. They're just gonna do some trash over here.
Yeah, do some trash with Bloodlust and then go boss. I like that. That's cool. It's a nice idea.
Yeah, if they're planning to do that, I'm pretty sure that they will. Although, the Bloodlust is committed now. We can see them. They just want to get rid of this first dragon, and if everything just dies fast enough, they will have Bloodlust lasting for a couple seconds for the next one. If they plan to do that, we'll see. Because if I recall correctly, yesterday when they played this, they're chain pulling it. Okay.
Wait, they're chaining with bolstering?
It didn't bolster. No. They were out of combat. They didn't bolster.
Wow, that was some huge brain play.
That was very well timed, but the breath comes in. Everyone manages to dodge it. Gotta be hot on your feet there. Datro, who did well to not take any additional damage there. Everyone managed to get topped up, and they're actually okay here, but that was a little bit dangerous for a moment.
Yeah, and on the side of Ufu team, we can see they just deciding to send it on the boss. and the boss is already at 71%, and it's going down. This is a pretty chill boss, right? All you do is just stack up frogs, he consumes them, it's GG, nothing important. You,
I mean,
you just
they
have to be blind to die to this.
yeah, they have two druids with vortex. It's like no brainer for this fight. I mean, druid has also poison cleanse, so yeah,
Yeah,
should be
it's
not a
pretty chill.
non-issue.
Yeah, the play heroes are almost done with the second Drake, and they're dragging him into the boss. And thankfully, bosses don't get bolstered anymore. So if you want to, yeah,
I wonder what Uwu team will do next. I mean, it's only logical that they decided to pull the boss because they didn't have Bloodlust, because as Psybear noticed previously, they used the Bloodlust for that annoying trash pull. But what will they do next? Will they just like die skip? Or will they decide to use the potions? That's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, we're gonna like wait. See, I'm honestly, I don't have mega amounts of experience in terms of varied routes in these dungeons, like Halls of Infusion. There's a few strategies that I'm familiar with, but this isn't one of them. Normally, there's always a priest in my dungeon, so I don't actually know what you do, and you don't have a priest in here. And on the side of Uwu, they killed additional trash, so they must have to commit some kind of invis or a death skip. They're gonna have to.
Definitely. And what is the percentage on the trash on both teams? Can we check it somehow?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So, the heroes have 69.66, almost nice, just one nice out of two nice. Yeah, and on the side of Uwu team, it's 75.56.
75.56.
73.
73. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at right. Uwu team is doing the stuff that I was talking about. They are doing the death skip.
Yeah, here we go.
They're going all in. They're dying.
They've got to make it. If they don't make it all the way, then they're in trouble. Their healer's got to make it.
Yeah,
and then it's got to meld. Okay, big bear form. Oh, this is really, really dangerous. They got to meld now. Volcanic could screw them. No, they're fine. That's really dangerous. That death skip, I don't know that I like that.
Yeah, you're losing all of your buffs, food buffs and stuff like that. And 20
well, it's just dangerous. All it takes is for the healer to get a rogue like hit, and then the death skip's ruined, and then you have to all run back. And it's a really long run back because they've not cleared the trash on the right-hand side. So that's really risky, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if it works out, it's kind of like a pretty decent skip. Because you're gonna be spending quite a lot of time here, clearing all of those dragons. And at the same time, the play heroes, they're done with the frog, and they are going... I don't know if they are going to like use potions and skip the last bit of this corridor. But Uwu team still deciding to pull the last pack with the dragon.
They've got to still do some trash. Maybe they're waiting for Bloodlust time.
Perhaps.
To use, but like they're not gonna have Bloodlust for the next boss. They might have it for some trash, the mini boss before last boss. So I don't think they really care when they go next boss or not. Probably just waiting on cooldowns.
Yeah, but even still, with all that being said, they have this advantage in form of time compared to deplete heroes, because deplete heroes will probably decide to kill all the packs alongside. So yeah, Uwu team kinda got this, slight advantage. It's just the question of not dying, and one person dies, okay. But it's just really, really important for them to kill the dragon now, because if the dragon does another cast, they're dead.
They have to be really careful in this pack to focus fire the dragon the whole time. Yeah. Because if that bolsters up, then it gets really, really deadly on a 22 fort. They had 2 deaths on the side of Uwu. They had 2 deaths in that pull. I think the shaman was able to ank, or they commit the battle res. I didn't actually get to see. It was very quick.
I feel like it was battle res. It was battle res because he still had his ank, yeah.
And then they did a normal res. So they did commit a res there, which is a bit rough because this boss, like now they're getting to quite the scary part of the dungeon. They've got 2 bosses which hurt, and they've got a mini boss which is really going to hurt. So they want as many battle res as they can get at this point. But we're going to see with this boss with the mechanics. This is all in the tank here in terms of how they can pre-position this boss nicely and comfortably. They want to make sure that the boss is right up against these ice blocks during the hailstorms, and everyone can then hide behind them whilst the melee can continue to attack. But Sunstrider, took a big hit and died, even though I don't think that I saw them jump up a bit, but I don't think they were in out of the way of the block. Sometimes this boss can be a bit finicky. If you're not positioned exactly in
Yep.
the right spot, you can get hit.
That's really, really dangerous. But from what I see, Uwu team feels really confident with how they manage their battle races. They easily gave one battle res for the trash pack. They gave this battle res for this boss. So all it takes for them is simply not dying for the rest of the dungeon. I mean, how easy could that be?
Yeah,
Pretty hard.
nothing left dangerous in the queue yet.
I would be honest, it's pretty hard because it's a Halls of Infusion. Anything can go wrong. Is just in one enemy GCD pretty much.
Yeah, it is a very dangerous dungeon. This boss, even on Fortified, is really hard to do. There's a lot of incoming damage constantly pulsing. And Uwu team, they started out really, they've been doing a really good job here. They do actually have an ice block there. Been doing a really good job to have this boss constantly up against the ice block so they can continue to maximize their DPS uptime. Deplete heroes, I've not watched as much. I'm gonna look now. They've not been on the boss for quite as long as Uwu were, but now we're gonna have some chance to look at Deplete heroes. But that's very key. I mean, they have the feral on the side of Deplete and the enhance, so they do want to try and get people stacked up as much as they can on the ice blocks because they have the Org-Evoker, so they want their melee doing as much damage as possible. But now, they've got to all run over to this ice block. Tanks got to be very careful with the positioning for the hailstorm, and they should be in a good spot. So this is exactly how you want to be trying to position this boss every time.
Yeah. But let me remind you that they started the dungeon 1 minute ahead. And now Uwu team is already doing the gauntlet, while Deplete heroes are still trying to end this boss.
Well, if we look at the timers, so I think Uwu team is on 13 minutes 50. Oh no, they have 13 minutes 48 left in the dungeon, whereas Deplete heroes have 13:20 something. So it's about a 20-second difference between these teams right now, from what I can see on my screen. 20, 30 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, so it's
20.
It's 21:30. I mean, just a second ago. Now it's 21:35 for Uwu, and for Deplete heroes, it's 22:05 now. So yeah.
Okay, so Deplete are definitely they are behind here. Yes.
Yeah. Deplete are at least 15 seconds behind.
So Uwu in this dungeon, I mean, this is what we spoke about. The Deplete heroes played it very they played it nice and safe. They didn't do some that death skip on the side of Uwu. I think was very risky. Big payoff, but it could have absolutely ruined their entire run. Deplete heroes went with a safer route. They did the bloodlust with the dragon, and then went for the toad boss. Nice and simplistic. But Uwu, even though they've had a lot of deaths and that they took some risks, they are just that little bit ahead now. So they did have a good amount of payoff, but I don't know that they necessarily needed to take as many of these risks because it could have gone absolutely against them.
I definitely agree with you because from what I've noticed, the healer died really far away on that death skip, and that's why the Boomkin was resting everyone manually. And it cost them at least extra 20 seconds of time.
Yeah.
And if we include the fact that they had to pull that last pack to rest the druid, to combat rest the druid, it all ended up in being an extra 2 to 3 minutes. All right, 2 to 3 is as a stretch, but 2 minutes definitely. But
yeah, so they lost a bit of time there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as of now, though, they have no problem with killing this mini boss. I guess she is really hard. Well, I mean, for me at least, she's really annoying because that cast cannot be interrupted, from what I know, and you just simply have to soak it, face tank it, and healer does a really good job with keeping everybody alive. Team does a really good job with not catching these waves because these waves are really hard to dodge sometimes, especially if you get carried away with all the stuff going on. But
yeah. I mean, this mini boss it does a lot of AoE damage, and so this is why you're going to see the bloodlust from Uwu, because it's a really difficult mob to deal with, as you're saying.
Yeah, it's fortified. I mean, if they do a good job, they might just finish this boss in one transition. But Who knows? Maybe it will be 2.
Yeah, it could potentially be 2 here that we're going to see. They don't have any like it's bolstering and it's what's the other mechanic? Bolstering volcanic. So they don't have anything here that's going to make this boss any more complex than it needs to be. They do need to be careful though. So the boss is gonna this boss knocks the tank away, and if the tank doesn't get back in position very quickly, you can have DPS that occasionally get one tapped because they're the closest person to the boss. And
Yep.
then the boss also has like a stacking damage effect that occurs during the transition, which then it means that the boss can do a big pulse damage later on, which can potentially one-shot people. So there's a lot of incoming damage in this fight and a lot of ways in which you can mess up and make mistakes, running during the intermission and getting clapped down and dying and like not being resable for a long time. It can add on a lot of time in this section of the dungeon. But Deplete Heroes, they're just about to start the mini boss now. They have their Bloodlust available. They're going to send that there, and we'll see how they do with it. But Uwu team pushing ahead with this final boss in the lead.
Yep. They just go for it, man. I'm really, really excited to see whether they will pull it off in one transition.
No,
Because-
ain't no way the transition is happening now. But maybe in 2 probably 2 transitions now that they cooldowns have fallen off, and now they have to spend time. One of the big problems with this dungeon is that the last boss is time based. So
Yeah.
it can be an absolute nightmare if something goes awry over here and no it goes as it's supposed to be.
What do
Very risky, very risky, very risky. Jesus, that
Oh
guy
my
likes to live
goodness.
dangerously.
Yeah,
He
that
really
was
likes-
some really good drifting in between the AoEs. Goddamn, that was way too close to comfort. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I was really scared for 1 second.
They're going to do all of these mobs. These Primal Infuses are deadly on the side of Uwu team. Look, you can see a big amount of damage comes through there because some of the casts go through. You have to be very particular in CCing these mobs constantly. You can't interrupt those casts traditionally. You have to use like CCs and stuns and stuff like that instead. But what happens is those mobs that were channeling on the boss then buff the boss with a stacking damage effect, which then causes that Tempest explosion to do a lot of damage based on how many stacks the boss has. Now, Deplete Heroes had a death here, a couple of deaths, and they're manually running back. In fact, did they have a full team wipe?
Ouch. That's some bad news for Deplete Heroes, to be honest, because Uwu team doesn't feel like they're really wanting to wipe. They are pushing the boss and doing a good job of it, to be honest. Oh my god,
Yeah.
I have bad mouth, you know?
Yeah,
I
you
really have
curse
bad
them.
mouth. Every time I say something good about the teams die, somebody dies. So I'll be silent for the moment, yeah? I'll
For
be
the
silent.
last 7% of the boss.
Yeah, I mean,
They shouldn't so they're gonna do this last transition, and then they shouldn't have any more issues from like here on out because the boss is almost dead. So it doesn't even really matter how long it takes them to kill these next ads. They can play it very, very safe. They can do this element really safely. They'll have known by now that Deplete Heroes have wiped, so they can just really slow it down here. They don't need to take any risks, but you're gonna see these druids take them anyway. So they can go very, very slowly with these mobs, and that'll be okay. Boss is going to instantly die as soon as it comes back up again, and Uwu team will have this one in the bag, I think, unless something absolutely catastrophic goes wrong here for them. What do you think about their route in general? I mean, apparently, according to people in chat, I wasn't here yesterday to see, but Uwu team are doing this dungeon the way that they did yesterday. They did that death skip same yesterday as they did today.
Yeah.
And are you happy with how they've been doing this dungeon, Reikuu?
I feel like
think it looked good?
come on, it's the favorite team of now. So
Favorite team of now, okay.
yeah, he was like, "Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that these guys will win," because yeah, they've showed us some really, really interesting strats in each dungeon that they've completed, and this death skip is something I've never seen before, to be honest. So yeah, Uwu team keeps on surprising me, and I'm pretty confident in their performance. I feel like they will be going like 3-0. But
Okay.
we will see.
Big
Those are
words,
some
we'll
bold,
see.
yeah, those are some bold words from me, but we
Yeah.
will see.
Oh, we can see the other team is still on the run, but they don't need to be, so we can switch back to the cameras. But yeah, was pretty good stuff from the Uwu team, even though Halls of Infusion I mean, we could see this was taking quite some time for both of the teams. This is a nightmare fuel of a dungeon, in my opinion. It's just very long. The mistakes are extremely like punishing. You do one, don't have a combat rest, it's GG. The group wipes are pretty easy to come by as well. So yeah, overall, I mean, to be fair, I feel like the next key that we're about to see is gonna go much better in regards to speed because, well, it's like, yeah, let's get rid of the cancer one and get a better ones now.
I mean, we will have Brackenhide now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
we,
seeing as well, Brackenhide.
yeah,
Yeah.
we can
Oh.
quickly switch to the dungeon table, and yeah, we're gonna have a fortified entangling bursting Brackenhide also on plus 22. Yeah, the
So,
heroes cannot play mage. Uvu cannot play paladin. Just to
I
remind
mean,
everybody.
both team can play priests, so bursting shouldn't really be an issue for big pulls. Entangling is a non-existing affix as well.
They
At least.
absolutely have to play priest here. They just have to. There's so many good skips that you can do with Mindsuit to save time, as well as like that mini boss mob on the bridge as well, and
Sting
dealing
breath,
with
yeah.
bursting. Yeah, they just have to play priest here, both teams.
Yep, it's just a perfect pick for this dungeon, pretty much. A match made in heaven. Yeah. But
Yeah.
after that, we're gonna be seeing Vortex Pinnacle and maybe some Underworld gaming as well. Who knows? It's the one dungeon that you wanted to see, Cyber.
It is, yeah.
I am actually fond of Underworld as well. It's a pretty straightforward dungeon. You can do some crazy pulls there, but you need to be very like conscious about what you're pulling because there are some trash packs that just can spiral out of control really fast if you mess up one or two kicks. But it's like, yeah, it's pretty easy baseline, but the skill ceiling to pulling high in that dungeon is pretty high in my opinion.
I agree. And as if you lose a DPS, which we've seen people today like dying in these dungeons, if you lose a DPS in Underrot, then you fall behind on kicks. People get chain fixated, which means they don't have the defensives from the swarmers and stuff like that. So you can very quickly fall behind. And pretty much every trash pack in the dungeon is we need kicks, we need stops, we need interrupts here. Like, so it can be a very deadly one. But Brackenhide, which is the dungeon that we're obviously going to see next, Fortified Entangling Bursting, like we say, Shadow, like Priest in general, whichever priest you want, doesn't matter. Disc Priest if you want to. That'll be very much paramount in this dungeon. But is there anything else that you guys think might be quite good? One of the teams, I can't remember which, apologies, it has Paladin banned. But maybe if they have like a Holy Paladin, they can still have Freedom, which is very helpful for dealing with Entangling on the tank specifically, because it can be quite awkward with a tank dealing with Entangling more so than any of the other DPS, like other roles. Everyone else can run out, but I think Entangling is annoying for a tank.
I mean, Druid is also really convenient because of all this shape shifting.
Yeah, but as a tank, you don't really want to like shapeshift if you've got mobs on you, right?
True.
It depends on when the entangling occurs. Sometimes you can do it, and like maybe it's a boss, but the boss is doing some effect or something you can shift out. But sometimes you can't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I don't really know what else would I pick. My perfect team setup would be a paladin tank.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Then we would go for Shadow Priest, definitely. We would go for... Man, I just love to see some Fire Mage action. That dungeon is perfect for Fire Mage blasting. And obviously, if we were to take Shadow Priest and Fire Mage, I would also opt for Evoker, Augmentation, obviously. But I feel like Evoker is banned for one of the teams, right?
No, it was Druid and Mage.
All right. I mean, if Mage is banned,
I believe it was Druid and Mage. Maybe Dwea can double check, but I believe that those were the bans.
The bans were Mage against DH, so Deeply Heroes cannot play Mage, but Uvu can play Mage. So yeah,
and Uvu does a great job at playing Mage. So
the thing is that Uvu won't be able to play Tank Paladin that you were talking about because the Paladin is banned against them. But
wait,
there are other good options.
Tanks
Yeah,
don't
true.
count.
I keep forgetting. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, as soon as the guys prepared for the next dungeon, we'll definitely start. So now we have a little bit of a chill time.
But yeah, Paladin is a must as well for me. I mean, there is a lot of this. You just simply cleanse everything with a Paladin. You have a lot of interrupts as a Paladin tank. I mean, you have freedoms. So yeah, for this dungeon with this set of affixes, I would say that Priest and Paladin are the must.
I like the idea of like a prop paladin here. I think that's quite good. Like you say, there are some diseases they can deal with, and like freedom for entangling, which is good. But there's also the little alchemy like pots that you can get for dealing with the diseases. But again,
Yeah.
when you then mention or the idea of a lot of interrupts, paladin really helps there. They can pull that bit bigger and then use the priest to deal with the bursting. So they're not really delayed in how big they can pull. So I like the idea of a prop paladin. Like I said, I'd like to see Brewmaster come out. I don't know if any of the teams have Brewmaster in their arsenal, but I would love to see it.
Yeah.
It's so good. It does a lot of damage. It'd be nice to see it tank to 200k overall in this
Yeah,
dungeon.
just like Nawal was saying yesterday that it's a paper tank. So it's probably they won't be playing
It's
it.
But I
really,
think
really
it's all relative. It depends on like key level and stuff. But yeah, it
I guess,
definitely is
yeah.
squishier.
Yeah, but
Definitely squishier.
it for sure does big damage as well. It's like in those like top 3, right? You have what's it called? Guardian Druid, Vengeance Demon Hunter, and Brewmaster Monk. Those are like 3 tank specs that really blast a lot of damage.
Well, something that's interesting as well. I just wanted to like really quickly jump on that because I know that now says it's like a squishy tank, but Equinox, who is a guy who plays a lot of Brewmaster, like probably the big Brewmaster at the moment, and he was saying that when you play it with an Org Evoker, it really helps them out defensively. And the defensive gain that they get from the Org Evoker actually levels them out a little bit. I'm paraphrasing his words. Maybe they're still squishy or what, but he seemed a lot more comfortable playing it with Org Evoker from what he said. So maybe Org Evoker plus Brewmaster could be the difference. But yeah, I agree with like you're saying, Guardian Druid does a lot of damage, stuff like that. But I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's an interesting thing for chat to kind of consider.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I would definitely like to see some Brewmaster as well. It's not like I'm saying, yeah, I'm a meta slave, and if it's a paper tank, it doesn't have any worth. I'm a big fan of Brewmaster monks. I used to play one myself for quite a while, and it was super enjoyable. I haven't played right now because I've seen the amount of buttons. I'm like, I'll stick to Vengeance DH.
I don't have that many fingers.
Yeah. I only have 10 and then a bunch of keybinds. But yeah, Brewmaster monks are definitely like on a higher number of key side. I mean keybinds. So yeah. And on top of that, way too fast GCD for my brain. I don't know.
Fair enough, yeah. But yeah, I mean, as far as the rest of the composition, like I said, I'd like to see some funnel damage because a lot of these mobs actually have like you have disproportionate health pools. Some of these mobs have higher health pools, sometimes twice as high as other mobs. So funnel damage is really important, I think, in this dungeon, especially on the like large trees that summon the lashes. And you want to be funneling them down as much as you can because otherwise you're stuck in combat for longer and you're not actually progressing through the dungeon, even though your damage, your details is really big and you're doing a million DPS, but you're actually hitting the targets that matter that are going to get you to that next pack and to that next boss.
Especially with those 2 trees that summon these little ads, that would be really good to have, for example, something like Sub-Rogue.
Sub-Rogue, yeah. I mean, I think Fire Mage still does a decent amount of funnel, right? I don't know because they just got like reworked and stuff or changed around, and I'm not actually 100% sure. I'm not clued up on it, but yeah, there's some funnel specs. Enhance is really good at funnel as well if they're still doing that, the funnel builds and stuff. So Enhance is there as a possibility. We've seen people pop it out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Sub-Rogue would be also beneficial for the second boss, the tree, where you could just immune the second consume.
Yeah, if needed. If it depends if you got the Paladin can deal with it as well and stuff like that. So yeah, it depends what your composition is as a whole. But yeah, I think they got a lot of options in this dungeon in Brackenhide as a whole. I think there's a lot of room for movement in what composition you want to play. And we've seen these teams that they're able to pull out different comps, different roles. So yeah, I'm interested for sure.
Yeah, we will see how it goes. After all, I'm really interested. You see, that's what we discussed previously. it's not really about picking the right class for the dungeon, but it's also about picking the right class for the team composition and for yourself, because that's what we've seen with Heroic Solo. He picked Frost Decay and he didn't really quite utilize all the potential of the class. Because you need to be really secure about what you pick. You really need to know the class that you're playing, yeah? It's not like I can pick a sub-rogue and simply go on and melt all the dungeon. It's like I need to know how to properly do the opener, how to properly do my defensives, what my defensives work on, what do they don't work on, and stuff like that. Because it's really important. Obviously, on a competitive scale, where you are required to know as many specs as you could, but on a scale of this regional tournament, I feel like many people don't really tend to learn many different specs. So yeah, I would say that the best choice is what you feel like playing with.
For sure.
Comfort picks are the way to go. Yeah, that is true. Oh well, will be interesting to see what the Deplete Hero is gonna do in the Brackenhide, because from Uwu team yesterday we have seen their first game was Brackenhide Hollow, and then it was second game.
Yeah,
It was Ruffle stomped. Yeah,
Yep,
straight up Ruffle stomped. I don't know. From Uwu team we expect to see strong performance, but this is where I just want to watch Deplete Heroes and what they do.
I mean, Ubu team has shown us a lot of great pulls. And I feel like Brackenhide is the dungeon that shines with such pulls. You can really go crazy with the routes. Even at the start of the dungeon, you can like go 3 different directions and just go from there. So I feel like this is a dungeon for team, because the previous one felt pretty balanced, pretty even. Both teams were like toe to toe.
Oh, all right. So the guys are already starting. All right, we are switching back. The countdown is like only 3 seconds apart, so that's a GG. Synced up. Let's go. We won't have a minute difference, but oh well. I mean, the technical issues are not on the production team anymore. This is like the issue with the people that are playing their add-ons not like getting broken or something. Yeah, we can see right now your add-ons are making way too many mistakes. Ignore. Yeah, the classic, the new patch comes out, not all add-ons are fixed in the first couple days kind of situation.
But what I already see is that Uwu team opted for a bigger pool. They took 3 packs, while Deplete Hero decided to take only 2. So
both teams went with the Bloodlust here. But yeah, Uwu went that little bit bigger, didn't they?
Yeah. And you see, they decided to go for Enhancement Shaman. They decided to go for Havoc DH died, but nobody noticed it. Everything is going fine. And they also have Beast Mastery. Yeah, that's Beast Mastery. Yeah, that's Beast.
You know, I've been looking Deplete Heroes. So last dungeon they ran 1 Feral Druid. This dungeon they're running 2 Feral Druids. I feel like next dungeon they're gonna run 3 Feral Druids, a Guardian, and a Resto. They they seem to be having fun with the Feral here, and you know what? They're doing some decent damage, so can't fault there. But this is funny. This is comical. I'm not sure what the idea is.
The idea is to please you, dude.
Yeah, maybe they're just like, shut up the side. Look at this terrible spec that you're playing, bro. But no, this is funny. This is content. Big respect for it.
Yeah. A member of the Uwu team doing /reload in the middle of the pool. Okay, just to make sure that his add-ons don't cause more problems. And yeah, there's definitely a clear difference in this in the amount that was pulled at the first pack. Like the first pull of the dungeon, which is already giving Uwu team the lead. And this is from yesterday when the Nao and Miras were talking, what the Uwu team are doing is not the conventional route of what, for example, Echo would be doing, right? Or like most of the people that they are playing against or playing with would be doing, kind of thing. So this is like a unique route that Uwu
I think
team
it's
are
so hard.
approaching.
I think it's so hard Marius and now are going to look at the game from like a very different standpoint.
Yeah.
And they've done these dungeons like competitively, right? Or at least like they probably theory crafted what they would do for TGP and stuff like that. So they're going to look at it very, very differently in the types of pulls that they want to execute. And it's just like it's like a different thing, right? But I respect like the teams coming in and figuring out their own routes and strats and not relying too much on what the top players are doing, but trying to find something that fits well for this kind of tournament and environment. And I like that. Uwu team coming up big with their different strategies. They're actually going through the middle of the I guess trash area here instead of along the beach. Whereas Deplete Heroes, they're opting for the beach side. That's the more traditional route. So Uwu team are looking to start experimenting with their own routes. And I like that. That's cool to see because even if it might be the most efficient, it might not be. But at least you're seeing that there's like a thought process going into it there with it. And then like Deplete Heroes playing that comfort as we know that they like to do. So both teams expressing their personalities here. And I think that's really, really awesome.
Yeah, this is definitely something to look forward to. That's the differences in the routes between the two teams and whatever they are deciding to pick. I'm really enjoying the two ferals right now, for sure.
I can tell that. Oh no, go ahead.
I just don't understand why none of them decided to pick a priest. Like, what the hell? This dungeon is created for the priest.
Yeah, and bursting as well. You can pull big and have a safety net of a mass dispel. Yeah, you get like 5 stack. You cast 5 stacks, cast mass dispel, and continue blasting. Yeah, so
I think it depends like on their comfort, right? Because these are plus 22.
Yeah. True.
Plus 22 is like on an MDI style format. You throw some top MDI teams into 22s for this kind of thing, and that is going to be a decent level of challenge, I think, to do like very quickly. For the TGP, it wouldn't be very high, right? But for like an MDI, like speed pace, because you got to think like you're doing these dungeons in an MDI format in like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, right? Whereas these dungeons are taking 20 plus minutes, and it's because they're decently high, and also it's like amateur level players. So not taking the priest, maybe they're just not doing massive enough pulls where they care about bursting management quite as much. But then they also don't have the Mind Soothe. So I am confused why neither team is playing the priest, but I can somewhat get it, but I still think it would be a good option.
I mean, maybe that's just the comfort zone that we've discussed before. Maybe those are their main, like classes or specs, and they feel like comfortable playing this.
Cool. Yeah, maybe, absolutely.
But overall, continue.
In general, what I'm seeing from Deplete Heroes, this is a solid life key strat that they are doing, and the Uwu team, I think what their plan was yesterday, and I think they're performing the same plan here, is just basically get as much count as possible on the beach and start skipping most of the annoying stuff later. So they will be like at 80% count over here and then just completely, pedal to the metal straight up and just start skipping stuff.
What trash percent are Uwu at right now? Are they at 37? Ish, 40%, something like that.
Yeah,
do we
38.
Know? Right now so depends how much trash they want to do. Most people skip after the second boss. They try and skip a lot of that trash, and then they just go like third boss into fourth boss like pretty immediately.
Yeah.
And most people like to get that trash in the beach area and then the trash before second boss. But maybe you could play a lot of the beach area and then skip out even between first and second boss, and maybe skip a lot of that as well. That could be really interesting. I've not seen anyone do that, but maybe they could death skip it or something and just go like first boss into second boss very, very quickly.
Yeah, so for now it's 41% on the side of Uwu team, and it's a 30.98, so like 31% for Deplete Heroes. So yeah, there is like 11% difference or like 10% difference in the count between the two teams.
But you see, Uwu team always goes for this risk. They always pull big. They always, and if you notice, I don't know if you noticed, but they died several times already. Because I have every time I see something
Yeah, it's
One
a
problem
5.
for them to die. I honestly I don't know how it works, but yeah,
Well,
but
no, I mean, you're on the money, right? You're talking about these risky pulls. They do a risky pull and someone dies. Like, that's exactly it. You know, that's
yeah,
what's happening.
that's true. Yeah, because basically what they are doing is not really what you would like to do in a pug environment, for example. Yeah. While deplete heroes, they go with the strategies that I would go with if I were to pug this 20-second key, like pull it slow, pull it moderate, and just keep on. I don't know, keep your team stable. But Ufu team, they're like, all right, we have these 5 mobs, they're half HP, let's pull another 5 mobs. And someone will eventually die. But yeah,
62.4% for Uwu team by the end of the first area before the first boss, and
I'm
only
curious. Did
39.
they do Bracken? Did Uwu do Brackenhide yesterday?
Yes, they
yeah.
did,
They
and they
did.
did very very similar strat that what they're
Right.
doing now.
Okay. So what are they gonna have coming up next? You guys think? Are they just gonna kill all of the trash between first and second boss, and then they're gonna skip everything else, or are they gonna skip some of the next upcoming trash as well?
Now, I think they will be getting like a whole lot of count after this, and then just
Okay.
like blasting.
Yeah. So
forward.
like standard stuff. Okay. Because they just pulled a lot of extra trash as well. So
Yeah,
you know, they could have
they
streamlined it.
probably just don't want to do the last couple areas with
Yeah.
like they will definitely be skipping Sing Breath,
Yep.
and they probably want to skip some of the extra trees that you would otherwise be pulling in the second area, right? On the steep cliff where you're climbing up. There are like big trees like the old oaks that cost the was it decomposing breath or something like that. Some of them are optional. I think like 1 or 2 are optional, so you can just like make your life a little bit easier there, and as well you don't have to pull that many slimes. So there is theoretically some benefit for doing what the Uvu team is doing right now.
From what I remember, Uwu team even managed to pull one last pack before the second boss into the second boss. I remember we were hyping that because it was really
that's
hard
cool.
to execute.
We can quickly check on the big screen right now what the Uvu team is doing in terms of like a boss DPS. Yeah, so it's about to be done in like probably like 60 seconds. 30, 45 maybe. So all of the bosses are like on 25 to 30%. While
And they've committed another battle res. They had immersion go down. So this is like, you know, they've gone into the boss. This boss is quite difficult on a 22 fortified still without, like, they don't have bloodlust. The healer, Engie, is going very low on mana, should have enough to see the fight through. But the Gash Tooth still being alive is very dangerous. In fact, I think it's the highest health of the 2 mobs.
Yeah.
They've killed it last. Gash Tooth is generally speaking the one that I would probably want to kill first because it's the one that you have to heal through. Whereas the like healing shaman, you can just dispel its heal effect, so you don't really care too much about that, and then you can perma interrupt it. So Gash Tooth dying last is probably why you have that death come through. So we could see if not having the battle res later in the dungeon will impact Uwu in any negative way.
Yeah, we can see that the deplete heroes are halfway done with the boss, and let's quickly see what the guys on the Uvu team are doing with their trash packs right now.
They are going for a really big pull.
Super big pull now. We're gonna see it on a full screen with a big camera, just to make sure that we get a full view.
Bloodlust. Here we go.
They are about to just giga blast right now.
That's what you love to see. That's what you love to look at. That damage meters from the DH. He was peaking 800k damage on at a certain point.
Start?
Yeah, that's some insane numbers.
Yeah, I mean, their bear is doing 140. That's pretty poggers too. Although, okay, let me say this: if I was playing Vengeance Demon Hunter on this big of a pool, I would have done 250 with a blood.
Well, the bear's doing like 300k right now, right? He's doing a lot of damage. They don't even have the
that was healing, right?
Yeah.
I was just looking at a different.
Yeah, he might have been looking at healing. Damage done is the one beneath it, and
true.
Doing like 300k something.
Yeah, okay. So very much my bad. I got confused.
No, I mean you just see it a lot of druids, so it's hard to keep up. But I mean, that was a good pull. The big trees died quickly. Like the big oaks died relatively quick. They have the BM Hunter, which can focus it quite well. So they did have good focus damage. Deplete heroes. Let's see how they do. They have 2 feral druids. They have a lot of funnel. They can get a lot of free ferocious bites, which they can sink into the oaks. They're going for a nice pull as well. They're going to bloodlust. Like this is a big pull from Deplete here. They're gonna maybe bring in the oak as well. That would be nice to funnel onto.
They don't wanna apparently, but I
Why
mean it's
aren't
still
they
good of a
lasting?
pull.
Yeah, they are not lasting. That's a really bad decision on their part, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because
I
they need-
Maybe
mean,
they're going to do another pull with Bloodlust, but then they're delaying it, so they're going to get
Yeah.
fewer this dungeon, which is iffy.
their ferals pulling by 500 and 400k.
Damn.
Without augmentation evoker, yeah, that's a quite a lot of damage.
with you mean without? Oh, he
With.
died.
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody
with.
died, so they have to kite now really hard. Although I
Yeah.
don't understand for what reason your tank is alive and the healer is alive. Why would you have to kite? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird what they are doing here. I don't know.
I think they're maybe kiting back to. So maybe they're trying to get the disease dispel because they don't have a disease dispel in the group apart from the paladin. But now the tank goes down, it's probably going to be a wipe. So this is the lack of bloodlust commitment, I think,
True.
is what caused this wipe. If they bloodlusted that, because that was a fine pull. That pull was totally fine. I think just the lack of bloodlust is what cost them, and maybe no disease dispel is where they
Well-
started to have these deaths come in.
At least
Yeah.
they're taking it fine. They're just laughing at it, and it's
Yeah.
everything's all right. Yeah, let's go back to the double
I
screen.
mean,
and
they
see.
are the deplete heroes, right? If anyone's gonna enjoy
Yeah.
their depleting, it's gonna be them. You know, they're gonna be happy. That's good. I like to see the good spirits.
I mean, like, Deplete heroes are known on this tournament for slow and moderate pulling. Not slow, but I mean small and moderate pulling. And right now they decided to go big and didn't really dedicate all the resources that they had to such a pull. And that's why it probably costs them an extra minute or so, because Uvu team is not planning on stopping. It feels like they are keeping everything under control.
Yeah, true.
So
Feels like a communication was a little bit iffy on the side of the Deplete heroes. Maybe somebody asked for bloodlust and somebody said like, nah, we have augmentation and walker, we're definitely blasting. But you needed to commit
See,
bloodlust.
Okay, so the deplete heroes, they didn't take the disease dispel last time, I'm assuming, because of the amount of flags that they put down, like the amount of markers. And there's still one mob alive. What is that mob doing? Oh, deplete's having a good time. Yeah, so lack of bloodlust, no disease dispel, one mob still alive. We're good to go. At least I got bloodlust for this next pull. Let's see what the ferals can do. Let's bring them out.
Yeah, they are about to send that pull up. I mean,
Yeah.
there are a bunch of just small slimes, so you wouldn't really be super putting onto this kind of pull because the stuff will just die fast. But it's still nice to see the big numbers, and they are definitely coming with like 400k DPS from both ferals right now.
yeah, they're coming, but is it the right pack for those numbers? I mean,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, meanwhile, Uvu team, they're almost done with this gauntlet kind of stuff, with this hill climb through the rotten kind of trees, and they're about to fight the rot god, another cursed tree. Yeah, while
And you guys said about them, yesterday when they did this on the side of Uwu, they chained these into the boss. Was it this?
Yeah.
These two oaks?
yeah. They decided to chain it, and they managed to do it properly.
Ah.
But there's probably because they have a little bit of a different team
Setup.
comp. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
not committing to that kind of thing. Probably some uncomfortability kind of thing there.
That's
Go
what I
ahead.
really like about this team, you know, that's what we've discussed before. They are very flexible, not only with the picks that they choose, but also with the approaches to the dungeons. Because, yeah, last time they played mage, yeah, they had fire mage. And obviously fire mage can blast with PI and stuff like that, with BL. And so what they did was pull all of these mobs into the boss and go for BL. And mage was like doing 50k DPS for a minute or so. Well, not a minute, but 30 seconds definitely. And I mean, now it's a completely different strategy. Yeah, they just have this one mob that will explode. And yeah,
This
They
will
just
explode
put the
into some additional mobs, though, right? And then they get a bit of.
I
Oh, it's
mean,
only one.
those are like 300k health mobs. There's just a couple GCDs and they're
Yeah,
dead.
it's not
That's a
really an
bit a funnel, like I guess. But okay, so they switched up their tactics slightly. Then I wonder why they've done that. Because again, I mean, I guess because they're in the finals and they're just like, we don't need to go crazy.
Yeah, might be it as well. I wonder who will go next into the second consume. So right now it was the tank.
Tank will
just-
definitely take 2 for sure.
Mhm.
Just kill the boss until second consume. Wow. Big brain.
Yeah. Could do that too. I mean, the boss is dying very quickly. It's a 22 fortified, so Tree Mouth here dying quickly. But Guardian can definitely take 2. They could probably even take a third if you really wanted to. But I think any of the other DPS could also just take it. Like Demon Hunter can Darkness. They've got Blur available. They could just go in and eat that, no problem.
Healer
Houston,
on the
we
side
have
of
some
the
problems.
heroes died, yeah.
Deplete Heroes had a team wipe once again, and it doesn't really look that great for them right now because Uvu team is successfully finishing the second boss, while depleted heroes are stuck in this infinite loop of suffering on the gauntlet.
Infinite loop of suffering. I like that.
By the
Between
way,
the first and the second boss.
it's a 95% count for Uwu team right now. So they are definitely cruising after this. 95%.
Yeah. So yeah, I would assume their tank will just pull the Sting Breath. Then
No, they're gonna skip it. It's too annoying
No,
to
I
deal
mean,
with.
yeah. I mean, he will pull it.
Pull and
just
go away,
to,
yeah.
just to die so that he can be rest afterwards. I'm not sure if he
I mean,
is
they have
playing...
feign death, dude. No need to
Oh,
die.
right. Yeah, they have feign death.
They also have Shadow Melons available. I believe the
Yeah.
Boomkin is
Yeah.
a Nelf.
Yeah. This is
But
an elf
yeah,
mode.
tank can pull here and then can meld. But depleters, something I don't like is that I would say I think they've been playing really well all day, but they've definitely struggled the most in this dungeon now, and they're running double feral, and I think that they're flaming me, and I don't like it. Why have you saved your worst dungeon for when you're playing double feral? What are you trying to say, huh?
I mean, they should have picked another one, feral.
Yeah,
Try like that. Yeah, make it 3.
I mean, there was a team on MDI called Apes Together Strong that did BM Hunter, and they asked for a Zookeeper title from admins, and they had BM Hunter on four druids. So yeah, that was pretty funny when they were playing.
Yeah,
but yeah, Uvu team, they're okay. So they just pull bear into vultures, the very standard stuff, into the boss. Yeah, nothing special. I wonder, is it fatigue that is hitting deplete heroes now, or is it just like kind of they're just kind of like just having fun and not aiming for the win? I'm not sure.
I don't know, because they're definitely like goofing off, which is, like that's chill, that's fine. I think like you can tell in that comp, right? Like they're playing something that they've not played all weekend, and then suddenly they're playing it in the finals. Like that's a bit of a goof off. Maybe it's the case of they hear now on stream saying like, oh, Uwu's the team to beat, and then Uwu like wins every match so far. Maybe Deplete just think that they've got no chance, and then they just go like, oh, let's just play for fun, just like good stream content, which is totally cool in my books. Like as long as there's good competition and everyone's having a good time, then at the end of the day, who really cares who wins, right? It's just all good fun.
Yeah, that is
but
true.
Maybe that's what it is.
It's not about the destination. It's about the friends that we get along the journey.
Exactly.
Yeah? It's the journey and the friends. Hell yeah.
The
good ending words, kinda.
Yeah.
I should have saved it for the third match. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can we can pretend that you didn't say it and you can say it again.
We will repeat it afterwards. But yeah, Uvu team shows really great game. I mean, like they are those guys that you really want to see win because they dedicate to every pool, they dedicate to every dungeon, every road. It feels to me like they did their homework with all of that stuff.
They have shown some cracks, but I think it's fatigue is getting to them as well.
I think no team is infallible, right? You can look at even some of the best performing like professional teams, and even they have deaths and wipes and mess up dungeons and stuff. So mistakes here and there, I think, is absolutely normal. It's not about not making mistakes; it's about recovering from the mistakes well, because every single team is going to make mistakes. It's about understanding how to deal with them.
Yeah, just like Rocky Balboa said, it's not about the hits; it's about taking the hit and standing up and going forward. So
yes, exactly. That's exactly it. It's about like, because some teams they might die and then they go, "Oh, we died, it's over," and like they mental boom and stuff. But it's about like, okay, we had a death, or we had a wipe. Okay, let's go. What can we do next? Do we do the same pull? Do we have to slow it down because we don't have cooldowns? And you just have to get on with it, and that can come from just having good mental, good strategy, and good teammates to work with.
We go again, just like they say.
Go again.
Yeah.
So they've got all their trash on the side of Uwu team.
Yeah.
Well, like near enough, right? And so they're going to be doing the skip here. Really nice cage. Woo-hoo-hoo! That could have been close. Almost had a little oops and daisy there. They managed to in-cap and then slide on through, which was nicely done. They're going to get the last bit of trash here, and then they're going to go boss with Bloodlust, I would assume.
As long as they don't keep the extra trash, just so they don't have to.
With this.
Yeah. Well,
last time they pulled the pack, to the left, from what I remember.
Yeah, they accidentally. Not accidentally. They just later on they intentionally pulled it into the boss.
Right.
But over here they are already on 100% count. So yeah, Uwu team showing a pretty good no tilt, chill gameplay, like strong gameplay. Not even chill, but like super strong. But props to Deplete Heroes. The guys were just having fun and enjoying themselves. So I can't blame them. They just playing for the sake of playing and for the sake of having fun. And I'm pretty sure the guys on their team are completely all right with getting the second place anyway. They, after all, I feel like there were a bunch of talks where people thought that the Torrent Mills will come in strong and then just destroy everybody again. And
there were such things. Many people expected that because the Torrent Mills were the winners of previous two.
And the win of the previous tournament was super confident. There were barely any mistakes, and they were just going on a super good pace.
You should also consider that was practically a different team. Like
of
complete
course.
different people. So obviously you cannot really attach an organization name or a team name to the people because
I mean, after all, in other esports they kind of do. So like
if
you
obviously. But...
I mean, we have to consider this partially an esport, right? Even if this is like a community tournament and some people take it like not seriously, some people just want to win and they kind of take it seriously. Still an esport to a degree. We are implementing the MDI kind of style of the tournament. So
definitely there is some sort of responsibility when you dedicate to some sort of tournament like that. Yeah, I completely agree with you.
We can do a live crowd next time. They can make signs and everything and cheer on their favorites. Get a studio audience,
and fake laughs and fake laughs.
Fake laughs. If somebody dies, then you can put the laughing track and stuff.
That sounds like fun. That sounds like fun.
I honestly wish we could have set up like a venue and that kind of stuff. Maybe not even with just Ukrainian players. I would definitely I kind of imagine in my head that we would invite a couple of other teams from other regions and then host a venue for like a more or less medium-sized tournament. That would be really cool if we managed to do that and invite some of the good casters to have fun. You would be invited, Psyber, as well. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. No, that'd be cool.
Uwu team, they just completed their dungeon. Deplete Heroes are only next to their third boss, and we can switch back to the cameras. 2-0 for Uwu team right now. They are going to be going into a third game,
and that would be.
The third game would be Vortex Pinnacle,
Yes.
Oh, Vortex Pinnacle. That is so interesting. So Uwu team started with the Vortex Pinnacle, and now they have a chance to end it. Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah,
Was that their first map? Yeah, that was their first map of the weekend against Torin Mills. Yeah, that's dope.
yeah, we can, or maybe there's going to be an upset situation and suddenly Deplete Hero is gonna win this one. But yeah, Fortified Incorporeal Sanguine. I think this is what we've just witnessed before in the previous series, right? So this
I think
is
it was.
kind of
I don't know that it was incorporeal, but yeah, it was definitely Sanguine. Sanguine was the same, right?
yeah. Sanguine was
and-
definitely it.
I'm
It
not
was.
quite sure.
I think it wasn't. It. This is Fortified, and that was Tyrannical.
Yeah, it was Tyrannical Volcanic Sanguine, whereas
Yeah.
now it's Fortified Incorporeal Sanguine.
So I mean, Sanguine is still going to be a big deal over here, but Fortified and Incorporeal can also do some mess and cause some mess and make people, you know, can cause some wipes. Pretty
Can
much.
you remind me, Incorporeal are those friendly ghosts that has to be disease cleansed and poison cleansed, or are those the ones that should be interrupted?
I believe those are the afflicted. Incorporeal is the one where they're like casting, and you have to
Haste
you have
Stealers?
to
Hard CC them,
hard CC them.
All right.
Afflicted are you need to heal and dispel. I still, I've not even played many weeks. Like I still get those two mixed up. Let me see.
Same. What a great bunch of casters we are.
I mean, come on.
In my defense, I wasn't here at the beginning of the season, so I only played with Entangling for the first time, like last week or whatever it was. So that was even new for me. So yeah, I get the two mixed up though.
Yeah. I mean, the icons are the same and the names are not the same, but still like hard to differentiate because
it's like
the effects are
icons,
similar, right? The effects are kind of the odds are summoned and you have to do something with odds, and there the odds are summoned and you have to do something just different. So yeah, it's easy to confuse each other.
Yeah, well, Incorporeal is the one that the shadow. So this is cool with Incorporeal. So they cast, and if you don't CC them, then they will basically debuff the whole group with, I think it's minus 10%. Is it minus damage? It's minus damage, isn't it?
Yeah,
damage
it's
and
damage
like
and
that,
healing. Yes, yeah. And
So
the other one is haste.
If you have a DK and or a priest, they can mind control them or dominate mind them, and then you can use them to actually debuff the enemies instead of your allies. So if you have a priest or a DK, you can use this affix to your advantage. Not a lot of people know that DK can do it as well as priest. A lot of people know that priest can, but a little top tip for you, chap.
Yeah, this is actually really great because it reminds me of that Mechagon, what was it, the upper one? Not Junkyard.
Workshop.
Yeah, Mechagon Workshop, where priests can mind control the squirrels. And those squirrels do the explosions, which were kind of wild. So this is kind of a similar situation right here as well. Oh, I always find these interactions like that really, really cool. And I would really like maybe one more interaction like that. Maybe like with hunters, like since they can, scare beasts, or maybe they could like have some ability to tame the beast temporarily. That would be pretty cool in kind of a affix situation.
And then there are shamans who can far sight and just see 20 yards. Wow, what a nice ability! Like
they can see which pack you're about to go and wipe.
Yeah.
Extra
intel.
Remember hunters during season 4 of Shadowlands? They could possess mind of the beast, right, and control the beast, and they were skipping the iron dogs, or like not skipping, but like they were pulling the adds so that the cannons don't shoot. This is kind of a super cool interactions that I like in the dungeons, and it's really great when those get found out, and I just enjoy this kind of a design in general.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a formula kind of develops. Like, we now know. So, for example, we have Neltheris. We see that there are the chains on the ground, and you can use the chains to like kill the mobs very quickly. So now everyone just knows that that's what you do. Whereas back in the day, people wouldn't necessarily use all of these mechanics to their advantage. Now it's like instantly we know. Whereas like Total Gore came out and it was like, oh, I wonder if we can use the cannons. Whereas now it's like, no, we can do that. We can use this. And people do so much better, so much like further ahead in terms of thinking, I wonder if we can do this on this thing.
Yeah, true. It's like in kind of an ingenuity thing, right? When
Yes.
coming up with all the cool stuff. But yeah, Vortex Pinnacle with a little bit different affixes. I'm interested to see what maybe the strats get adjusted as well between the Deplete heroes and the Uwu team, because, and also for you, Cyber, to see what kind of cool stuff the Uwu team is going to do in this dungeon, because we have seen Deplete heroes in this one, we haven't seen Uwu team yet on this key. So yeah.
Yeah, we got to see the Vortex earlier, and it's tyrannical. So it's a bit different, I guess, strategically on how you want to do it. Sanguine still, though, so I'm interested to see the Sanguine management. There's some really cool stuff you can do to deal with Sanguine, depending on what specs you're bringing. And so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's for sure. As soon as the teams start, we will be switching. They like to be really, really sneaky with their starts, and I have to just, we are having a fun conversations, and then I'm suddenly have to like, hey guys, they're starting. So yeah, sometimes it's hard to pay close attention.
No, you just cut us off whenever the play is ready. That's what we're all waiting for. So
Yeah,
whenever it's
yeah.
ready, you just cut us, and we'll jump to that. Yeah, I mean, do you think, like Reikuu, do you think there's going to be any team composition switches? Do you think we're going to see 5 druids this time out of the
I really hope so. Yeah, if we're serious. I really noticed this fun thing. So Uwu team like stole half of the comp from Deplete Heroes, because Deplete Heroes were
True.
yeah, like you noticed it as well. Yeah, we were like, all right, Deplete Heroes have this weird composition of Beast Mastery and Enhancement Shaman, but at least they have a huge pump on the bosses. And then suddenly Uwu teams plays Beast Mastery and Enhancement, and I'm not quite sure if they are just flexing at this point. Like we do all your bases belong to us. Like we play your classes, we win you with your class, or what? Why would they do that? I wonder. So I'm not quite sure.
I feel like that's because the mage is banned. Oh no, never
Yeah.
mind. That's because the paladin banned for Uwu. Yeah.
All right, you
I
banned
mixed it
our
up.
paladins, so we take your classes.
Yeah,
like-
yeah.
I mean, at this point, I'd rather see 5 druids. That would be if I were, to be honest. I'm sure Cyber, you are with me on this one. But if I knew for sure that I'd lose, and we have like 2-0, yeah, for the side of one team, and I just want last game to be as fun as hell, so I'd go for 5 druids, to be honest.
Who knows? Maybe 5 druids could be the secret comp, and then we have to go to game 4. You never know.
The sleeper build, yeah.
Sleeper build, sleeper OP.
Yeah, but no, for sure, I would try something memeable.
Definitely. Would pick Prot Warrior. Would pick what's the one out of favor healer? Holy Priest.
Prot Warrior exists. Yeah.
Prot Warrior, Holy Priest.
Well, Pro Warrior like Mistweaver.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
What else?
Survival Hunter.
Survival's good. No, survival's good. Like
really,
it gets survival's good. It does damage.
What are the assassination rogue?
Oh, true. Assassination rogue. That would be
that beast definitely has all.
Even
the
Windwalker monk chat is like Windwalker still I think is decent. I was playing with Nate, like Method Nate, the other day, and he was playing Windwalker, and he was doing some damage.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's from Method.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like Windwalkers. All of the Windwalker players have main character syndrome. They have disregard for any aggro that tank is setting up. They disregard for any pulling that is being done. As soon, literally, just any tank just throws 100 damage ability that generates a little to no threat just for the sake of pulling. It's time to pump the fists straight up. Just all of the burst goes into that target, and then they die.
I hated Shadowlands because so you'd have Windwalker, right? And Windwalker would initially Windwalkers do die sometimes because of threat if they're not careful, but their threat is split across their Storm, Earth, and Fire.
Yeah.
So they don't have like complete threat. But then it's the same with Warlock. Warlock's threat is split across their like demons, and also same with mages. Their threat is split across their mirror image. And I think in Shadowlands there was like a Windwalker demo, or like a Windwalker demo meta. And I would play Feral, and I would go into a pull. The Windwalker's doing like double my damage. The Warlock's doing double my damage, and then I pull aggro and I die. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, what? On?
I played Devastation Walker, so I feel you. I feel you because
Yeah, Devokers are the notorious.
Walker is so broken with that. I mean, when you try to their mastery, right? That
Yeah.
works that way that at 100% health you do like 100% more damage to these mobs, and you just go for all right. Everybody is pumping damage for like 5 seconds into the pack. I will try to fire breath. And I try to fire breath, and all mobs go to me and just kill me. And I'm like, what?
Need a paladin to pop you every time. Remember, I think it was the case on the BFA and the Shadowlands a little bit with fire mages, right? They would definitely get the bop every single time they burst. Otherwise, they would be easily pulling aggro and just killing themselves and causing a wipe. I clearly remember that being the case in the videos that I've watched of that Chinese team playing like plus 31s and trying to time plus 32 junkyard by the end of BFA with all the corruption and stuff. And they literally had the communications of like, like a Bob is ready, big pool. And like Bob not ready, small pool, pretty much. So yeah.
Yeah, it is fun to play those big old bursty specs, you know, like when you just get the pop off damage. But when Rogue isn't in the meta, you got to be really careful. When you don't have the tricks, you got to be careful.
Oh yeah, and the hunters don't play misdirection anymore.
I
right?
mean, hunters have misdirections; they just don't know about it. Like
right.
hunters. I've never seen hunters use misdirection. Like Rogue is constantly using tricks of trade. It's fine. But every
We're
time
about
I
to
play
start,
with
guys.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
Gonna switch. There's going to be a desync again, but I mean, it is what it is. They're about to start. It's like I don't know. Yeah, he has a countdown, but it's a bit different. Or maybe I employ the magic trick of speeding up the YouTube. That you will have to forgive me. Maybe it's a production mistake. Who knows? But at least we're gonna have the super
Okay.
Whoa, they're so fast. They're so
Super speedy. So Uwu are doing a cool pull. They're pulling absolutely like everything here. They're probably going to commit the Bloodlust because they've got it's fortified. If they can handle the kicks nicely here, this is a really good pull. But they have to be careful. They have to be careful of those kicks. One mob at the very back that's just slapping some of these DPS players, and then it's not getting kicked. They got to be careful here. But they are going to commit the Bloodlust and then deplete heroes, doing something somewhat similar actually.
Yeah. So the first 15 seconds of the dungeons were for ADHD people with the double speed. This is how they perceive the game.
Boomkin already died, so this is a good sign. Every time Boomkin dies at the start of the key, for Uwu team, they win the key. So yeah.
Is that a rule?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like
they're doing the sacrifice.
I mean, every time they go for this big pool, somebody dies during the first pool, you know. So yeah. Last time it was Demon Hunter, alright, now it's Boomkin. But yeah, I like how they manage these ads, to be honest. It's sanguine, yeah? And it feels like they manage it quite well. Mobs didn't heal that much.
It's more so the threat of death that I'm looking at right now. Like mobs on healing mega amounts. I can't see Sanguine on the details on Uwu, but maybe Sanguine's not doing that much, but the threat of death is huge, and losing the Boomkin there, we know that Boomkin does all of their damage in a specific cooldown window, so if they're dying during that, then you lose a lot of damage as a whole. Deplete Hero is still running that Feral Druid, doing well. They got the Enhance and stuff. They got the Org Voker, so they're going for they're going to have to be very careful, right? We said this earlier in the broadcast. If you have a DPS die and you can't res, then the Org Voker is basically like you lose it even more damage. You lose like 1.5 DPS, right? Instead of 1 DPS. So it's pretty impactful.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like they are confident with what they do. It's like Uwu team has always this, shifts in their composition. Like now it's what do we have now? We have Havoc Demon Hunter, we have Boomkin, and we have Beastmastery, right? Every game they take something else. Like they have this one player that's constantly switching between the specs. For Deplete Heroes, they had this meme. I guess it was a meme with the two Feral Druids. But for now, they decided to opt for this safe pick that they actually won with against the UA poggers. Because Augmentation Evoker feels kind of nice with Druid and with enhancement, as we've discussed before.
Yeah, it does. But Deplete Heroes, they had a couple deaths here. They've got the Incorporeal that they got to deal with. They don't want to take that damage hit, and the Wrestler dude is doing a great job here to deal with them. But they're kind of still dealing with these initial trash packs here. They have
Yeah.
some deaths, and they're struggling as a result because of it. I said that these kicks are going to be really important. They're on a 22 now, not a plus 20. It's very important that they are executing these kicks as best they can.
Exactly. That the whole point of Deplete Hero strategy was to go for smaller pools and wait for their enemies to do mistakes. And right now they're trying to keep up to Uwu team's tempo, but they cannot really dedicate to it because obviously it requires a lot of synergy from all of the team. Yeah, it requires a lot of preparation for that. And that's what we see right now. Yeah, Uwu team makes it work because they know how to play as a team. They know how to spread their interrupts properly, and they know a lot about the pooling patterns. I mean, their tank should get some credit because we are always hyping their DPS. We've told something about their healer as well, but their tank does a really great job at understanding the spikes of damage of his team. And that's what really makes it important as well for team. Yeah, because with Deplete Heroes, we see they're already stuck in this, as I've mentioned, as I've called it before, the infinite loop of suffering. So yeah, it's kind of like that. It's a huge risk for them, and I'm not sure why they decided to do it.
Yeah, but I think Deplete's doing well here. They have the protection paladin, so maybe they're expecting a lot from the prop paladin to like kind of keep them afloat in terms of kicking. But really nice little interaction there from the healer on Deplete. There, they almost got zapped by the mob spawning, and then they had to watch out for the big AoE puddle that knocks you up in the air. I can't remember what it's called now, but yeah, Uwu team about to jump onto the first boss. I'm gonna double check when their bloodlust is up. They shouldn't have it available for this boss. I think they're only like a handful of minutes into this dungeon, about 6-7 minutes into this dungeon. So they should be killing this boss, and then they'll have bloodlust ready for the next pack. That's really important. They want to try and bloodlust as quickly as possible because they want it back up for the second to last trash pack of the dungeon. That is absolutely critical that you have bloodlust up for that on a fortified, especially on like a 22 and some of these higher key levels. That pack does not mess around.
I really want to see the next pull from Uwu team because last time they did Vortex, they was it? Yeah, it was fortified. So what they did was I've mentioned it before. They took 8 mobs on the stairs, 4 assassins and the dragon together, and cleared it all with bloodlust.
Wow.
So I really want you to see that because that's what made even now gasped like what? Like is it even possible? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't risk that, to be honest. And they did, and they managed it, and it was everybody was really impressed. So
I'd love to see if they do that on the 22 because obviously we have gone up 2 key levels since that.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see how they do that, but clearly they're well practiced because they knew it was their first dungeon of the tournament anyway. So they probably put a lot of time into this dungeon on the side of Uwu. But Deplete Heroes, they are also on the first boss now. It's higher up on the percentage, about 80% health at the moment. So there is still maybe like a good minute's difference, maybe a minute and a bit between these two teams. But Deplete did start their dungeon slightly later than Uwu, though Deplete does have a few more deaths up on the board. So Deplete definitely behind, but maybe not as dramatic as we think. And we'll see if Uwu does this big next pull and they Bloodlust and they wipe. That could put Deplete right up in the lead. And we're going to see it. They don't have Bloodlust yet, though.
They don't have Bloodlust yet. But I feel like, yeah, I wouldn't risk it, to be honest, if I were them. Because you are right, it's a 22, it's not 20.
We're about to see if they're gonna do the same pool as they did yesterday, or are they gonna be content with something a bit
There's
smaller
no
than
way
that.
without Bloodlust. There's no way, dude.
They take 2 assassins, 8 mobs, and that will probably be it.
Yeah. Ain't no way they're gonna be doing something else without the Bloodlust. That is true. But
and then they can do 2 assassins with the dragon next, and that's reasonable.
Yeah. Their balanced druid is just pumping insane DPS right now, 400,000 DPS. Well, I mean, BM Hunter isn't that far behind, just 3,000k. The problem is Demon Hunter isn't really that spicy, but it's quite a lot of damage for the Demon Hunters in general. But
well, I mean, we've seen Demon Hunter pump how much? 800k damage in Brackenhide, so
probably not. Cooldowns are probably not ready, and that's about it.
Yeah. He used all his cooldowns in Brackenhide, so he's kind of chilling right now.
They're still on CD. That's what it is. Yeah.
Metamorph long cooldown, shaking my head.
Yeah.
But yeah, Uwu team goes for Drake. I don't really see them pulling assassins. They know that they're ahead. They know that they're ahead, so I feel like they don't want to risk it. Dragon can be a bit tricky on fortified, especially it's a 22, it's not a 20. And with assassin, we were talking about it. Yeah, if you don't manage them properly, it's an easy wipe.
It is, yeah. It's absolutely an easy wipe, and it's enough of an impact where Deplete heroes would be in the lead. So it's not really worth the risk. If you're Uwu right now, you're in the lead. You probably just want to maintain it, get the 3-0, and you're done. Otherwise, with the risk, you might go into another game and have to go into a round 4. Uwu here, though, dropping the link, really nice. Probably held it a little bit too long. A couple players went a little bit too low there. So the link probably wanted to be saved for this next pull with Bloodlust. They still are waiting on this Bloodlust timer, so they can do 2 more assassins. If they pull this in and chain this will be a really impactful pull. It'll save them a lot of time, but it's very deadly. And they have to be careful with Sanguine management. Bloodlust isn't quite up yet. It is coming up soon, but they don't have a link here. So everyone has to be very careful with their defenses. We can see on the board that they have defensives available, but it's about whether people get focus fired by some of these mobs here. Big Beam comes down. That's going to be really helpful. Some of these mobs get into about 50% health now. Big Full Moon comes through. Cyclone getting kicked. They got to look for these wind bolts. These can drop people down. BM Hunter drops to about 50% health. This is where they got to be careful. Turtle is available. Boxkin's up. Renewal gets popped from the Boomy. So they're staying alive. They're doing okay. Now it's about the Sanguine management. They don't want these to heal because people don't have defenses left. And you don't want to have these mobs healing up and still being a threat. But nicely handled, and they didn't even have to commit the Bloodlust here. But they want to get it on cooldown because they need it for that second to last pull of the dungeon.
I feel like they have to commit into a big pool right now because second boss, it's fortified. So you don't really need Bloodlust for second boss and fortified. So I would expect them to, maybe if they decide to skip the Drake, maybe they could go for the 8-pack with BL, but it wouldn't be worth it as well.
Right now we're having feed POV from the Uwu team. Yeah, it's just his camera is being chilling. Kind of don't know why he's doing that, but yeah, he's just first person gameplay. He's playing Counter-Strike in fantasy setting.
I mean, Night Elf haircuts are kind of nice. So
yeah, and Deeply heroes, they were just taking the pools are casually taking two ghosts at a time, the assassins and now the single Drake, just like Uwu team kind of did. But yeah, for the side of Uwu team,
I wonder what they're gonna do next with Bloodlust. Will they keep Bloodlust?
They've got to do this. They've got to do this 8-pack with Bloodlust, surely. They might even go Drake with it, I doubt, but they're probably going to Bloodlust this.
Or maybe they will just commit Bloodlust to the second boss. Yeah.
The issue here is when will they commit the next Bloodlust?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
because the one like they needed to have used it because they're not going to have it for that second to last trash pack if they don't send it.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be a bit too late now, so maybe they just hold it for boss and then go from there. But that's interesting. I'd need to look at the timers. Maybe they wouldn't have even had Bloodlust up for the second to last trash pack anyway, with the time that it's come up because they're going through it very quickly and it's only 22 and key levels can be very awkward. You plan for certain cooldowns at certain timings in dungeons, but if the key level isn't right, sometimes you
Yeah.
don't have it. And sometimes like a key level slightly lower can actually be more difficult than a key level slightly higher because in the high level key, your like cooldown and bloodlust timings are actually in a better spot. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like how with Awakening back in BFA, it was actually easier to do a +10 than it was to do a +9 because with the +10 you got the
Yeah.
affix and you could like skip dangerous things. That can be how it is sometimes.
Yeah, that's one of the things for sure. Because like on the hierarchies, some of the pools take longer, so you get to use your cooldowns more often on each pool because they just come off cooldown, kind of thing, for the next one. Just because those like 10 extra
Yeah.
seconds that you spent, they get to benefit for your next cooldown.
Exactly, yeah.
Usage. And as well, the thing is that when the teams are practicing very high keys, right, they get used to certain timings and certain cooldowns being in certain places. And when they go faster on the lower keys, they get confused like, whoa, wait, what happens? Where's my
Yeah.
cooldown? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's one of the things.
But that boss is melting. It's a 22. And
Yeah,
that
but it's
boss
fortified.
dies really fast. Yeah, I know, but still, it's even on fortified, at
Power of
certain
BM
threshold-
Hunter.
Yeah, they have BM Hunter who is definitely pumping some damage, like. But I don't feel like other two classes are far behind. You see
Yeah.
the details; they are all keeping up. I don't really see the exact numbers, but I feel like they're in their 140k or something like that.
I think BM's doing about 130, the rest are doing like 120-ish.
All right, all
Yeah.
right, all right. Yeah, now I see it. Now I see it. Yeah. Well, it's not the biggest damage that we've seen today. If I remember, basically, the Deplete heroes had like 140.
No, 130 on everybody. That was the
Oh,
thing.
130 on everybody. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, but it was still really great to see them pump that much. But you see, they decided to take all the trash along the way. They will probably, and that's actually kind of smart, they will probably skip the last packs.
Yeah, they will be skipping a bunch with this dragon giving a whole lot of percent.
And
Oh,
that's
but
kind of, yeah.
since it's a plus 22, it's kind of dangerous. Maybe, I don't know, is this like a life circle on the ground actually out heals on the very high keys? Or is it like, do you actually need to start pumping HPS when it goes to like
No,
plus
healers do a
22s?
bunch of healing. I think you can look at the shaman doing like over 100, like 100 and. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm looking at damage done. But even still on the healing, they were still doing a lot of healing on that. Yeah, it's you need to still pump some heals.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
with every pool, with every boss, we see that Uwu team constantly gets some advantage because right now it's not only about the boss, it's about the boss and the pack. And Uwu team is already clearing the pack after the second boss. So the gap between the teams is kind of crazy right now. It's like 3 minutes or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, the gap is getting along like bigger and bigger after every single pack because of the advantages that Uwu team is gaining from just playing like better play earlier in terms of pathing or pulling extra packs together just a little bit more than deplete heroes, and committing bloodlust on that second boss was probably like a really good idea, and I think deplete heroes are about to do the same over here. They have the bloodlust ready and they are on the second boss, and I think that's what's going to happen. But Uwu team, by the time deplete heroes are done with the second boss, Uwu team will probably be 3 packs ahead of them already. So yeah, this is a dire situation for deplete heroes to be in, and they need a miracle in form of the full team vibe, probably to just catch up to Uwu team.
But
It's never a great spot when you're trying to pray that the opposing team is going to make a mistake because it relies on them. Well, it relies on them making a mistake, which like does happen often.
Yep.
But in this kind of environment, when you're ahead, you know that you can you're already ahead, so you're probably just like
Yeah.
in a bit of a better position, either compositionally or in terms of like player skill, or like whatever it may be, coordination. So you're already at an advantage in that sense. So it's never a great spot to be in when you're praying that the opposing team is just going to make a mistake. But players, yeah, they're a little bit behind here. Uwu's doing a great job. We're getting to the dangerous part of the dungeon now, though, and Uwu is not going to have Bloodlust for the trash pack that they need it on. So I don't know that we could see a handful of deaths there. Like
Yeah,
easily
yeah,
see 2, 3, 4, 5 even.
Yeah, and they committing to dealing these stars just so they probably can skip 2 packs over
how
here.
many? What percentage are they at? Can
Uh,
we see the big screen, please?
yeah, sure. Let's check it out. Boom, there we go.
All right, so we are at
82.
82, 82. That's 82.
Ah.
All right. Yeah, they will definitely have to commit to both packs.
Yeah, so they didn't skip the dragon, which means that they need. Oh, sorry, they did skip the dragon on the side of Uwu, so they have to kill both. If they killed the second dragon, then they could have skipped one of these packs.
Yeah.
I believe is how it works out roughly. So they're gonna do both. So they need to commit cooldown. Like the way you should do it is you need cooldowns for this pack.
Yep.
Or you don't want to hold them, but then you have Bloodlust for the next pack. But right now they're not going to have Bloodlust for either, so they're going to probably commit something here, even a couple defensives, which then they're not going to have everything that they need for the next pack, unless they can do this really clean. I'm looking at the defenses on the side of Uwu here. I'm looking at the party frames, and they still have a lot available. So they've managed to like do well in scraping by with this and not commit too much.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of small cooldowns, a bunch of healing here and there. This isn't super scary pack, even if it's like 22. Yeah, surely it's dangerous, but it's like compared to the next one that they are about to do, I feel like this is like a child's play compared to the damage that's
It's
gonna
also
happen.
if this one goes on too long, it can get a bit dangerous. So you need to commit CDs, and then it's about not having the CDs for the next pack. But they have everything they need. It looks like.
I mean, hear me out. If I were them, I would rather skip this pack for now, go for the boss, kill the boss, and then come back and kill the dragon with Bloodlust.
I don't know, because then you lose so much time running back up the spiral stairs.
But this is very risky now. They don't have Bloodlust. They don't really have. Well, they have, Nature's Vigil. I wanted to say Nature's. It's not. It's Ancestral Guidance.
Yeah,
no,
sorry for the shaman. Yeah.
Goes from the shaman, and they still have darkness. They still have blur. They still have SLT, and Bob and Bubble says they should be fine. They should be fine.
Yeah, all of the cooldowns are ready.
Yeah, Druid popped his bar skin, however.
They got to be careful with the sanguine management, though. They want to start pulling some of these mobs out.
Yeah.
It's look like exactly what they are doing right now.
But
yeah, just kiting the things around. Yeah, the only annoying part is that they will need to pull this mob out of the conduit, just so he doesn't. Although, does it do damage to itself while standing there?
No, I don't think so. I've never had the mob inside it actually when it's casting.
Would be funny if it did.
Yeah.
I'm quite impressed. They basically did it without any commitment. I mean, like hard cooldown, like SLT or Pop. They simply killed this pack like it's an average pack, but I don't know. When I try to do that, we always use BL because everybody knows that this pack might be really, really painful.
See, this is the thing. It's so weird when you have certain key levels where your timings on things are different. Because like on a 24, 25, something like that, like you have Bloodlust for that pack, 100%.
Yeah.
Whereas in a 22, it's like, maybe we don't need it. Maybe we don't need it. So I'm interested if Uwu just like sent the Bloodlust when they felt appropriate and they thought maybe the second boss was going to be more complex for them. Maybe. Or if they just went like, oh man, normally it's up in this. Like maybe they practiced it and gone like, oh yeah, no, we won't have it, but we don't need it.
Yeah. Now they're pulling Assad, which is the last boss of the dungeon, and then we're gonna see them on the big screen doing the thing. While Deeply Heroes, they're just pulling trash pack after the trash pack. Yeah. Overall, I think this was a really great performance from Uwu team across the entire tournament. Actually, it's like they did only a few mistakes, and their pathing and their consistency was pretty remarkable in my opinion. So yeah, super solid execution and gameplay in general from Uwu team, I feel like.
I had zero doubts about them winning, to be honest, because from the first dungeon that I've seen them do, after that pool,
Yeah.
I was like,
Already
these guys will
convinced,
win.
yeah,
Yeah,
GG.
yeah, definitely. Because they feel like the guys who, dedicated their resources to researching all the routes, all the comps, and yeah, they deserve this. Because I feel like right now there are really, there is no chance of them losing, to be honest, because this boss is quite simple. You
Yeah.
just switch to the ad, you hide in the triangle, you jump.
You,
Pretty basic.
it's just if you want to intentionally wipe, you will wipe. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
chill.
I mean, they will have bloodlust right now after this static link, so yeah, I feel like they will just melt the boss after the triangle phase.
Though the healers, NG's low on mana. I don't know if there's an innovate available, but very low on mana, so they got to kill this boss pretty soon. They have Bloodlust, they haven't popped it. They're probably saving for the next orb. NG's gained a little bit more mana now, so they should be okay to see this fight through. Move out with the Chain Lightning. Very nice. And
Yeah,
then,
Bloodlust
yeah,
committed.
Yeah,
Bloodlust
the
soon.
bloodlust. Wonder if they will ignore Skyfall Novas. Oh no, they won't. Or
No,
they
no,
will
ain't
kill
no
No,
this.
way.
they need to kill it, but this will be the last one, and then boss should just be done. And that'll be it. That'll be Uwu team taking the whole tournament, taking the finale.
By the way, they haven't lost a single game in the entire
Oh,
tournament.
yeah, in the entire tournament,
Wow.
the guys did perfect job, really.
Yeah. We can only congratulate them. Well, big GG's. Uwu team winning. I wish I had some music play, but da 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 stuff, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, we can switch to webcams and yeah, stuff like that. Uwu team taking the whole tournament was pretty amazing to watch them, but props to Deplete Heroes. The Turtle came to the finals and it was really great that they were playing. I must say, I appreciate those guys taking a like a long run and falling down into the lower bracket, playing more games and coming all the way down to the grand finals. Big GG to them. They played well when like in their element kind of thing.
Yeah, Cyber, what do you think about their comps overall and their approach?
I think the ban aspect is very interesting because I wonder how things would have been different if we
Alright.
hadn't had bans. So yeah, I think the comps were interesting. I was really impressed with UA because they were constantly changing their compositions. Though seeing Deplete jumping out with the double ferals funny. But yeah, Uwu here, they just seem to not only be able to jump onto different comps, but seemed very comfortable doing it. Probably
Yeah.
the most comfortable of anyone. And it seemed like they designed their comp around the dungeon rather than like, they're
Yeah, just
kind of
playing
going and
something.
winging it.
That is true.
Yeah.
I really love. Oh, you are really correct about that. I really love that they not only changed the specs every time they did a new dungeon, but they also changed the approach to the dungeon. Like we know that Vortex is not the dungeon where you can go big and just melt everything. Yeah, it's a dungeon that requires a lot of control. It's a dungeon that requires a lot of saves. It's a dungeon where you have to play carefully, and they chose the specs that were perfect for that. And
Well,
just like in Brackenhide, just like previously in Halls of Infusion, they always had this spec that shined in every environment. But I'm still salty they didn't pick a priest.
Yeah, I don't know where the priest went. Maybe they've got their own thoughts on it, but I'd love to know why they didn't go priest in Brackenhide.
Yeah, but overall,
I guess
apart
even
from
in
that,
Vortex, but
yeah, it was really great to see them perform, and I am wishing them all the best of luck. I feel like the team of their level could try to work some more on their performance and maybe even try out some more serious tournaments like
yeah,
MDI
true.
in the future.
I mean, I just got a DM from the captain of Uwu team, and he said, I planned to play the Dead Hunter spec in the last one, and it worked out. And yeah, just everything went according to a plan. And yeah, I asked him why they didn't pick a priest. Maybe we'll get an answer in general. But yeah, I mean, maybe we'll get an answer, maybe we'll not. But overall, thanks everybody for watching, first of all, and thank you Cyber for committing to like casting with us. It was a pleasure having you. You had a really great insight and really great things to say. Big props to you, and big props for everybody who was watching. I don't know, congratulations to the winners, and I mean GG to the second place as well, and all the other teams that participated.
Deplete Heroes had 2 spots for Feral Druids, but 1 real spot Feral Druid is in our hearts. Thank you, Psybear.
No, thank you guys so much. It's really fun in chat. Like, thank you. You guys have been cool. I've been reading all your messages and stuff, and it's been fun to see you like get involved. Thank you guys both for like organizing it, and to anyone else that's been helping with the organization behind the scenes who may not be on camera and doing production right now. Thank you to them. Thank you to all the teams. Like, it's awesome. These smaller community events are really important, and maybe it can encourage people to like start getting competitive. You know, for me, like I wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for looking at like the competitiveness in like I played StarCraft 2 and I watched a bunch of StarCraft 2 and I went, oh whoa, like esports can be a thing. I can get competitive with this. So like doing these tournaments, this kind of thing can really encourage people. I'd love to see some of these players go on to bigger things and maybe see them in the MDI or something like that in the future. I know players who have, come from humble beginnings and then now they're in Echo and stuff like that. Like I know people like that and they're in Method and whatnot. So, props to them, props to the players. Thank you. And thanks for having me. It was
The reason they didn't pick Priest is just because they didn't want to. That's it. They just
Fair
didn't
enough.
really want it.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
Fair enough. I respect it.
Well, maybe some closing words from Reikuu as well.
Oh my
maybe
God.
Cyber, you want to say something on top of what you said as well. But yeah.
I know the closing words. Let me do the thing. All right. So like what we've discussed before, yeah, it's awesome to see these teams perform. But the most important part of all of this was not the destination, but the friend that we got along the way. Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah,
Nice. You
right.
nailed it. First time
Nice
hearing
one.
that before. That's beautiful. Did you write that yourself?
Yeah. It's actually in my book of stolen quotes, but
Beautiful. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
definitely stolen by yourself. Yeah.
from myself by myself, yeah. But yeah, thanks a lot. It really means a lot for us, Psybear, that we see such support from such huge people like yourself. And yeah, I feel like
go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
yeah, I mean that many people who see this now and they will really try to commit for the next tournaments. It's also part of this, thanks to you, because all the dedications that you like gave to us, yeah, it was important for the community. Because
I appreciate that.
And I mean, I guess retrospectively, thanks to Miras and to Nao, that also came over as well. Like, I'm pretty sure they are not watching right now, but maybe they will watch the VOD. And yeah, thank you guys for coming as well. This has been English broadcast for the Ukrainian Mythic Dungeon tournament, and it's been Cyber, the amazing feral player, amazing esports caster, amazing person overall, was Reikuu for us, and your funny host sometimes maybe, and making some mistakes Dwea. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time whenever we set something up. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
See ya.